What's up, everybody, and welcome to Gatsby version 3 tutorial video. So a few weeks back, Gatsby rolled out its latest version, version number 3, and as with all the new versions, there are some major changes, so it only made sense to record a new Gatsby video. During the video, we'll cover such things as file system route API, new syntax for CSS modules, and of course, new plugin to handle images in Gatsby. As with all my videos, in order to make things a little bit more interesting, we'll utilize our knowledge by building a cool project, a recipe site. If you'd like to take a project out for a test drive, just visit the URL Gatsby version 3 tutorial recipes.netlify.app. Again, the URL is Gatsby version 3 tutorial recipes.netlify.app. And lastly, this video is first part of my Gatsby course where we build more cool projects with Gatsby.js. All right, and welcome to the course. And I guess let's start our journey by answering the most basic and yet pressing question first. Well, what is Gatsby.js? And most likely, the explanation you have heard is this one. Gatsby is a static site generator. And while it's true, at the end of the day, Gatsby does generate a static site. At this point in time, Gatsby.js is far more closer to a full-blown framework than to just another static site generator. Gatsby is built on top of React, so if you do enjoy the amazing dev experience that comes with React, so think things like components, modularity, and etc., you will feel right at home when using Gatsby. Now, dev experience is of course nice, but what about the final product? What is so special about Gatsby? You see, once we're done with our project, Gatsby will do its magic, and without doing any extra work, we'll get things like code splitting, fast page loads, image optimization, data prefetching, and I can go on and on and on. Since the list of the benefits we get straight out of the box is extremely long. What's also cool is that the static content Gatsby generates can then be enhanced with client-side JavaScript with the help of React hydration. And even though it's a mouthful, it simply means that we get best of both worlds. Not only our Gatsby site can have app-like features, so think traditional React app, but it's also super fast and optimized. Sounds pretty cool, right? So keep watching the course, and I can guarantee you that you'll be extremely happy with what Gatsby has to offer. As far as the course structure, in the first module, so the module you're currently watching, you'll find a useful info about the course. In the second module, you'll find extensive Gatsby tutorial. And after that, every module contains a unique project where we test out different content providers as well as advanced Gatsby features. Lastly, let me just mention that in order to make the knowledge stick, and also in the process, make things a little bit more interesting during the second module. So the Gatsby tutorial one will also build a cool project, a simply recipes project, where we create a nifty recipes site. When it comes to course requirements, my expectation is that you are at least familiar with React basics. So things like components and props. Have some experience with modern JavaScript. So ES6 and up, specifically array methods like map, filter, and reduce, as well as destructuring and spread operator. And while you can still follow along with a course, even if you have very little experience with React and modern JavaScript, in some cases, you might need to utilize some external resources since I want to keep Gatsby as the main focus of this course. And therefore, my plan is to cover extensively only the Gatsby related topics. If you are struggling to find a good place for resources, I'm going to be biased and suggest my own YouTube channel called Coding Addict, where you'll find lots of useful React, vanilla JavaScript, Node, CSS, and HTML content. Specifically, look for JavaScript Nuggets series, where I cover most asked course questions in isolation and great detail. As far as the dev setup, since Gatsby is a Node app and will install quite a few dependencies, you'll need a node on your machine. And when it comes to my text editor and browser, I prefer Visual Studio Code and Chrome, but of course, they're not mandatory. And lastly, all of the services I suggest during the course have a free generous tier, so you can leave your credit card where it belongs, nicely tucked away in your wallet. Like I mentioned previously, for development, I prefer Visual Studio Code, or VS Code for short, which at this point is probably the most popular option out there. And since I do a lot of recording, I keep my setup very close to the default one, with some exceptions like font size and zoom level. Throughout the course, just to speed things up and avoid unnecessary boilerplate, I will use few extensions, but I'll cover them later just so you get a better understanding of the benefits. Now, if you are interested in my overall setup, just navigate to my GitHub profile, John-Smilga, and look for the repo VS Code Setup. And in there, you'll find all the extensions I use, as well as my settings JSON file with all my config options. All right, and welcome to our first module, Gatsby tutorial module. And like I already mentioned previously, in order to make things more interesting, during the module, we'll also build our first project, simply a recipe site. If you want to see project in action, or maybe you're interested in complete source code, like always, the fastest way is probably by navigating to johnsmilga.com. So hit the URL johnsmilga.com, then look for the project page, and then in the projects page, more specifically, look for the Gatsby ones. In here, you'll find all the course projects, and you're looking for the recipe site. If you click on this link, you'll see the project in action. And then if you want to access the source code, look for star files or source code. In this case, they both point to the same repo. And in here, you'll find complete source code for the project. Lastly, since I find Gatsby documentation extremely helpful, in order to support my arguments and showcase where you can get more info in future, I will reference Gatsby site somewhat often, especially during Gatsby tutorial part, and the URL is gatsbyjs.com. Again, the URL for the Gatsby site is gatsbyjs.com. Nice. And let's kick things off by installing a Gatsby CLI package, which is a tool that will allow us to quickly generate Gatsby projects. And if you're familiar with Create React App, the idea is exactly the same. Instead of spending our precious time on config and setup, we'll be able to spin up a Gatsby project with the help of one command. They do suggest installing globally. So in Mac, don't forget to add sudo. And once I'm done with my install, I'll share a great resource if you do hit some roadblocks or just need more info on the whole setup. So I'm going to navigate back to my terminal and I'll massively zoom in. The command is sudo, since again, we're installing this globally. Then we go with npm i-g, and the package name is Gatsby CLI. And I'll be prompted my password. And once I enter the password, of course, I kick off the install. It looks like everything went great. I don't see any errors, so I should have the package. Now, if you do want to double check, just type Gatsby and then -- version. And if you see Gatsby version 3 in terminal, you are in good shape. However, if the terminal spits back that no such command is found, then of course you haven't installed the package and you'll have to troubleshoot. Now, if you get stuck or just need more info, I suggest navigating to the Gatsby docs, then look for tutorial, then click on this link. And in here, they go over how to set up your dev environment, where they cover how to install Node on your particular machine, set up Git if you haven't already, and that sort of thing. So if you do hit some roadblocks, I strongly suggest using this resource for guidance. And once we have the Gatsby CLI at our disposal, let's take it out for a spin. And the command for the new Gatsby project is following: Gatsby new, then the project name, followed by the starter. Project name, of course, is totally up to you. And as far as the starter, it's a URL to the GitHub repo. And just like the name suggests, starter provides some default setup. Now, if you omit this starter URL altogether, it will automatically use the default starter. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with default starter. And in most cases, that's exactly what you'll use. But since it comes with few bells and whistles, for our first project, we're going to use a Hello World starter, which essentially is bare bones Gatsby app. Why I went this route? Because I think it's going to be more beneficial if we add those bells and whistles together. Since that way, at least in my opinion, you'll have a better understanding of the whole setup. Lastly, in order to spin up the dev server, the command you're looking for is Gatsby develop. So let's do this, people. I'm going to navigate back to my desktop. I will zoom in, and first I'll navigate to the desktop. You can set it up, your project, whatever you like, but I always prefer desktop. So I'm going to go with CD and desktop. And then, of course, we just want to go with command. So Gatsby, new. As far as tutorial name, not going to be particularly original. And I'm just going to go with tutorial. And at this point, we can either type out the URL, or we can simply navigate to Gatsby docs. And then we're looking for the starters. Now, technically, they're under the features, but you're not going to find them under this features link, at least at the time of this recording. So instead, keep scrolling, and then all the way in the bottom, you'll find the starters. And then by default, they'll set it up as version 2. Again, at the time of this recording, eventually things might change. So instead, we're looking for version 3. And then this is going to be the default one. So basically the one that you're going to get if you omit the URL altogether. And then the one that we're looking for is Hello World. So notice here, the search box, we can simply search for it here. Now, the idea for all of them is pretty much the same, where if you're building some project and if you know that you'll need a specific config, for example, the Strappy one or the Shopify one or whatever, you right away can get a star project with a bunch of things pre-configured. And since they're GitHub repos, you can simply, of course, navigate and take a look at the source code and see what the starter is all about. So essentially, what are you getting? Now, in our case, like I said, we're looking for Hello World, and then I'm just going to click on a link and we can visit the demo site and all that. But I'm looking for this command. Now, in my case, I'm not going to copy the whole thing because I only need the URL. Since, as you can see here, they go with this name and I already have my tutorial. So take the URL part, then navigate back, of course, and then copy and paste. And once you do that, Gatsby-Cli is going to start bootstrapping our project. And at this point, you have two options. You can run the Gatsby develop from the terminal, or you can run it from the Visual Studio Code, because Visual Studio Code also has the integrated terminal. And in my case, I'm going to go with second option. So I'll close my terminal, then I'll open up my Visual Studio Code, drag and drop the project. In the following video, I'll go over the general structure of the Gatsby project. For now, I just want to quickly get something on a screen, and therefore I'll open up the integrated terminal. Again, that's a Visual Studio Code thing where effectively they have the terminal that is right away pointing to our project, to my tutorial in this case. And then I simply want to go with Gatsby develop. So that's the command that spins up the dev server. And it is always my preference to work side by side with a browser. So effectively, I'll make this smaller. Again, this is not a Gatsby thing. This is actually a Mac thing where I go with new window. So new browser window. And I just set them side by side with my text editor. And then I'll also open up a new tab on a bigger browser window. So I'm going to go with localhost and we're looking for 8,000. And if you see Hello World on the screen, you are in good shape. So I'll set them side by side here. This is going to be our complete project, and that's the project we're working on. And then for time being, I'll just close these two tabs, and then I'll do the same thing here. We're on a smaller browser window. I'm going to go with localhost 8000. And again, if you see hello world on a screen, that means that everything is correct and you can proceed to the next video. Beautiful. And as far as the typical Gatsby project structure, we have cache folder where Gatsby stores the cache. Then we have node modules, since at the end of the day, it is a node app. So basically, this is where we keep all our dependencies. And to tell you honestly, I don't see any reasons why you need to go here and do any modifications while you're setting up your project. Then we have a public one. So this is where our production ready project lives. And I'll cover it in more detail when we take a look at the different commands we have. Then we have source, and more specifically pages. So we have source directory with a pages directory. And since we'll spend most of our time in the source folder, I'll just leave it at that. There's really no point for me to repeat myself. Then we have a static folder where we can set up assets that are going to be publicly available, as well as we can access it in our project. However, I'll talk about the gotcha in a second, so don't start placing all your images right from the get-go in a static one. Then we have getignore, which is just a file for source control. So in this file, we specifically say which files or directories are going to be ignored once we push this project up to GitHub, for example. Then we have prettier, ignore, and prettier.rc, which are just used for the package that the Gatsby comes with, and the package name is prettier. Then we have Gatsby config. So this is where we'll set up all our configuration for our site, things like plugin, site info, and all that good stuff. License, pretty self-explanatory. Package lock JSON and package JSON. So package lock is used for the dependencies of the dependencies. We know that in Node app, once we install dependency, it possibly can have dependency on its own. So package lock just makes sure that we can get the correct versions of the dependencies. And then, of course, we have a package JSON where we have our dependencies. And let's not forget README, the markdown file where we can find useful information about our project. And I guess let's start by exploring the package JSON. As you can see, we don't have that many packages. If we keep on scrolling, we have dependencies, of course, Gatsby, React, as well as React DOM. And then for development, they use this prettier package. And actually, you can run a command, and the command is format, and it will format the project for you. Now, my preference is using this extension instead. So let me go to my extensions, and I actually prefer using the extension by the name of prettier. And effectively, the difference is that it runs automatically. So once you install this package, and make sure you add this configuration to your settings JSON, that's definitely a must with the later versions of VS Code. If you won't do that, it's not going to work. And then the moment you do that, you don't need to run the command, because in this case, notice the package JSON. Effectively, if we want to run the formatter, we need to run this command, correct? But once you install this extension, and once you set up the proper configuration in settings JSON, it will automatically happen once you save or once you copy and paste, whatever setup you choose. And you can control that in two places. You can either use the GUI. So first navigate to the settings, and this is going to be the graphical interface, and just type format. And in my case, I use format on paste and format on save. Or, of course, you can do it directly in settings JSON. I have editor, format on paste, and format on save. So those are the options I use, but of course you can modify them to whatever makes most sense to you. Then, as you can see, we have more commands. We have one for start, one for serve, clean, and we also have one for build. Remember when we talked about the public one, I said that this is where our production ready project is going to live. And in order to set it up, we need to run Gatsby build. So let's try it out. First, in order to stop the dev server, we simply need to go with Control C, then I'll clear the terminal. So I'll just type clear, and then we run Gatsby and then build. So this will do all that Gatsby magic. Now, there's also another option. Later, once we host our project, actually we'll set up our hosting provider to do the build process for us. But it doesn't change the main idea, where eventually there is a public folder with our project ready to go with all the Gatsby goodies. So this is where we have all our image optimizations, all the prefetching, and all that cool stuff. And if you take a look at the result, you'll notice that it's just a bunch of static files. And again, this is the key thing about the Gatsby, where once we're done building our site, once our project is ready to go, we just ship it as a bunch of static assets. So there is no back and forth with a server. We just send our project over the wire. It is extremely fast because it's just a bunch of static assets. And once it arrives there, then of course it does the whole rehydration thing and user gets this nice React experience. That should do it for the public folder. And next I want to talk about the static one. Remember, I just said that whatever asset we'll place here will be publicly available. And you'll see how Gatsby will nicely transport that asset to the public one. Now, here's the key gotcha. Just because you can does not mean that you should. So imagine the scenario. On my desktop, I have this cute image of these two puppies. I can simply open up my tutorial and then drag and drop into my static one. And currently in my static one, you can see that we have a favicon. And if you're not familiar with favicon, it's just this icon in the browser tab. And once I spin up my dev server, again, the command is Gatsby develop, or notice how they also have this start script. And if you have worked with Create React app, you know that they also have this npm start, which just spins up the Create React app. So this is similar where I can run either a Gatsby develop myself, or I can run npm start, and in turn that will run the same command. So I'll go with npm start just to showcase that it works. And once my server is up and running, I'll be able to see the cute JPEG in two places. I'll be able to see that once I navigate to a localhost 8000, and then more specifically, let me zoom in. I'm going to go with /and JPEG. And yep, I have my puppies. And I can also do that in my project. Now, don't freak out. Again, there's going to be a proper introduction for the source one. But since I want to get something on a screen, I'm just going to navigate to the index.js in the pages. And then above the hello world, just for the time being, I'll showcase that we can access it here as well. And I'm going to omit the alt attribute. And then once I save, and then once I refresh, of course, I have my cute image. Now, just because you can does not mean that you should. If you read the Gatsby documentation, they actually are trying to discourage you from this kind of pattern. Because if you add your assets in such a way where you just dump them into a static folder, essentially you're not using any of the nice optimizations that Gatsby provides. So the whole point of using Gatsby is because of all the magic that it does behind the scenes. In this case, you're just adding it to a static one, and then you make it publicly available. And if you want to see that, take a look at the public one, and you'll see the cute JPEG. So my whole point is following, where be mindful of what you place in a static one. Just because you can does not mean you should. And of course, over the following videos, I'll show you a proper way how we can add assets, and in turn, we'll use all the awesome Gatsby goodies. So I'll remove the image for now, and I'll also remove it from my static one. Okay. And then let me just go back to the package JSON and let's complete our list of commands. So we covered build. This is production ready project. We have also covered develop. We have covered format as well as start. And then we have serve, clean, and test. Now there's not much to say about the test, but as far as serve and Gatsby clean, so with serve, we will serve our project locally. So our production ready project, we can take a look at how it looks locally. Because keep in mind that as far as our current setup, we are looking at our development project. Once we're done running Gatsby build, and that's a must because you cannot have serve without the public folder, then go with Gatsby and then serve. And then, of course, you'll be able to see the project. At this point, there's not much to see. This is pretty much the same project. But if I go to a localhost and 9000, so that's going to be my production ready project. And then eventually we have this one, the Gatsby clean. And this is super, super, super useful once you start working with images. Because once in a while, you'll hit the glitch where the image gets stuck in a cache. And once you run Gatsby clean, you'll notice something pretty cool where if I go with Gatsby clean, it will tell me that the cache folder as well as the public one has been deleted. And throughout the course, you'll see me run this command. Again, it's super, super, super useful once you start working with images. So imagine this scenario, you add an image, then, I don't know, a minute later, you decide to change a path. And even though your code did not change, the image actually changed. And then you are trying to spin up the dev server and you're getting this weird bug. Now, the bug is not because there's something wrong with your code. The bug is there because Gatsby is still looking for the older image. Again, something to keep in mind. And lastly, let me just mention something about this whole dev setup. In the Gatsby docs, they mention that as far as the dev server, it uses the hot reloading. What that means? Well, that simply means that once I spin up my server, so npm start again, and if I go to the pages and index.js again, don't worry, I will give it a proper introduction. For the time being, I just want to showcase how the hot reloading works. And if I go here, and if I change this text to hello people, once I save, the changes should automatically take place in the browser. Now, in my case, the dev server is still spinning up, but the idea is following where the moment you save, you should see the changes in the browser. Now, notice I use the word should, because in reality, as far as my experience, whether that was version 2 or with a version 3, you'll still have to refresh. Now, it doesn't mean that you'll have to refresh each and every time. There are times when everything is going to work. So if I'll go back to the hello world and if I'll save, notice how in this case, it updated everything nicely. Just don't be surprised where not only you need to save the file, but you also need to refresh. And also in Gatsby version 3, they added this error model. And the best way for me to showcase is by removing this div. So notice if I navigate to a bigger browser window, of course, and as a side note, I'm looking at 9000, should be looking for 8000. You'll see this helpful modal that explicitly says, where is the error? Now, again, this is something that might pop up even if there is no error. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to happen each and every time. There's going to be times when it's very useful. So, for example, in this case, it points directly where is my error. But yes, once you start dealing with images and all that, it might pop up once in a while where there is no need. And if that is the case, simply start by refreshing the browser. And if, of course, it doesn't go away, which in this case, there is clearly an error, so it's not going to go away. But if it's there by mistake, then you'll see how it disappears. And of course, throughout the course, we'll probably hit those bugs. So that's when you'll see that in action. That should do it for the overall setup. And now we can start working in our source directory where, like I just mentioned, will do most of our work. Not bad, not bad. I think we have good initial understanding of typical Gatsby project structure. So now let's get our hands dirty and finally write some code. And while there are many things I like about Gatsby, the two that I like the most are following. I find Gatsby setup extremely straightforward. And since it's built on top of React, trust me, if you have done any work with React, you'll instantly feel at home, since a lot of things are very similar to typical React project. Case in point, if you take a look at the source folder, you can see that there is a pages directory. Now, $1 million question. What do you think we're going to do in the pages directory? And if you answered, well, we'll be setting up pages for a project, you're 100% correct. So the only thing we need to do in order to create a page in Gatsby is just navigate to source folder, then pages directory, and then just create a file. So simple JavaScript file. So if you'll call this about.js, then you'll have about page. If you'll call this product.js, then you'll have a product page, and hopefully you get the gist. So that's the straightforward part. Now, what about familiarity? Well, if you take a look at the content in the index.js, what do you see over there? And as far as what I see when I'm looking at it, I see a React component. And effectively, in order to create a page, we just need to set up a React component. Now, that could be class-based component, even though I highly doubt you'll create one, because with arrival of hooks, pretty much the common convention is setting up functional components. But yes, you can do that. Or you can go with functional component, which is something we're going to do throughout the course. So as you can see, we just import React and then we export our component. Now, one gotcha is that this export has to be default. And I'll show you what happens if we don't do that. But as far as the setup, it is straight up React component. Again, this could be a regular function when you're setting up functional component, or this could be a arrow function. And don't worry, we'll cover both of those cases in a second. And then whatever we return, well, that is displayed on the screen. So if I'll change this, of course, around, and if I'll say that there's going to be a heading 1 instead of a div, and we'll say hello, and then people, if everything is correct, we should see a hello people on the screen. And what do you know? Now, of course, we have hello people. And just to give you a visual representation, this is going to be the project we're going to be working on during the tutorial. And of course, it has multiple pages. It has a recipes page, it has tags page, about page, as well as contact page. How do we create them? We simply go to pages directory and just create files. Now, I'm not going to set up all the files in this video, but in order to get some practice, I will navigate to the pages, and in here I just need to say new file. Now we have multiple options in Visual Studio Code. If you want to use the icons here on top, you can do that as well. In my case, I just used a right click, and I'm just going to create a simple about.js page. So I create a page, and this is where I need to set up my component. Now, in order to speed this up, I actually use this extension. So let me make my extensions bigger. And let's see. We have this one, the ES7 React Redux and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically you get these snippets. So if you take a look at the extension, so now, of course, I just need to make this one smaller. You'll see a bunch of snippets that they provide. And effectively, it just saves you time on typing out the boilerplate. Now, the ones that we're going to use the most are for setting up the components. So keep on scrolling. Eventually, you'll hit the R. So this is going to be for setting up the components. So RCC is going to be for class-based component. And pretty much I'm just going to show you one example because, like I said, throughout the course, we'll use the functional components instead. And then the snippet for that is, let's keep on scrolling. So we have RCC, and then we have the functional component one. Now, keep in mind that we right away want to export as default, and that is extremely important. So again, if you want to find more info, just look for the extension, and I highly suggest installing because throughout the course, I will use this extension to save some time on setting up the boilerplate. So let me close this one. And again, we can go with R, and then they're going to give us suggestions. So notice once I type RA, this is going to be for the arrow function. And I right away want to go for the RAFCE. So this is going to set up a component and right away export it as default. And as you can see, it right away takes the name of the file. So since I named my file about.js, set up a component with the same name and export it as default. So let's write here, hello from about page, or you can simply type about page. And for now, we haven't set up the navbar yet. Don't worry, we'll do that in a second. But if you navigate to URL bar and if you type about, there you go. Now, of course, we have hello from the about page. And just to get a bit more practice, why don't we create one more page? So say new file. In this case, let me show you that, of course, we can do it from the Visual Studio Code GUI as well. Notice this is the new file option. Let's click here and I'll call this one contact page. Again, if we want to set it up as class-based component, we can definitely do so. And the snippet for that is RCC. Notice how we're setting up class-based component. Again, with the arrival of hooks, I don't know why you would want to do that, but it is definitely an option and it's going to work. So I'll say contact page. Once I save, again, I just need to navigate in my URL bar for now. So I'll say contact. So I do have the contact page that works. And another option we have is setting up functional component, but not as a arrow function like we were doing in the about. We can simply set it up with good old function keyword. And the snippet for that is RFC. And I just need to click. Now I have my function, which is contact. So I'll say testing contact. Let's save it. And if everything is correct, I should see testing contact on the screen. So in this case, I'll have to refresh. Now I have the testing one. Now, just to showcase what happens if you don't set it up as default, why don't I create a testing page? So I'm going to navigate to pages. I'll say testing.js. And in this case, I'm going to go with functional one, but I'll omit the E at the end for my snippet. So I'll simply go with a arrow function. And as you can see, I'm not exporting as default. So right here, fail. And then once I save, I'm going to navigate in my URL bar to the testing one. And then once you navigate there, we have our big fat error. And the reason why we have this error, because every time you set up a page, you need to export it as default. So the named exports are not going to work. And at this point, we have multiple options. Either you can just refactor it to the export default here in the bottom, or you can go to the testing one and say export default. And then, of course, we can just omit all of this stuff. So we don't need to come up with a name. And now, of course, it's not going to fail. So say testing here. And once I save it, and then once I refresh, there it is. I have my testing one. So two things to keep in mind. Always export it as default. And in order to save some time, I suggest using this awesome extension because it nicely takes care of all the annoying boilerplate. Nice work. At this point, I think we're experts on how to set up pages in Gatsby. But while we're still on the topic, let me mention two more things. And the first one is going to be 404 page. So imagine the scenario, the user visits your project, and then for some reason, he or she is looking for a resource that doesn't exist. So in this case, I'm going to be looking for the company page, but that page doesn't exist in my project. And what we're going to do, we're going to display a nice error message, and then possibly you can add a link, whatever you'd want. So essentially, you are setting up the page which you're going to display if the user cannot find the resource. And just to give you another example, for example, if you take a look at the Gatsby documentation, and if you go for the error page, notice this is what they're displaying as far as the error page, and notice how we can nicely navigate back to the home page. And the way you set that page in the Gatsby is following. So again, in the pages directory, however, the name in this case is important. If previously you could just set up whatever names you want over here, Just keep in mind that they will show up in the URL when the user is trying to access that resource. When it comes to 404, when it comes to the error page, the file name is important, and we go with 404 and JS. Now, the one gotcha with the snippets that I showed you in the last video is the fact that they right away create a component with the same name as the file name. Now, the problem, of course, is that in React, or more specifically in JavaScript, we cannot name functions with numbers, correct? So this is going to be the case where I need to rename it. I'm going to go with error, and I'll also export as error. And for the time being, we'll simply go with error page. Again, this is a standard page, so we can set up whatever functionality we want over here. And in order to test it, I'm just going to go to a testing and then maybe info. Now, of course, we don't have that resource. So in development, we'll see this page first. So this is going to be displayed first. And then, of course, we can click on preview on custom page. Don't worry. Once we deploy our project, this screen won't appear. And if I click preview, now, of course, I have my arrow page. Hopefully that is clear. That's how we set up arrow pages in Gatsby. Beautiful. And while we're still on a topic of pages, I also want to show you how to set up nested pages in Gatsby. Now, what am I talking about? Well, if you navigate to the Gatsby site and then hover over the docs link, notice how you have these options, correct? And then if you click on, for example, how to guides, check out the URL. So the URL is the domain, gatsbyjs.com. Then we have docs, and then more specifically, how to. And the way we set up this type of structure in the pages, we just need to create a folder. So again, keep in mind, whatever you're going to name your folder will show up in the URL. So if you'll call this shake and bake, in the URL, you'll have to type the domain, in our case, localhost 8000, then shake and bake, and then whatever the page name. So in here, I'm going to go with new folder, and then I'll just call this company. And then whatever file I'm going to create in the company, again, is going to be displayed in the URL, but in the URL, I'll have to have the / company as well. So if I create a new file, and I'll call this history and JS, and of course, we create a component. We already know how to do that. We have history one, and we'll say this is history of our company. Now, of course, in order to get there, I need to go with company. So I need to say / company, and then the history one. So let me zoom out a little bit, and I'll say history. So now, of course, we're going to navigate to this specific page. So again, we can set up whatever pages we want here. So I just need to come up with the file name and then set up my component. Just remember that the URL will contain the folder name, in this case, company. And lastly, I just want to mention, notice how in the pages, we actually have index.js. Now, index.js always signals a root. And of course, when we talk about pages, that means that it is going to be our homepage. So once the user navigates to your domain, again, in our case, localhost 8000, whatever you set up in the index, that is going to be the homepage. Now, why am I telling you that? Because at the moment, notice how company folder does not have index.js. And what that means, if someone just navigates to / company, well, there's no page for that. So of course, now we will display the error page. Now there is a page for the history. So of course, we can navigate to company / history. We just saw that, but there is no page for the company. So if at any point you do want to create that page for the company, simply create a new file in the company folder and just call it index.js. So this always signals root. Now in the pages, that root is our domain, and in the company, of course, that is going to be / company. So again, I'm going to go with my component, and I'm just going to say hello from company. And of course, we don't have the error, and we can clearly see hello from company. That should do it for setting up pages in Gatsby. And now let's take a look how we can navigate from page to page using Gatsby link component. Not bad, not bad. I think we are comfortable with setting up pages in Gatsby. Now let's take a look how we can navigate from page to page using a link component instead of the URL bar. Because yes, technically I can force my users to do that, but you'd probably agree that that's not the best user experience. And if you have done any work with React Router DOM, setup is going to feel extremely familiar because under the hood, Gatsby uses Reach Router, which in fact is built by the same people who built a React Router DOM. And the way we set it up, we just need to import link component from Gatsby. And I'm going to do that in my homepage. Just keep in mind, you can do it in any of the pages. And then again, this is a named import, so we need to specifically say a link, and this is coming from the Gatsby. Now, the problem at the moment is that I have my component, but I'm returning just heading 1, and we know that in React, in fact, we can return only one thing. So if I want to set my link side by side, then of course I just need to set up a parent div, and then right after the heading 1, I'm going to go with link. And then this is a component and it's looking for the to prop. So in this to prop, we just specifically say where we're going to navigate. So if I want to navigate to about page, I simply go with / and then the about. So if I want to navigate to a company and then history, you get the gist. You just need to type / company and then the history. So I'm just going to add about. And then whatever text you place inside of the link, of course, is going to be displayed on the screen. And since we're navigating to about page, we might as well set up a text as about. And once I save my index.js, and if I click on my about link, check it out. Now, of course, we can navigate to about page and notice this awesome React experience where essentially we're not doing the full page reload. And again, if you're interested, you can take a look at the source. So in this case, I just need to refresh and you'll see that at the end of the day, yes, it is a link. So for example, that is important when you set up styling. You're still looking for the link element. However, again, under the hood, Gatsby does all this magic where essentially we have a React app. And with that said, please keep something in mind where we can use still traditional links. And we do need to use them when we're setting up a link to external resources. So these link components are intended for navigating around your project, not to the external resource. As a side note, I'll place this one in a div just so they are in separate lines. So I'll create my div and then I'll just set up regular HTML link element. And as far as the href, let me try one more time to about. And I'll say regular link, and you'll see this full page refresh. And again, in this case, I just need to navigate back to the home page and refresh. Notice this is going to be this regular link, and notice the difference. Of course, in this case, I just navigate and there is no page refresh. However, if I press on the regular link, check it out. We have this refresh. So the idea is that when you set up links around your project, you don't want to use the regular HTML element. However, when you're setting up a external link, yes, you do need to use it. So if we set up a link back to the Gatsby docs, and I'll use this full URL here, then of course I go with link. I can copy and paste, and then I'll say, I don't know, Gatsby docs. And once I set up my link, I just need to navigate back to the home page. So let me see. I'm going to go back to my root and then click on Gatsby docs. So this works nicely where we use the regular link element and we can just navigate to the external resource. But around our project, we're going to use the link component. Now to hammer this home, I'll add one more link and I'll just show you how to navigate to company and history. So we have a link. Remember the path. We need to go with folder name, in this case, company, and then whatever is the file name. So we're going to go with history. And here I'll simply say history. And once I have my link in place, I simply need to click on the link in the browser. And there it is. Now we nicely navigate to company history page. Now you're probably wondering, okay, but why are we always navigating back using the browser? Can't we set up the link? And of course, the answer is yes. So in this case, I'll simply copy and paste, and I'm not going to set up links in every page because, like I keep mentioning, eventually we will make a navbar. So for the time being, I'm just going to go to the history one, import my link. I already have the div here. So why don't I wrap my text in the heading 2, the one that I currently have in here, and set up one more link back to the homepage, just to showcase how is that going to look like. So in this case, I just need to use /. That's how we can navigate back to the homepage, and of course, whatever text. So in here, I'll say homepage. So now, of course, let's test it out. I'm going to go to my history page, and then in this case, I do need to refresh. And just like that, I have my homepage. So once I click, I nicely navigate back to the homepage. So whether you just have one pages directory with simple pages, or you have a nested setup where you have nested pages, the navigation is exactly the same. You just go with a / and then whatever is the path. So if you want to navigate to about, you go with / about. If you want to go to history, which is inside of the folder, then you go with the folder name and then whatever is the file name, which of course in our case is history. Excellent. Once our project has awesome routing, let's take it a step further and add the navbar. Now, I must warn you though, there are going to be few iterations of navbar, so don't be upset if after this video our nav does not look exactly like in the complete project. However, this is our goal. So eventually we want to have a nav like this. So this is the look on a big screen. And then if we make this smaller, notice we'll have a nice button that can toggle the links as well. And our most basic setup could look like this. We're back in the index.js since I have a div. And you know what? At this point, I'm going to close the terminal just so I have a bit more real estate in here. And inside of the div, let's just say nav. And then I can have one link to the homepage and then the second one to the about page. Like I said, there's going to be a few iterations. We're going to say to home. So that's going to be our home. And I'm not going to add the page text here. And let's say to about. We're just going to go with about. Let's save that one. Now, of course, I have a nice looking nav where I have the home as well as the about links. Now, the problem, of course, with this setup is the fact that if I want to add this nav to all my pages, as you can see, I'll have to copy and paste. And since we know that our pages are React components in React, we can actually nest another component inside of the component, correct? So we can obviously do that in Gatsby as well. So let's try it out. And the way we're going to do that is in source, we're going to create another folder. Now, you can name this folder however you would please. Just keep in mind that common convention is naming it component. So in this case, I need to go to the source and I need to go with new folder. Just make sure that you don't place it inside of the pages. Again, the goal is to place it inside of the source. And like I said, common convention is calling this components. And then, of course, we can be rebels and come up with whatever component name we would like. And in my case, I'm going to call this surprise, Navbar.js. And then I'm going to set up my good old regular component. And again, my preference is always using the arrow function syntax. So therefore, throughout the course, this is the syntax that you'll most likely see. But if you prefer a different setup, I believe I covered those options in the previous videos. And as far as this component return, well, I can simply go with nav and the same deal. Now, since I don't want them to be in the same line, I'll just place a on our list, then list item, and then same deal. We need to import our link from, and you guessed it, from Gatsby. So we go here with our link again, same addresses. We're going to go with to prop and we'll just set up to homepage. So that's going to be /. And now let me copy and paste this list item. And we're going to go with about. And let's just add here about as well. So let's save this sucker here. And once my navbar is ready to go, then of course I just need to go to any of the pages that I want to set up the navbar, import the navbar, and return it in my component. So back in the index.js, we want to set up the import. And of course, since I'm exporting as default, I can call it whatever I want. Notice here, export default navbar. So back in the index.js, I'm going to go with navbar and then from. And now, of course, in this case, we're looking in the components and then more specifically navbar. So now, of course, I don't need to hard code it. I just simply go with navbar like so. And now, of course, we have a good looking navbar. So in here, if I click on about, I navigate to about page. And since I want to navigate back to the home page, I'll do the same thing in the about.js. So let's import the navbar. Let's set it up here on the top. So I guess in order to speed this up, I'll just copy the component and then copy and paste, I guess. And then as far as this text, so it's easier for you to see, I'll just place it in the heading too. So let's save this one. Should probably restart. Now I have the navbar in the about page as well as the home page. So that's how we can add a component to our Gatsby pages. Now in next video, I'll show you even an easier way how we can set up a navbar in all our pages. Nice. We have a way of adding components to our pages. And throughout the course, we'll definitely use this option, but not for the navbar. Why? Well, because navbar typically is a global component, meaning a component that we want to display in all our pages. In typical project, you also want to display footer in all the pages, maybe a sidebar modal, and hopefully you get the gist. As you can imagine, if we'll start importing all the components, all the global components in all our pages, it's going to get messy pretty fast. So what option we're going to use instead? A wrapper component approach. Now, before we set anything up, let me just stress something. This is not a invalid syntax. So we will use this approach where we set up the component and then we use it in one of our pages or maybe two of our pages. But the idea is that if you have a component that is displayed in all your pages, there's a better approach where you set up a wrapper component. And that way you can group all your global components in that one wrapper component. And then you don't have to import all the global components in all your pages. Now, in order to stress the point of multiple global components, first I'm going to navigate to components and create a file by the name of footer. And then I'll create that wrapper component. Now, a common convention is calling this layout. Just keep in mind, it is just a file name. It is just a React component. So, of course, you can be a rebel and call it whatever you want. Just keep in mind that if you're reading someone else's code, most likely you'll see this convention of naming it layout. Now, first, I'll go to footer. And in here, I'll just create my React component. And I'll close the sidebar just so we have a bit more real estate. And as far as the footer, I'm just going to go with footer tags. And for the time being, I'll just go with hello from footer, like so. So we save the sucker here. And then, of course, we need to go to the layout. Now, layout is going to be the component that wraps pretty much all the pages. And the way we set it up, we just go with component. And then in our return, we're going to place our global components. And then we'll use this layout to wrap all our pages. So first, I guess let's start by importing all our global ones. At the moment we have two. So we're going to go with import and we're looking for navbar. It is sitting in the same folder. So we simply go navbar. And at this point, I'll use two cursors. So say here footer. And then, like I said, we just need to place them inside of the return. So I go with a navbar. And then the second one is the footer. Now, keep in mind one thing. When we use layout, of course, this div will show up in our source code. So at this point, you have multiple options. Either you can return it as a main, you can return it as a section, or whatever element you want, but just keep in mind that that element will show up with this particular setup in your source code. So my approach is always using the React fragment. So you can write it the long way, react.fragment, or the shorthand is just using the angle brackets. And effectively, it is a pattern to return multiple elements, because keep in mind that in React, we still need to have this parent, but using React fragment, we can group children without adding the extra node. Again, that is just a React thing, and that is my particular setup. I just prefer keeping my source code as clean as possible. So I'll save the layout, I'll open up the sidebar, and you know what? I'll remove all the files that I'm currently in, but we're not done. We will have to return to the layout because there's one key thing missing with the current setup, but I just want to show you what is going to be the error. And now, of course, I just need to navigate to about and index and then wrap both of those pages if I want to display the footer as well as the navbar. And we're going to first remove the navbar just so you don't think that I'm cheating. So notice how I'm removing the import as well as the component. Then I'll also do the same thing here where I'll remove the navbar and from the return as well. And now in the index.js, let's start by importing the layout. So we go with layout from, and then of course we're looking in the components, and then we go with the layout. And then, like I said, what we're going to do, we're going to wrap all the return, so everything that we're returning from the page in our layout component. So at the moment we have div, and I can simply replace it. I can say that instead I'm going to be returning a layout. Now keep in mind that the moment you'll save, you won't see any contents of the homepage because we haven't handled that in layout component. And once I save, I do have the navbar as well as the footer. But what about the contents of the page? Well, we don't see anything because we haven't handled that in the layout. And if you're familiar with React, you know that in React, of course, we have a props object. So let's quickly console log the props for our layout. And now I'm going to navigate to the bigger screen just so we can see a little bit better. And in the console, notice the object. And I'll try to zoom in. And basically, props object is a way to pass in the props into the components. So that is the React setup. Now, one special prop is children. And essentially, this children just represents whatever you have inside of the component. So whatever is placed inside of the component. So I'm not talking about the return of the component. I'm just talking about whatever is placed inside of the component. And since I want to display the contents of the homepage, I need to access the children and then set up my return where I'm also returning a children. And in order to access them, there's multiple ways I can do that. You can either go with props.children somewhere here, or you can just destructure it right away in the parameters. And the syntax for that is the curly braces, and then we go with children. And then once I have accessed the children, now, of course, I just need to decide how my return is going to look like. And then since I want navbar on the top and then footer in the bottom, I simply set up children in between like so. So once I save, notice now, of course, I have the contents of the homepage. Now, in order to make it less confusing, why don't we head back and instead of hello people, we just say homepage. So we save it, and now I can clearly see that this is my homepage. Now, keep in mind one thing, where nothing stops you from moving the navbar. A common approach, of course, is placing navbar at the top and that footer in the bottom, but there is no rule that says that you always have to do that. As long as you display the children, basically the contents of the page that you're going to wrap, and as long as you have a valid syntax for the component you're importing, of course, you're going to be in good shape. And now to hammer this home, why don't we do the same thing in the about.js. So let's navigate to about.js. We need to go with import. Then we're looking for layout from, and again, components, and then the layout. And now, of course, I'm just going to wrap the return of the about page as well. And as you can imagine, if you have more global components, you simply create them and then add them to your layout. And in turn, that does two things. First, it keeps our project cleaner, where we have only one place where we have all the global components. And second, you don't need to hop from page to page for every global component that you create. And in order to test it out, why don't I go to my navbar and click about? So notice this is my about page, and I can nicely navigate back to the home page as well. So that is a wrapper component approach, where effectively we set up one component, then import all the global ones that we're going to use in all our pages, and then we simply wrap all our pages in this layout component. But don't forget about the children, because otherwise you won't see the contents of the actual page. Good job. I think at this point we have a solid understanding of the Gatsby basics. So switch gears and look at the styling options in Gatsby. As a quick side note, since the primary focus of this course is Gatsby, and typing out the CSS takes a long time, for all the course projects, including this one, all the CSS is already prepared and ready to go. We might type few lines of CSS here and there while we work on some examples, but that's about it. For the most part, styling is exactly the same as in regular React. So if you already have the preferred styling method, you will be able to hit the ground running in no time. Now, since I don't want this module to be 3 hours long, I will only cover the major options, as well as my personal favorite. Just keep in mind that Gatsby fully supports other options like Bootstrap, Tailwind, Emotion, or any of the gazillion options that we have out there as well. And you can find those implementations within a matter of seconds by just performing a quick search in the starter library or utilizing your favorite search engine. All right, and the most basic way how we can style our Gatsby applications is using inline styles. So if I go back to index.js, and for example, I want to style the heading 1, I can simply add a style attribute. But just keep in mind that when we work in JSX, we're actually working with JavaScript. Now, what that simply means is that if I set up my double curlies, and again, the reason why we're setting up double curlies because for a style, it is looking for the object. And then in order to access JavaScript, we simply need to use these curly braces. So the first curly braces is to go back to the JavaScript. And then the second one is the object. Because again, that is what is required in the JSX when you're setting up the style attribute. Because at the end of the day, you're setting up the JavaScript. And the same goes for properties and values. For example, you cannot type color and then :red like you normally would in the CSS. Why? Because this is JavaScript. So the value needs to be in the quotation marks. And then, of course, once we save, there it is. Of course, my heading is red. And like I said, the same goes for the properties. If I want to set up text transform, notice I don't write text-transform. Again, we cannot do that in JavaScript as far as the object properties. So we need to go with text transform. And then as far as the value, again, E in the quotation marks and capitalized. So that's the most basic way how we can add CSS to our Gatsby application. While setting up our styling using inline CSS is definitely an option, you can kind of see that it's going to get messy pretty fast. And we don't need to even add that many elements. So for example, if I set up multiple heading ones, so there's going to be hello world and copy and paste and hello people. And what if I want to style them exactly the same? Of course, you can say, well, you'll just grab the style and then you'll copy and paste. Okay, but what if I later want to change all my heading ones to green? Am I going to hop from one heading one to another one and keep changing these values? Okay, and what about different pages? We have about, we have contact, and hopefully you get a gist. So a better approach is setting up a global CSS. Now, Eventually, we'll set up a separate folder for that, for all the assets, the images, the CSS, and all that. But for the time being, while our project is still nice and cute, I'm just gonna head to components, and then we need to come up with a file name. And since I'm gonna be attaching this to the layout, I'm gonna go with layout and then CSS. So at this point, this is a traditional CSS file. So you can do all the CSS-y things that you like to do. So you can import fonts, you can set up CSS variables, and all that cool stuff. Now, in our case, we're not going to be that dramatic. We're just going to go with body, and then we're going to go with font family, and I'm going to go with a system one, like so. And then maybe let's add a bit of background as well, just so we can see that it actually works. And maybe let's go with red. So maybe we will be a bit drastic in the beginning. Now, of course, nothing is happening because we haven't imported this CSS. And next, I'm also going to style all the heading ones. And I'm just going to set them up as color blue. And then where do we import this file? Well, since we have a layout, and that layout is going to wrap all our pages, I think it kind of makes sense if we just import this layout CSS here. Now, with this one, since it is a CSS file, we don't need to specifically say what we're importing. However, we do need to use the extension. So remember how when we used Navbar and footer, we simply went with Navbar and footer. Notice there is no JS. With the CSS one, you need to have a full extension since it's not a JavaScript file. So we simply go with import and then / and then layout and then CSS. Now, again, we don't need to say what we're importing. Now, of course, I have my background red as well as the color for the heading ones. Now, let me mention two things. First, keep in mind that since we have a inline style in our project, it will always be stronger than the global one. So even though I set all my heading ones to be blue, because I'm using the inline style for the first one, whatever color I have here is going to be applied. Now, why am I telling you that? Because there's going to be cases where you are not setting up the inline style. For example, you're using a third-party library, and that library adds that inline CSS. And then it's your job to go back to the source code and check what styles are applied. So that way you can either override them, or maybe you can just fully understand what is happening as far as the CSS. Now, the second thing with the Gatsby version 3, they have this interesting setup where during the development, even though contact or I don't know, testing does not have the layout component, the styles will be applied. So previously the setup was following where only the pages that had layout, the CSS was applied. That's not a scenario anymore with Gatsby version 3. What am I talking about? Well, if I go to about, I can clearly see that I still have my footer and navbar, correct? And I have hello from the about page. So that makes sense. Of course, the global style is present, but why I have the global style also in contact. So if I hop over to the navbar and if I add a link to a contact, so say contact here and contact, you'll notice something interesting. So once we save, first of all, we have a link in navbar. That makes sense. And then once you press, check it out. Notice how the page is red. And if you still don't believe me, if we go to the contact and just change to heading 1 and change the text to contact page, you'll see that there is no navbar. So there's no navbar and footer. So we don't have the layout, but the background is red. And of course, the heading 1 is blue. So again, we'll still have to use the layout. We'll have to import the layout, set up the layout and all that. But the global CSS in Gatsby version 3 is already applied. But let me be very clear. As far as I tested, this is only happening in development. So once you deploy your project, if the page does not have the layout, styles won't be applied. While global styles are great and we'll definitely use them in our project, as your project gets bigger, eventually we'll run into two issues where you'll have to get creative with a class names because you don't want to have name collisions. And second, it's going to get harder and harder to manage the global CSS. And in this video, I simply want to show you the name collision problem. And then in the following videos, we'll take a look at the approaches that we can use in Gatsby to avoid them. And I actually want to start by removing this background red because I do find it a bit annoying. And again, we have multiple heading ones. And you know what? In these videos, I'll just focus on the about and index.js. Again, eventually we will add layout to the rest of the pages. But for now, let's just work in these two pages, the home page as well as the about. So in the about, I'm just going to change it around and I'll simply say about page. And now, of course, I just need to navigate back. So let's go to about. And for some reason, it tells me that there is no page. So let me refresh. Now, of course, everything works. And as you can see, I have the about page and I have the home page. And in both cases, I have these heading ones and they're blue. And of course, in order to avoid that, I just need to go with maybe a class of about heading. And then I'm just going to say color and we're going to go with green. And we can do the same thing with home heading. So home heading. And then as far as these ones, well, why don't we keep them as blue? So I'll just remove the global style and I'll set up a color. And I'll say color is equal to blue. Now, if we head back to index.js, first, I guess, let's just remove the inline style for these ones. And then I want to simply apply this class. So where I can apply the class, well, I can probably come up with a div. And inside of this div, I'm just going to go with home heading. So home and then hyphen heading. And then whatever heading I'm going to place inside of the div, of course, all of them will be blue. We can clearly see that. And then the same thing we'll do in the about. So let's say here that I'm going to create a div. And this is going to be an about heading, class name and about heading. And now, of course, if I navigate to about page, the heading should be green, but it's not. So let's see. First, let's try to refresh. That didn't work. And maybe at this point, I'll have to restart the server. So let's go with npm start. And then once the server is up and running, we definitely should see that green color. So that's the thing. Sometimes in development, yes, the hot reloading is technically working, but once in a while, you might need to restart the server. And then once you do, and once I refresh, notice now, of course, I have the about page. And like I said, as your project gets bigger and bigger, you just need to get really creative with these class names because you want to avoid the name collisions as much as possible. And also the second issue is the fact that as your project gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it is harder and harder to manage the global CSS file. So in following videos, we'll take a look at two solutions that we can use in our Gatsby project. All right, and the first solution that we have in Gatsby is built into the Gatsby, so you don't need to install anything, and it is called CSS Modules. Now, I have to be perfectly honest, I actually don't use that solution because I do find it a bit clunky, and I actually prefer styled components option instead, and I'm going to cover that in the next video. Again, that is just my personal preference. It doesn't mean that it's a bad one. I just find styled components easier to use. And the way we set up CSS modules, we simply need to create a file by the name of module CSS. Now, what I'm going to do is in the source, I'm going to create a new folder and I'll call this examples. And effectively in this folder, I'll just dump things that eventually are not going to be part of our project, meaning part of our recipe site. But just in case you ever want to have a reference, you can just find it in the examples. So in the examples, we'll create two CSS files. And the first one will be home module CSS. And the second one will be about module CSS. So as you can imagine, for every page, you can create one. For every component, you can create one. It really comes down to your preference. So in the examples, I'm going to go with home, and naming here is important. So come up with whatever name you want. So in my case, I'm going to go with home, then module, and then CSS. So that is the proper syntax. And let's do the same thing for the about as well. So we're going to go with about, module, CSS. And if you want to create one for navbar, one for footer, of course, you can definitely do so. And then in here, we just need to come up with a class. And since I don't want to be creative with my class names, I'll simply say page. So I go with page here, and then I just need to come up with the styles. So in this case, in my page, I want to have a color, and I'm going to go with blue. So all the elements, the color will be blue. And then let's also set up a text one. So that's going to be another class. And in this case, I'm just going to add text transform, and we're going to go with capitalize. And just to showcase that we're not limited to only setting up the classes, meaning we can use other CSS selectors instead, I'll also write page, and then heading 1 is going to be color. And for time being, why don't we go with blue violet? So I'll save it here. And now I just need to import. Now, since I named my one home module CSS, now, of course, it only makes sense if I navigate to index.js and then I go with import. And this is the difference between version 2 and version 3, where in version 3, you need to be specific of what classes you're actually importing. Previously, you just got the whole object and then somewhere in your code, you used it. Now, in this case, it is different, where they actually want you to name it. Now, you can still import as the whole thing, and I'll show you that in the about page, but a typical approach is getting the exact classes that you have in the module CSS file. So in my case, what classes do I have? I have page, and of course, I also have the text. Now, where is it coming from? Of course, it is coming from examples, and then the file name is home, module, CSS. Again, since it is a CSS file, you need to provide a full path. And then I just need to decide, well, where I'm going to apply those classes. And let's start with the page class. Well, this one kind of makes sense if I'll apply to my div, correct? And then that way I'll right away style my headings. And then this text one, well, I'll have to create a paragraph and probably add that text class. So we go here with class name, and then we need to use this dynamic approach where, of course, now we have imported the class name by the name of page. So we simply go with page like so. So once I save and once I navigate back home, check it out. I can see that all my heading ones at the moment have this color. Now, if you don't see it, try refreshing the page. And then, of course, I also want to create a paragraph with some lorem text. So say lorem and apply the text. And of course, in here, notice how the text is blue. Why? Well, because I say that everything is going to be color blue, but then the heading ones are going to have this blue violet color. Now, if I want to capitalize this, of course, I need to go back to index.js, and I already have this class. So the same deal. We go with class name, and then we go with text. Now, why it is so powerful? Because I can do the same thing in about module, meaning I can use the same names and just change the value. So let me copy this, copy and paste, and I don't need to come up with about page or home page or contact page or whatever. I can simply change these values. So for example, I'm going to go back to the annoying red one. So all the text is going to be color red. And then the heading ones are going to be, I don't know, yellow, maybe yellow green. And then as far as the text, I'm going to go to uppercase. So notice how I'm using the same names. I'm just changing the values. So now, of course, if I navigate to about, again, I just need to import. We go here, import page, and then the text from, and then the module, of course, examples, and then about module, and then CSS. And in here, again, instead of the div, why don't we go with a page? So that's the class that I have. And then, of course, right below it, Let's add a heading 1 with hello world, just so we can see that it is actually working and we can check it out. Notice at this point, nothing was updated. So again, at this point, we'll have to refresh. And there it is. Now I have about page as well as the hello world. And then right below it, why don't we set up a text? And again, this is going to be a paragraph with just some dummy text. So we'll use lorem once we save. And then again, once we refresh, it is going to be red. Why? Because that's the styling I have in my about module. And then lastly, if I want to have this uppercase, I simply go with text and I add that to my paragraph. So I'm going to go back to about, and then if we go with class name, and then if we say text, then of course the moment will save. And again, in this case, we'll have to refresh. Of course, our text will be uppercase. So as you can see, using these modules solves both issues. First, we don't need to be creative with our class names, and yet we can still use the proper CSS selector. So if you come up with one class name, you can just say that I'm going to style heading ones or paragraphs and all that. And the second thing, your files will be way more manageable. Because of course, in here, for example, I'm just going to apply styles to the homepage. And in the about module, of course, that is going to be for the about module. In the Navbar one, the styles are going to be for Navbar, and hopefully you get the gist. Again, it is my preference to use styled components because I still find it a bit clunky, but it is definitely a good option. And what's really cool, it is right away built into the Gatsby. Now, lastly, I just want to showcase that, of course, there's also an option where we don't have to name them, and we simply do it this way, where we go with a star and we say as, and then we just need to come up with a name. In here, I can say about styles. Now, every time I access this one, I also need to use about and styles, and then the class name didn't change. So class name is exactly the same, but of course, the beginning part is different. So at this point, I'm not setting up named imports. I'm not saying, hey, get me the page or text. I'm just saying, get me everything. I'm going to rename it as styles, about styles, and then I'm just going to use this value. So that definitely is another option you can do. And let me just save the text and let me refresh and showcase that nothing changed. And at the very end, I just want to showcase that if you navigate to the browser, notice the elements. So if we go to the Gatsby one right now, and then inside of the div, and then inside of the div, notice the class name. It is home module, and then page, and then whatever value over here. And the way the modules work, effectively, they set up these unique class names. So that's why I can use the same name in my about module, the same as in home module, and in any page module that I possibly have. So here, notice we have this class that I'm styling heading ones, and the same works for the paragraph where I have that text one. Again, this is a unique class name, so that way you won't have those name collisions. And if we navigate to about, check it out. Again, this is going to be different name for that div. So about module, and then page, and then again, some kind of different value. And with that said, now let's take a look at the styled components approach. Awesome job. We're almost done with the styling. And as a last topic in this module, I would like to cover styled components. Now, I can tell you right away that we will only be scratching the surface of what the styled components can do. And we only cover them since in later course projects, I'll provide CSS using styled components. And therefore, I want you to be aware of the general setup. As a side note, if you are interested in styled components, I do have an entire course dedicated to styled components, and you can check it out by visiting johnsmilga.com. Now, the idea behind styled components is very similar to that of CSS modules. They add unique class names, so we don't need to worry about naming collisions, and also provide modularity, so we don't need to jam all of our CSS code in one file. What's also interesting, in order to add style components to our project, we'll learn how to add plugins to our project. And you can think of plugins as a way to enhance our project's capabilities with the help of Gatsby community. So with that said, let's first navigate to the Gatsby docs, and we're looking for the plugins link. So go to the Gatsby docs, and then look for the plugins. Once we navigate here, as you can see, we have many plugins at our disposal. And the idea is following, where if I have a Gatsby project and if I want to add some feature, I just go to the plugins, get the plugin, and basically somebody else in the community has provided that feature for me. Now there's official plugins, so plugins made by the Gatsby team. There are plugins made by the companies. And as an example, later in the project, we'll use the Contentful one. And of course, since we can create our own plugins, there's also plugins made by the community. And in my case, since I don't want to search through all the plugins just to find the styled component one, I'll simply go to the search box and I'll type styled. And once we do, first option is going to be Gatsby plugin styled components. That's the plugin we're looking for. And what I really enjoy for most of them, the documentation is super well written, where they right away tell you everything you need to install, everything you need to set up. And as a result, you're up and running in no time. In this case, they right away tell us what libraries we need to install, what dependencies we need to add to our project. So we simply copy this line and then navigate back to our project. Now we do need to stop the server. So I'll press Control-C. I'll clear the terminal and copy and paste. And then keep on scrolling and notice how to use. We need to add in a Gatsby config our plugin. And what's really important, Gatsby config is a node file. So this is just a export syntax for node files. They use CommonJS. That's why we go with module exports. We're exporting a object, and then in that object we have plugins array. And this is important. Don't rename it to John, Peter, or Susan. It has to be a plugins. That's a must. And then we have two options. Some plugins will be set up as objects if we want to set up more options, and some of them will be set up only as a string. Now, in this case, they showcase as an object, but in fact, we can use it as a string. So I'll just copy this string. Keep in mind that these are template literals. Those are not quotation marks, and that is very important. So now I have this string, and again, I'll navigate back to my project. And of course, in this case, I'm going to be looking for my Gatsby config. And then notice I have my array. I just copy and paste. And successfully, I have my first plugin. Now, every time you install a dependency or make some changes in Gatsby config, I suggest restarting the server. Otherwise, the latest changes might not be applied. So npm start, we spin up the dev server. And the way we set up styled component, we simply go to examples. We'll create a new file, and I'll call this button, and more specifically button.js. So let me zoom out. For some reason, I didn't add the JS extension. And the way we work with styled components, we go with import, and common convention is calling this styled, but it is a default export. So technically you don't have to follow the conventions. Then we go with styled components. And the way we set up our styled component, we either can go with export default or a named export. And effectively, we're right away setting up a React component. Now, under the hood, it is still going to be a HTML element. And I'll show you that in a second in the browser. So in my case, I'm going to go with a named export option, where I'm going to go with export const, and then we just need to come up with the name. Example button is equal to styled dot, and then whatever HTML element we want. So if you want div, you just type div. If you want article, you type article. If you want a section, you get to just type the section. Now, in my case, since I have the file name by the name of button, as well as the component name, I might as well go with the button. And then we go with this interesting syntax of tag template literal. Now, they're not unique to styled components. In fact, they were introduced in ES6. But the way styled components use them is we simply add here the styles, and they will be applied to our React component and in turn our HTML element. So if I go with a background and green, and also add maybe a color of orange and font size is going to be 2 REMs, you'll see that once we render the button, all of these styles will be applied. Now, quickly, I want to mention that if your screen looks a bit different than mine, it is simply because I'm using this extension, the VS Code styled components. I believe that was the name. Styled components extension, yeah. And this extension does two things. It adds colors to properties. So properties are different color than the value. So probably in your case, you probably see everything as orange. And second, it right away checks for the bug. So for example, if I remove the semicolon, it right away tells me that, hey, listen, there's something wrong with your code. If you don't have that extension, then you'll have to debug it yourself. So that's the extension. Let me make this smaller. Now, once we have the button in place, and by the way, you know what? I messed it up. I did not save Gatsby config. So my apologies, but I'll have to restart it. Otherwise, I might have to do that later anyway. So again, I stop the server, Control C. In this case, I have saved all the changes, and then I go with start. Okay. Now, back in our file system, of course, in the index.js, I want to get that button. So I'm going to go with import. Now, since it is a named export, I need to go with example button from, and then of course we're looking in the examples and then the button. And then I just need to decide where I want to render it. So I'm going to go above the headings and I'll say example button. Now, as far as the text inside of the button, we're just going to go with click me. So once I navigate back home, at the moment I don't see it, but once I refresh, I should see my button. And that's interesting. Okay, now it is. So I guess it took a little bit for the server to spin up. Now, of course, we can see the button. Now, just to showcase, it is still a HTML element. Here, I also need to refresh. So Gatsby div, and then notice this unique class name. That's what's responsible for setting up those unique styles. So we don't need to worry about the name collisions. So these styles will be only applied to this specific button, not to all the buttons that we have in our project. And the way we'll use later styled components in our upcoming projects is following, where basically I'm going to go to about.js. Keep in mind that you can do it in any of the components. I'm just going to use about.js as an example. And I'm going to go with import styled. And then, of course, I'm looking for styled components. And then typically I'll set up my styled component below my actual component. And then I'll just wrap my component in the styled component. So we go with const, and usually I'll probably call them wrapper. And then I'll say styled, again, whatever HTML element you want. So sometimes it's going to be a section, sometimes it's going to be a div, and you get an idea. So in this case, why don't we go with section here? And then as far as the styles, why don't we copy the ones from the about module CSS? So I'll just grab everything and I'll show you how we can set it up in the styled component. And a setup in a styled component is pretty much just like in normal CSS. Since I know that I'm going to be wrapping my component in this styled component, I actually don't need this page anymore. I can simply say that whatever elements are going to be inside of my wrapper, well, the color is going to be red. And the same goes for heading ones. I don't need to have this class anymore. I'm just going to say all the heading ones that are inside of this wrapper will have this yellow green. Now, we can still use the classes if we want in a styled component. If there's going to be a text class inside of my styled component, then of course the text transform will be equal to uppercase. Now, the only thing left to do is just scroll up, and then I'll remove these class names. We don't need them apart from the paragraph one. That one we will add back later. But first, I want to just change the div to my wrapper. So that's my styled component. And then, like I said, let's also add a class name of text for my paragraph. And we'll save it. And of course, this is a home page. So now I need to navigate to about page. And notice how my styles did not change. And if I'll change it from red to blue in this case, once we save, once we refresh, of course, the text color right now is going to be blue. Now, why do I find styled components easier to work with than the CSS modules, simply because I like the fact that all my styles are in the same file as my component. So that way, as I'm setting up the functionality, I can right away add the styling as well. The reason why I find the modules a bit clunky because you set up the logic and then you need to rush back to the module CSS file, look for the class, look for changes and all that. Now, again, for some people, that's not a big deal, but my preference is always to have the styles in the same file. And effectively, that is going to be the setup in a future project where I will prepare all the boilerplate for you. So we won't create the components every time from the scratch. It's only in this project, in tutorial one, where we're doing that. And then also with the setup, there's going to be a styled component in the bottom with all the styles. So we'll simply need to add the wrapper to our component and we'll be in good shape and you'll have all the styles. And also you'll be able right away to see what styling I applied to my component. Now, I'm not complaining. The default modules option is a very good one. It's definitely better than global CSS, but I personally prefer using styled components instead. That should do it for the main styling options we have in Gatsby. And now we can move on to our next topic. Nice. And before we cover data in Gatsby, why don't we spend some time on our current project? So it looks more like this than whatever we have right now. And we're going to start with some house cleaning. So I'm going to navigate back to my project. And in the pages, I'll remove that company folder. Again, that was just to showcase how the nested structure works. We actually don't need it for a project. Now, if you want to keep it, that's definitely your option. But in my case, I will remove it. And Visual Studio Code is concerned, but I'll say, yes, I want to remove the company. And the same goes for testing. As a quick side note, you probably noticed that in a terminal, you get this warning. So even though I said that, yes, this is one of the options that you can use when you're setting up the arrow function, where essentially you just go with export default and arrow function. At this point, they right away set up the warning. And basically, they just suggest using other approach where we set up the name and then we export as default, which is going to be my option throughout the course anyway. Now, why am I telling you that? Because I want to remove the testing anyway. So we'll go with remove and we'll remove that sucker as well. Now that's a great start. Then in the components, I'm not going to have the layout. All the CSS is going to be in a different folder anyway. So yes, I want to remove the layout CSS as well. And then one by one, we'll add the basic changes to all our pages, as well as create all the pages we eventually will have in our project. So let's start with index.js. I don't want to keep this module one, and that was for your reference. Same goes for the example button, and I simply can remove example button as well as this class name. Now, to tell you honestly, I'll just have the layout for now with a heading 1 of homepage. So I'll say home page. Let's just keep things simple at this point. And since I removed the files and all that, it looks like I'll have to restart. So let's go here with npm start. We'll start it up. And then, of course, next one is the about.js. Again, the same deal. I don't want the import for the module. I also don't want for the styled ones. And I have another complaint where the layout.js is, of course, looking for layout CSS. So let's remove this one as well. And once that one is fixed in the about.js, of course, we don't have the wrapper anymore. So remove that one. And also, I'll remove the whole styled component. And in here also wrapper goes. And the same deal. I'm just going to leave one, heading 1, with a about page. So again, let's see. Yep, that fixes it. So I have my current navbar, home, about, contact, and then I just have hello from footer. And effectively, this is the structure that I want to set up in all my pages. And I guess let's continue by setting up all the pages that we're going to have in our project. So if I take a look at the complete one, I have home, I have recipes page, I have tags page, about, and contact, and of course the error. So effectively, we need to create two more. We need to create recipes as well as the tags. So since I'm going to use pretty much the same setup, I can just copy whatever I have in the about. And now in the pages, let's create tags page. So tags.js as well as new files, and we'll call this recipes.js. So copy and paste. Now it's probably a better setup if we change the name. Keep in mind, we're exporting as default. So technically it doesn't matter, but just to stay consistent, I'm going to go with recipes. And I always suggest using the capital casing. And I'll show you when we work with Navbar why it is better. And essentially it's because of React hooks. But don't worry, we'll get there. And I'll say here recipes as well. And I'll just say, instead of about page, recipes page. Let's save it. Okay, awesome. And then I want to do the same thing in the tags. So copy and paste everything. And again, instead of recipes, we're going to go with tags here and tags here as well. And recipes will become tags page. Now, since I want to quickly navigate around my project just to see whether everything worked, I'll go back to Navbar. Again, there's going to be multiple iterations of this Navbar. So we will have to restructure it a bit later. But for now, let's just copy and paste. And remember that we have tags as well as the recipes. Recipes, okay, let's save it. And of course, I didn't change these values here, so that's why I have multiple contacts. So tags, recipes over here. And I can clearly see now all my pages. So I have home, about, contact, and of course, in the contact page, I did not add the layout. So that was my bad. I guess let's go back to the contact page. So where it is over here. And now, since we already have this setup, why don't we copy and paste? It's going to be faster. So let's go back to the contact, select everything. In here, I'm showcasing the function approach, meaning the good old function keyword approach, but we'll just change it to a arrow function instead. So I'm looking for recipes and I want to change it to contact. So let me, in this case, select all three of them. We'll say contact here. And then if we refresh, of course, we also have right now a navbar as well as the footer in the contact page. So now I can nicely navigate around and I can see that I have all my pages. And lastly, I just want to add layout to my error page as well. Because if you remember, I said that error page is just a typical page. So we can do all the same things that we do in other pages. And again, I think it's just going to be faster selecting everything, copy and paste, and just change the name. Now, if you're wondering why nothing breaks, well, it is simply because layout, of course, is sitting in the same place. So as we're setting up the files here in the pages, this path will always be correct. Now, of course, if you'll have nested structure, that's a different scenario. So I'll say here error, and I'm going to do it here as well. And then lastly, for the heading 1, let's just say error. So let's save this one. As you can see, all these pages are set up correctly. And now I just want to test out the error. So I'll simply add, I don't know, whatever gibberish after contact. This is going to spit me back this screen. And of course, now I can see the error page. So we have good fundamentals in place. And now we can move on to our next task. All right. And once we have general structure in place, now let's quickly deal with styling. And don't worry, since it's a Gatsby course, I won't make you type out the CSS. We'll simply copy and paste the styles from the final project. And if you want to access the styles, you have two options. Probably the fastest one is just going to be using johnsmilga.com. Navigate there. Again, we're looking for the Gatsby project. And then we're looking for recipe site. And then click on either the star files or the source code. Both of them lead to the same place. And basically, you'll hit the repo. Now, another option, of course, you can look for my GitHub profile, johnsmilga.com, or I'm sorry, John Smilga, and then go for Gatsby version 3 tutorial recipes. And once you hit the repo, in the source, look for the assets one. And in there, more specifically, look for CSS. And finally, you'll hit the main CSS. And I suggest just clicking on raw. And essentially, these are all the styles we're going to use in the project. So just click select all, copy, and navigate back. Now, again, in my case, I'll keep the same structure because later I'll use those assets. So in the source, I'll create a new folder, and the name is assets like so. Then in this folder, I'm going to create another one, and I'll call this CSS. And then finally, in this one, I'll create the new file. I'll call my one main CSS. I'll zoom out, copy and paste, and we have all the styles. Now, you'll notice that at the very top, the fonts are commented out because later we will use a plugin to set up the fonts. And of course, I'll talk about it once we get there. For the time being, if you want to have the same fonts as in the final project, just uncomment the fonts. That's all you have to do. Now, of course, nothing changed in our project because we still need to include it. And the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to go to the layout one. And instead of looking for the layout CSS, now, of course, I'm going to go with import. And then in the assets folder, CSS. And again, the file name is main CSS. And the moment you save, notice right away, we have the styles. Now, I also prefer using normalized CSS in my projects. Keep in mind, this has nothing to do with Gatsby. It is just a thing that I like to use. Now, if you're not familiar with normalize, effectively, it preserves useful defaults and tries to normalize the styles across the browsers. Basically, it gives us a safe starting point. And if you're familiar with CSS Reset, it is just a nicer version of this one. You probably have seen this one, margin 0, padding, and then 0, and then box sizing, border box. Normalize just uses way more complicated setup than that. So I'll remove this dummy code. And if you want to use normalize, just quickly go to normalize CSS. Now you can click on download and you're going to get entire CSS code, and you can create a new file. That is definitely an option, and then copy and paste whatever code you have over here, or you can use the npm module, which is going to be in my case. So I'm just going to copy this line of code. I'm going to navigate back to my project, stop everything, clear the console, copy and paste, install normalize CSS. Again, this is the case where I don't need to set up anything in the Gatsby config. I don't need to set it up as a plugin because this is not a Gatsby thing. Effectively, this is a React thing. And now, of course, I just need to navigate to my layout. And before I import main CSS, I'll also import my normalize. So in here, I go with import, and then I look for normalize and CSS. That's all we have to do. And the moment I import my normalize as well, I'm just going to restart the server. And of course, normalize has been added to our project. And once that is out of the way, now, of course, we can move on to the next step. Beautiful. Once the styling is in place, now let's knock out some components, and we'll start with the basic ones. So the ones that don't have any queries or images. And once we have more knowledge about Gatsby, then we'll complete the complicated ones as well. And I guess our footer can be a great starting point. So if you take a look at the complete application, of course, you can see the footer, and this is going to be our first component. And I'm going to navigate to the footer. That's my component. And at the moment, I just have this footer tag with a heading 2. And instead, I'm going to use the class. So I'm going to attach the class that is coming from my global CSS. Class name is page footer. And then as far as the return, there's going to be a paragraph. And first, I'm going to use this HTML entity where I do want to have this copy one. And once I save, I have my black footer as well as the copyright symbol. And then after that, we're going to go with date. Now, first, I'll hard code this, and then in a second, I'll show you how we can make this dynamic. Then we have a span, and in the span, we'll simply write the name of the site. So in my case, that is going to be simple recipes. Then right next to the span, we are going to have a text, and text is going to be following built with, and why don't we use the href? So why don't we use the simple link element? Because I want this link to navigate to external resource, more specifically Gatsby site. So let me go back here. I'm going to go back to the main site, and then I'll just copy and paste the URL here in the href, and then we'll simply place a text. And I'll simply write Gatsby. We save it. That's our look. And then the only thing that is actually missing is the dynamic year. Now, since we know that we are, of course, working in the JSX, in order to go back to the JavaScript land, we just need to set up the curly braces, and then we can just use a JavaScript date. We can go with a new date, so that gets us the date, and then we can go with get full year, which is a method that, of course, gets us a full year. And that way, we don't need to come back every year and update the hard-coded value. We'll always display the correct current year. As far as the CSS, if you're interested in styles that I set up, just navigate to main CSS and use the shortcut Command F, and then just type whatever class name. So in this case, of course, you have page footer. So these are all the styles that I applied to the footer. And the setup for next component is going to be the same. Where basically we'll be working on our return, and we'll just add the classes. So that way we can save some time on typing out the CSS. And lastly, I just want to mention that the site doesn't look exactly the same as the complete one, because of course we need to work on the other components as well. So eventually, yes, the footer will be all the way in the bottom, and it's not going to be hanging out by the homepage, but we just need to add more components and add more CSS, and then we won't have those issues. And once the footer is in place, our next step is going to be our error page. So let me navigate in the complete one, and there it is. So we'll place a 404, some text, and we'll be in good shape. So first, I'm going to navigate back. I'm going to close all the files, and then I'll open up the 404. Then I'm going to close the sidebar, and I'm also going to remove the Finder. And then we'll still have a layout, but we'll have a different structure where there's going to be a main tag with a class name of error and page. And then inside of this main, let's place a section. And then inside of the section, we're going to have a heading 1 with 404. And then also a heading 3, page not found. That's it. We save this one. And now, of course, we want to test it out. So in the browser, let's navigate to the error, like so. Now, of course, we don't have the page for that. So then we open this up. And of course, we have 404, page not found. Awesome. That concludes the error page. All right. And our next step is going to be a contact page. And basically here we have text on the left-hand side, and then a working form on the right-hand side. Now, for the time being, we'll just set up the return, and eventually we will add the service that takes care of the form submissions. But for the time being, let's just not worry about form submissions and just set up the return. Now, as far as this component, we'll work on this one later, because here we're fetching data from Contentful. In fact, we are reusing this component all throughout our application. If you take a look at the about, it's the same component. It's actually the same component in recipes. Now, I know there's more recipes right now, but of course, we will make our component flexible, where we just pass in the data, and then the component displays those recipes. The same one is used in home here, as well as the tags. So if I go to a specific tag, this is the same component. Again, less data, but same component. So once we create that component, once we understand how we can fetch data from the Headless CMS, then of course, we'll add it to the contact page as well. So let's navigate back, and I'll open up my sidebar. And of course, I'm looking for the contact page. And then in contact, inside of the layout, I just want to place a main first, and we're going to add a class name of page, like so. And then inside of the main, we have a section with a class of contact page. And then inside of the section, we have those two articles. So one is going to be a form, and the second one is just a text. So I'm going to go with heading 3. And in order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy this. I'm not going to write it. Now, if you're interested on where I'm getting this text, my preference is using hipster ipsum. And the site for that is ipsum. And then you come here and you just say how many paragraphs you want. In my case, of course, I'm going to go with 5. And then if you want, you can start with I'm baby. If not, then of course, you can just click it and then you beer me. And of course, this is a text. Again, in order to speed this up, I'll simply copy and paste the values from the complete page. So that way you don't have to watch me type out the text. So this is going to be my heading, and then I'll have 3 paragraphs. So essentially 3 paragraphs, one after another. And I have this one as well. And then I have the third one, right? So copy and paste, and then this sucker as well. Of course, I have my heading as well as 3 paragraphs. Now I said that I'm going to add 2 articles, and for some reason I skipped on that one. So let me add an article. I'll add a class name here, and I'll say contact and then -info. And now let's place the headings as well as the paragraphs inside of this article. My bad. Let's do it. And once we save, then of course I'll create another article. And in this case, there's going to be no class. And then inside of the article, we're going to go with form tags. And then we're looking for 2 classes, form and contact form. And then I'm going to remove the action because we'll work on this one later. We're not worried about it right now. And then we have a form row. And inside of the form row, we'll have a label and the input. And effectively, we'll have 3 form rows. And as I said, I need to fix this bug. This should say email. And also, of course, we'll have the submit button as well. So let's navigate back. And then, like I said, for every input, there's going to be a form row. And then inside of this div, there's going to be a label. So we're going to go with label. And as far as the HTML4, well, it's going to be name. Because, of course, the ID on my name input is going to be name. So say your name and then input. Now type in this case is going to be text. And then we'll have name is equal to name. And then ID is also equal to name. And once I save, that's our first input. And in order to speed this up, I'll copy and paste our entire div. And then I'm looking for the name and I just want to change it to email. So I'll use Command D again to get all the instances of this one. And I'll change it around to email. Now there's one bug. This shouldn't be email, should be name. So let's save it. Now, of course, we have the second one. And the third one will be our message. And that is going to be a text area. So this is not going to be the case where I'll copy and paste. I'll simply say form row. And then inside of this form row, let's add another label. Now this is going to be for the message. So let's write the text message as well. And then right next to the label, let's just go with our text area. And I did already set up the CSS. So we only need a name. So I'm going to go with a message and then the ID, also a message. But as far as the columns and rows, that's controlled by the CSS. So I'll just remove it. And then, like I said, eventually we also want a submit button. So we just go with button and submit. Now I do want to add some classes here. And the class names are btn and block. And then inside of the button, write whatever you want. So in my case, I'm going to go with submit. So once we save, that is our contact form. So let me go here and check it out. So that's my home page. Of course, I have the contact page. Okay, awesome. As well as the error page. So let's see this sucker here as well. And of course, that's my custom one. And yes. And with this in place, I think we can tackle a bit harder component. And that is going to be our navbar. Nice. Congrats on completing our first 3 components. I think we're in good shape. And we have finally arrived at the navbar component. Now, before we start typing away, we do need to get some assets. Because if you take a look at the navbar, there is a logo. So there's going to be an image in the navbar. as well as on a small screen, we have the button. And then inside of the button, there's actually a icon. Now, for my assets, I'm going to get them from the complete project because I already have the logo, of course. And when it comes to icons, I prefer using React icons, but you don't have to. If you have your own assets, if you have your own logo, as well as you have a preference for icons, you can definitely use your own assets. Nothing stops you from doing that. Now, the only thing, yeah, you might need to change some CSS around where maybe your, I don't know, logo is bigger or maybe your icon is smaller and something along those lines. And as far as getting the assets, simply navigate to complete project. So again, I'm going to go to my GitHub. I'm looking for Gatsby version 3 tutorial recipes. And then at this point, I'm just going to get the whole project. So I'm going to clone it. And then in the project, I'm looking for the assets folder. So I'm going to navigate back. And as I said, I actually don't need this one open because once in a while, it kind of opens up the window. That's a side note, but while you're recording, it's just the email pops out. So we're going to go with CD and desktop like so, git clone, and I'm just going to clone it here. So that's my recipes. And as a quick side note, it is actually a working project. So if you want, you can open up a new window and just drag and drop. And then I purposely left all my credentials as far as the Headless CMS, because that way you can definitely see that the project works. So first, you just need to run npm install, and the second one will be Gatsby develop. Now, keep in mind that it will spin up the dev server on localhost 8000. So of course, it's going to ask for a different port. So let's spin this up. While I'm installing dependencies, I'll simply go to the project here. And then in the source, I'm looking for this whole thing. So I have the assets, I have CSS, I have some data, which we're going to use a little bit later, and I have the images. So I already have the CSS folder. So I'll simply take these two folders and I'll just copy and paste and set them up in my tutorial. So in here, I'm going to go back to the source. I'm going to go back to the assets. I'll zoom in so you can see better, and I'll just copy and paste. And now I have the data. Again, something we'll use later. And then the images. So notice this is my logo SVG, and then I have some images that we're going to use later as well. As a quick side note, as you can see, it's a extremely basic logo. And yep, notice here, it says, can I use a different port? And of course, I'll say yes. And back to the logo, like I said, it is extremely basic logo that I just made in Figma. I've been getting questions how you can make such image. I just went to Figma and just typed out the text and added different fonts and colors and all that. That's it. That's all I did. And as far as the icons, I prefer using React icons. But again, this has nothing to do with Gatsby. That's just my preference, regardless whether it is a Gatsby project or not. And I simply like them because they have tremendous amount of icons, and you actually import them as a React component. And what that means that you can add a class, you can have all kinds of effects, and it's straight out of the box. So you don't have to do anything. And you simply install it as a dependency. So again, the command is npm install React icons. Now their site is React-icons GitHub.io. And what's really cool that you can basically search for the icon. So for example, if you want to have a person icon, you just type person, and notice how you have all of these options. And the way the syntax works, you install, of course, which we're going to do in a second. Then you import the icon. So that's going to be the name. But then you need to be specific from which library. Because notice, these are all the libraries they use. So you import the icon, you specifically say which library this is going to be from, and then you just stuck it in your code and everything works. I mean, it's as easy as it gets. Now they do show two installs, one straight up React icons, and then the second one with all the files. But I don't think we'll run into this issue since we literally need 4 icons. And therefore, I'm just going to go with a first option. So copy and paste this command. Of course, you can actually copy here to the clipboard as well. Then navigate back to your project, stop the server, copy and paste. Again, we don't need to do anything in the Gatsby config. And if you want to take a look how it works, let's just go back to the navbar and I'll show you which icon we're going to use. So now, of course, we need to spin up the dev server. Let's say npm start, and then we're looking for import, and then the icon name is fi, and then align and justify. And this is coming from React icons. That's the main library. And then specifically the icon library is this one, the fi. And like I said, it is a component. So I can simply stick it in my return and I'm going to be in good shape. So we just go here with fi, align, justify. And then once I save, and probably I'll have to refresh as well. There it is. That's my icon. And again, what's really cool, it is a React component. So if you want, you can take a look at the source code and you'll see that we're getting a SVG. And what's also really cool is that if you want, you can, for example, add a class and then style it and all that cool stuff. So again, a very, very cool library that I use not only in Gatsby projects, because it's very easy to get up and running. It has tons and tons of options for the icons. And at the end of the day, they are React components. So working with them is really easy. And finally, let's just go back to our local host. I believe it's going to be 8001 right here. And I'll show you that, of course, you can have a complete project. So 8001. And there it is. That's the complete site. So if you ever want to compare your code to mine, just get the complete project and you're going to be in good shape. All right. And our last simple component is going to be a navbar component, but since it has toggle functionality, we'll split this up in 2 videos. First, I want you to navigate to Navbar.js and let's just start from the scratch. So remove everything and we're going to return a nav element. Then we want to right away add a class. So I'll go with class name and it's going to be a navbar. Then inside of the nav, we're going to have a div with a class of nav center. And then inside of this nav center div, we're going to have 2 more. We're going to have nav header one. So this is where the image as well as the button with icon is going to sit. And then right next to it, we're going to go with nav links and we'll add a show links class as well. So there's another div with a class of nav links. And for the time being, since I want to showcase how the links are going to look like, I'll also add this show links class. Now, eventually, this is the class that we're going to use to toggle our links on a small screen. So we have these 2 divs, and let's start with a header. And in a header, the first thing that I want to do is add that image. And as far as this logo, we'll do the traditional React way, just so you understand that it is definitely an option. And then in the following videos, of course, we'll cover how the Gatsby image works and what kind of goodies we get when we use Gatsby image. For the time being, we'll just go the traditional React route where we first need to get the image. So we need to import it and then just set it up in the source. Again, a straightforward React way. So we go with import, then we need to come up with a name. So in my case, it's going to be a logo. And then we're looking in the assets as well as images. And then finally, we have logo SVG. Again, it's not a JavaScript file, so we need to provide a full path. And then inside of this nav header, I want to place my logo. Now, we can just place the logo directly, or we can place it in a link. And just to showcase that we're not limited to setting up links with text, that we can also set up a links with images. If I navigate to tags, and notice if I click on my logo, I navigate back home. So in order to do that, we simply need to go with link component. Then we need to pass in the 2 prop. So where we're going to navigate, and that's it. We just need to place our link. So I'm going to go with img. And then, like I said, for the source, let's place in our variable. So our logo. And then as far as the alternative, we'll just say simply recipes. Let's save that one. That should do it. Now, of course, we have our header. And then right next to my logo, I want to have my button. So I'm going to go with button. And then inside of this button, I want to place my icon. So I'm going to go with a icon name. Again, align, justify. And as far as the classes, I'm just going to go with class name. and we're going to go with nav btn. Now, eventually there's going to be also on click, but not for time being. So that should do it for the header. Once we save, notice this is going to be our logo. And if I click, notice how I navigate back home. And then also I have my button. And now, of course, I want to set up my links. Now, as far as the links, you can place them in our list if you want. But the way I set up the CSS and everything, I simply dump those links in this div. So here, let's start with a link component and to prop, and we're going to have a /. And then as far as the text, let's go with home. Let's save it. And then once I have my home link in place, now I just want to add a few more attributes. First of all, I want to add a class name. So we get the styling. So this is coming from my CSS. I'm going to go with nav link. And then I also want to add a attribute by the name of active class name. So this is coming from the Gatsby, and what it's simply doing, notice how once we navigate to the page, well, the link that represents that page just changes the color. Now, again, you can set up whatever CSS you want, but basically Gatsby provides this active class name attribute, and then whatever class name you pass it in is going to be applied to the link that represents the page. So just to showcase, if again you navigate to, I believe, which one was it? Main CSS. Sorry, got lost a little bit there. If you go to active and then -link, so this is going to be the class that we had, notice the CSS. Again, sky's the limit. You can add whatever CSS you want, but basically Gatsby behind the scenes, the moment you'll navigate to that specific page, if you add the active class name, the active link, it will dynamically add this class to the link. So here, whatever you set up is going to be applied to the link. So now let me go back. I'll close the sidebar, and then I'm going to go with active class name. That's the prop that you need to pass it here. And then we're looking for active and then link. And once I save, notice how it changes the color. Now, eventually there's also going to be on click, similar to what we're going to have on a button. But for the time being, why don't we just copy and paste the links, and we'll worry about the functionality in the next video. So now just copy and paste, and the first one will be to the recipes. So we just need to change the to prop, of course, and then the same goes here. For the value, we go with recipes, and notice how this one doesn't have the color, but the moment we navigate to recipes, of course, now we have that color applied to this specific link. Then we'll copy and paste 2 more times, I believe. So we have tags and about, and the contact one is going to be a bit different because if you take a look at the complete project, it has a different styling. So for time being, let's just copy and paste 2 times. So we have 1 to homepage. Then the second one we have, I believe it was what? It was for the recipes, of course. And then we have 1 for about. And then we have tags as well. So let's scroll up. So we have home, recipes. Then let's add those tags. And then, of course, the path also is going to be to the tags. And then eventually, why don't we set up here about? And then as far as the text, it is also going to be about. So once we save, there it is. We have more links now. And everything looks pretty cool. And now, of course, we just need to add that contact link as well. And I want to place that contact link in a div, and it's going to have a class of nav link as well as contact link. And again, this is just for different styling. And then we're going to have a link, and then again, to prop. So this will still direct to the contact page. So we're going to go to, and then contact. Now I do want to add a class name of btn. And then eventually, again, there's going to be on click, but we're not going to worry about it right now. And then let's just add a contact. And that should do it. Now we have a nice looking navbar. And if you want to test it out on a bigger screen, let's just refresh. Again, custom page. Okay, awesome. That's our error one. And this is the look on a small screen. Again, we right away showcase them. Eventually, we'll have the toggle functionality. And then once the screen size gets bigger, now using CSS, we'll hide the button, and we'll also change the layout of our link. So that's the look on a small screen without the toggle. And then this is going to be a look on a big screen. One last thing that I like to mention, normally in my project, I don't like hard coding my links. So normally I set them up as some kind of array in a different file and then just iterate over. However, for our first project, I thought that's going to be an overkill. So don't worry, we will do that in a later project. But in this project, I just thought that it's going to be a bit easier for all of us if we hard code them. Again, biggest takeaways, this is just a straight up React approach where we import a image and then we set up the source for the image tag. And then as far as the icon, I just placed inside of the button. All right, we're done with the simple navbar return. So now, of course, let's set up the functionality. And if you take a look at the main CSS, you'll notice that for the nav links, by default, they're actually hidden. So the height is 0 and overflow is hidden. And only if we add this class of show links, then we add a height. And of course, at the moment, we're doing that manually. So for example, if I remove show links, we're not going to see the links. But if I add them back up, then of course we can see them again. Now, the idea is that we'll set up a state value here using useState, and then we'll just toggle it. So based on that value, we'll either show links or hide the links. And before we continue, let me just stress something. I'm fully aware that this is technically cheating because I'm hard coding the height. Meaning if we'll change the amount of links we have, of course, CSS will also be affected. Now, if you took my React course, you probably worked on the projects and you know that in one of the projects, we actually covered how we can make this dynamic. However, for the Gatsby tutorial, I thought that it is going to be an overkill. So I just thought that this is going to be a easier setup. And back in Navbar, first I want to get a use state hook from React. So we're going to go with use state. And then I just want to set up that toggle value. And I'm going to go with const and I'm just going to go with show and set show. And that will be equal to use state. And then by default, it is going to be false. And now, of course, I need to scroll down where I have the nav links and I need to make this dynamic. So instead of adding both classes right away, I'm going to go back to the JavaScript land and I'll say if show is true. And as you can see, I'm setting up the ternary operator. I'm going to go with nav links as well as show links. So if the value is true, then I have both classes. If not, then I'm just going to have the nav links class. So nav links class over here. And then once I save, of course, links are hidden. So now our job is, of course, to add on clicks on the button as well as the links. And I'll show you why I want to add on the links as well. So here, let's go with on click. Now we do need to set up, of course, here the arrow function. Otherwise, it's going to run instantly. So I set up my arrow function and we go with set show. And then whatever is the value in the state, we'll just pass in the opposite. So I take my function and then whatever is the current show value, I just pass in the opposite. And that way we get the toggle functionality. So now, of course, once I click, check it out. Now, of course, we can see the links. So we check the state value. And if it is true, then I have both classes. If not, then there's only one. Now, why do I want to add on click on my links as well? Well, because on a small screen, what I want is the moment I click on one of the links. So basically the moment I navigate to one of these pages, I just want to hide those links. I think that's a better setup. So here we simply need to copy our on click, keep on scrolling. And then this is going to be our first link, the home one. And then we go set show. But in this case, I don't want to pass in the opposite. I simply want to pass in the false because I know that I can only click on those links if the navbar is already open. Basically, if I can see those links. So now, of course, we grab this value and just copy and paste. So one by one, we just add it to all the links. Now, technically, if you don't want that functionality, you don't have to add this and click. But in my case, I'm going to do that. So let's keep on scrolling. And then all the way in the bottom, we have the contact one as well. Copy and paste. And we're in good shape where we also have the toggle functionality. So now once I click on tags, check it out. Not only I navigate to the tags page, but I also hide the links. And then if we take a look on a big screen, notice this is going to be our navbar. Of course, notice how we're adding this class dynamically using the Gatsby goodies. And then once we go to the small screen, of course, there is our button. And then, like I said, if you want to take a look at the CSS, you can check it out how I'm hiding right away button on a big screen, and it only appears on a small screen. That should do it for the navbar. And now, of course, we can start talking about images in Gatsby. All right, we're done with the simple components. And next, I want to cover how Gatsby handles images. And if we're being honest, in a typical web project, images can be a real pain, and oftentimes are solely responsible for slow load times and bad user experience. But fear not, Gatsby is here to save the day. And before we start tapping away, let me just demonstrate some of the goodies Gatsby offers straight out of the box. So I'm currently staring at the complete project, and I'm going to go to the DevTools and more specifically Network tab. And you know what? I'm going to make my site slower, and I'm going to go with 3G. So I'll refresh, and you'll notice something pretty cool where, check it out, Gatsby actually preserves the size of the image. So you don't get that annoying jump, because you know that if browser is waiting for the image, but there's some content underneath it, then the content first is on the top. And then when the image comes in, then of course, everything is pushed down, because now, of course, the space is taken by the image. So that's number one. Number two, notice the nice placeholder that I have for the images. So I have this nice SVG placeholder pattern. And then while the image is loading, the user sees the placeholder. But then the moment image loads, then of course the image is displayed. Then if we take a look at the elements, we'll see something even more nifty. So I'm going to go to the elements and we're going to take a look at the page, and then more specifically section, recipes container. So I'm looking here, and then recipes list. So I just want to showcase these three images. So this row, and in here you can see that, okay, all of them are links. That's fine. But we also can see this div. Now this is going to be a wrapper div. So effectively, when we'll work with Gatsby image plugin, that's the plugin we're about to use, it wraps our images in this wrapper. And then if we inspect this wrapper even more, we can notice the picture tag. So we have this picture element, and also we have a source element, and more specifically, source set attribute. Now, if you're not familiar with source elements, in short, they provide different sources for the browser to choose from. So Gatsby created multiple sizes of the same image. You can see it over here again in the source set. Notice this is the same image, but Gatsby provided multiple sizes. Then browser picks whichever size makes the most sense. And as a result, we are not forcing a huge images on smaller screens. So think smaller devices. And what's super nifty, we get all of these and other goodies with very little config. We simply pass a path to the Gatsby component and we're good to go. Yes, that's how easy it is. And lastly, I just want to mention, if you're interested in learning more about responsive images, essentially all this gibberish that is written here, I highly suggest this resource. So go to your search engine, just type responsive image MDN, then follow this link. And in this well-written article, you'll find about all the benefits that the picture element, the source element, as well as source set feature provide. Okay, in next video, we're going to install Gatsby plugin image. But before we do that, I want to create a little sandbox where I can demonstrate some of the features side by side. Now, this is optional. Eventually, it's not going to be part of our project, and I'm simply setting this up. So later, if you ever need to, you can go back and find the reference. If you don't feel like setting up the examples component, just kick back, relax, and watch me struggle. And since I don't want to overpopulate our current project, what I'm going to do is just open up my sidebar, and then in the examples, I'll create another one. I'll create the images component, and then I'll render it, I guess, in homepage, because it's just going to be easier. as far as navigating around my project. And then once we're done setting up the examples, of course, I'll just remove it from the homepage, but the images component, of course, is going to stay here. So if you ever need to, you can go back and take a look at the reference. So in the examples, like I said, new file, let me zoom in and I'll call this images.js. All right, awesome. Then I'll create a new component, of course, and it's going to be called images. And for starters, I guess I'm just going to get styled components because I'll add a little bit of styling over here. So I'm going to go with import styled from, and let me close the sidebar. And of course, styled components. I will call this wrapper. So const wrapper is equal to styled. And again, it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to go with section here. And then let's just add this wrapper like so. And then let's just add a text with, I don't know, heading 2. And let's just say Gatsby image. Let's save this. Let's just test it out whether we can see it in homepage. So I'm going to navigate, of course, to my index.js. I'm looking for import. I'm looking for images from, and you guessed it, of course, we go to examples. Then we go to images folder. And right below or above, doesn't really matter in this case, we're just going to go with our images component. Okay, we save it. And then, of course, I have my Gatsby images. We are in good shape. But I'm going to do something a bit extra where I'm going to go to the Pexels, to one of the awesome websites you can get nice images. And I'm just going to download a massive image. Again, this is optional. You don't have to do that. But I just want to demonstrate how the typical project is going to look like. So let's go back and I'm going to open up a new tab. I'll say Pexels. And then once it finally opens, for some reason, it just decided to quit on me, I guess. I'm going to go with food. And then I'll pick any of these images. So I'll pick the first one. And I purposely going with original size. So I want to get this massive image. Let's do a free download. Then I'm going to go to my downloads. And I just need to find this sucker somewhere here. And I'm going to call this a big. And then let's just say big. You can add image if you want, but I'm just going to leave it as big. So I'll move it out. And then, of course, I want to place it in my source, in the assets, and in the images. So in drag and drop, let's just first right away check the size for this sucker. So I'm going to go here and notice it is 2.5 megabytes. That's good to know. And now let's see how that is going to look like in traditional project. So let me remove this tab. I guess we won't need it anymore. We simply go to our images, since this is going to be our sandbox, and I'll say import big. That's the name. And then I'm looking in the assets, then more specifically images. And then I go with big. And I believe the extension was JPEG. And now above the heading 2, I just want to display that image. So I'm going to go here with IMG, source, and big. And as far as the alt, let's just say food. And once we save, of course, we can see the image. But just to hammer my point home, I'm going to go with image. So I'm selecting all the images that I have in the wrapper. And I'm going to go with width of 200 pixels. So technically, using CSS, I will make it smaller. Correct? So now, of course, the size of my image is smaller. But here's the $1,000,000 question. Does that mean that we'll be sending a smaller amount of bytes over the wire, since we know that our image is actually massive, or we'll be still sending 2.5 megabytes? Well, I don't know. Let's test it out. So I'm going to go to the bigger browser window, and of course, I'll refresh. Okay. First, we definitely see this jump. We see that while the image is still loading, we have this Gatsby image underneath the homepage. But then once we're done, then of course we push it down. So that's the jump that I'm talking about. And the second thing, well, let's see the size of it. I'm going to go with inspect, and then I'm going to go to network. I guess I'm just going to right away go for images, refresh, and surprise, surprise. So even though in my CSS, I set up my image to be 200 pixels, I'm still sending 2.5 megabytes over the wire. And I fully understand that you can make a reasonable argument that it's probably not the wisest choice to use these type of images to begin with such sizes. And I get it. Understand this is just for demonstration. I just want you to see the difference when we use Gatsby image plugin. Beautiful. Once I have my image sandbox in place, next I want to install Gatsby image plugin. Now, if you were not following on with the previous video, you do have to follow along with this one. So make sure you do install the plugin. Otherwise, when we'll need to add the images to our about as well as home and setting them up with Headless CMS, nothing is going to work. And of course, we already know where we need to go. We need to go to Gatsby site. Then we're looking for the plugins, but there's a major catch. Do not install this one, Gatsby image, because this one is with version 2. So when the version 3 came out, they rolled out a new plugin. And the plugin you're looking for is Gatsby plugin image, even though this one has more downloads. Again, the reason for that is because this was used in version 2. Now in version 3, they rolled out a new plugin. So bravely either search for it here or just click it. It's going to be probably one of the top plugins. And once we navigate here, you can probably right away open up the link, the Gatsby image plugin reference. So I'm going to open this up in a new tab. We will use it quite extensively in the following videos. And then let's start with an install. So I'll just copy this whole line of code, and then I'm going to go over why we have that many plugins. So let me go back to our project. I'll stop the dev server, clear everything, copy and paste. And just like with our previous plugin, the styled components one, we actually have multiple plugins. So basically we get the Gatsby plugin image. Okay. Then we have two that are providing all the goodies. So we have plugin sharp and transformer sharp. And then we have one for the file system. Now we'll cover this plugin more extensively a bit later when we start setting up the queries, but this plugin is responsible for interacting with a file system. And this is a pattern that you'll see quite often, where just like NPM dependencies, they have dependencies on their own. So the same works with Gatsby plugins. Effectively, we have the main plugin where we're going to get our components that we're going to use. But of course, this plugin depends on some other ones as well. So that's why we need to install all of them. And as far as Gatsby config, like I said, we will cover the source file system more extensively later. So that's when we'll actually set it up as an object. In this case, you don't need to even set it up in Gatsby config. You simply want to add plugin image, plugin sharp, and transformer sharp. So grab all of these suckers here one by one, and notice how none of them are set up as object. They're simply strings. We navigate here, and then of course we need to go to the Gatsby config like so. And we already have plugin styled components. Okay, awesome. Then just add a comma and copy and paste. So let's save this one. And now let's go with npm and start. Let's spin up our project. If we don't have some massive red errors in the terminal, we are in good shape, and we have successfully installed Gatsby image plugin. Nice. And once the plugin is in place, now let's take a look at our options. So if we keep reading the plugin documentation, we can see that Gatsby image provides two components, and those components are static image and Gatsby image. Now, Gatsby image is used for dynamic images, and we'll use it later when we fetch our data from the Headless CMS. And the static one, as the name already suggests, is used for static images. So basically, those are the images that will be the same each time the component is used. And a good example is our hero. So this one in homepage, then the same goes for about. But then when we'll be fetching recipes from the Contentful, we'll be iterating over our recipes. And every time we'll call that Gatsby image, that image is going to be dynamic. Now, don't worry, the setup for both of them is extremely similar. The only difference is that with Gatsby image, we just grab the data from the query, something we haven't covered yet. But as far as the customizations, I mean, the setup will be extremely similar. So for now, let's put the pin on the Gatsby image. Let's work with a static image, but I can guarantee you, once you understand how static images work, you'll have no problem switching to the Gatsby one instead. So again, let's go back. This is the documentation, and we simply need to import static image from Gatsby plugin image. So similar how we imported link from Gatsby, in this case, we have Gatsby image plugin, or plugin image, I guess, more correctly. And we're importing this component, static image. And then we just need to provide a path in the source. And what's interesting, we have two options. We can either provide a local file. So that's why under the hood, it uses that SourceInstanceName plugin that we covered in the last video, or we can actually provide the URL. So that's also cool, where we can provide an external route. But again, the main idea with the static one is the fact that the image will be the same each time the component is used. So I guess the only thing that's left to do is take it out for test drive. So I'll simply navigate back to my project. Again, I'm working in the images example, and then I want to import a component. Again, the name is static and image. And then, of course, it is coming from Gatsby plugin image. And then I'm going to delete the big one. I don't think there's any need for it. We just need to go with static image, then the source prop. And again, we need to provide a path to the image. So since I want to speed this up a little bit, I'm just going to copy and paste. Again, this points back to the same image. And then the second thing we need to provide is alt prop. And here we provide a text explanation of the image. So we save and then check it out. We right away get this image. However, now it is wrapped in that Gatsby image wrapper with all those goodies. So if we want to test it out, we can navigate back to the big browser, and I'm going to be in a home page, and notice how we don't get the jump. We right away get the placeholder. Now we don't have the SVG yet. Don't worry, we'll set it up in a second, but we already have all those goodies the moment we provide the path. And if you want to see even more cool things, then just navigate to the network. Again, you're looking probably for the images, or you can look for all, and then just look for the image. Check out the size. Is this 2.5 megs? No, it's not. Of course, it is much smaller. So right away, without doing any extra work, just by passing the path into the static image component, we are in good shape. We get all these extra benefits. And just to showcase that we can use also external images, I'm going to go to my course API site. And essentially, this is the site where I provide all the APIs for my courses. And I'm going to look for the slides. This is where I keep the external images. And again, you can choose any of them. In my case, I think I'm going to go with this one, then copy and paste the URL. Then back in the project, copy and paste the static image. So let's set up two of them. And of course, I'll provide that new path. And as far as the food, well, it's not going to be food. It is going to be code. And once we save it, of course, we can see that we get our image. And before we take a look at the various customization options we have with the static image as well as the Gatsby image, I quickly want to mention that there are restrictions on how we can use static image. And this is the case where we're going to switch from the plugin docs to the actual documentation. So just go to the docs, and then we have a reference guide as well as how-to guide. So in this case, I'm going to look for the reference guide, and then more specifically, we're looking for Gatsby plugin API. And essentially, it's going to be the same link that I opened when we navigated to the plugin docs. So it's the same place. And basically, keep on scrolling. These are shared props, which we're going to cover in the next video. I just want to show you the restrictions. So notice where they say this does not work, and effectively we cannot provide this path as a prop. So you cannot go back to the images and then set up a prop where you're going to be getting the path and then pass it from the homepage. That does not work. That's not how you can use the static image. And also what we cannot do is get some kind of prop value, because like I said, in the next video, we will cover the props and how we can use the props to customize our image. But as far as the values for these props, they have to be in the same file. So you cannot get them from somewhere outside. So basically both the path to the image as well as the value for the props need to be set in the same component. So you cannot just randomly get this value from somewhere else and expect that everything is going to work. Now you can add some dynamic features. For example, in here, they say how you can calculate the height. Yeah, that is allowed, but notice how these values are still here. They are still within the same file. It's not like you're getting them from somewhere else. And once we have covered restrictions, now let's take a look at the props we can provide and how we can customize our image. Nice. Hopefully we're good with restrictions. So now let's scroll back up. And first, let's take a look at the shared props. And like I mentioned before, the following props can be passed to both Gatsby image, which we're going to use a little bit later, as well as the static image. And we may also pass just any valid image tag props. That is also an option, because at the end of the day, there is the image element somewhere inside of that wrapper. And then as far as the shared props, we have alternative actually is required. So if you won't pass it, there's going to be a warning. That's just for alternative text. We also have as prop, where we can change that element. If you remember, initially when we set it up, it was a div, that wrapper, but you can set it as a section, as an article, or whatever. We have a loading one. By default, it is going to be lazy. Now, if you want, you can set it to eager as well. Then we have two class names. One is going to be for the wrapper. So if you set up class name and then, I don't know, about IMG, that about IMG class is going to be added to the wrapper. And then if you go with IMG class name prop instead, then of course this class will be added to the image. And effectively that just allows you to avoid all the hacking. You simply add those class names and then you can target them from the CSS. We can add inline CSS. Again, this is going to be for the wrapper inline CSS, and this is going to be for the image. Then we have a background color, if we ever want to, which is going to be applied for the wrapper, as well as object fit and object position. Okay, hopefully we're good with the props, and don't worry, of course, we'll use it in examples as well. So I'll just leave it at that, and let's just keep on scrolling. And now we have image option. And like I previously mentioned, yes, there are some differences of how we can pass in those options. And it's simply because for the static one, effectively we're hard coding. We just set up the component and we pass it in. With the dynamic one, we'll be getting that data using GraphQL. And of course, it will make way more sense once we get there. And options itself, we have a layout, which probably is going to be the most important one, because with this option, we'll determine how the image is going to be resizing. Basically, we have fixed option, we have full width, and we have constraint. And as you can see, again, we have some defaults. So the image that we currently have is actually constrained because that is the default now. The only thing why they're so small, because if you remember, I added in a wrapper the CSS. So that's why the size of them is 200. And as far as the other ones, we have aspect ratio, we have width and height. So of course you can imagine that you can control the width and the height of the image. This is the placeholder one. Remember the SVG pattern or dominant color, or there's also a blur option. Well, this is where we can control that. And by default, it's going to be dominant color. Then we have multiple formats. And of course you can experiment with that, but in my experience, the default setup works really well, as well as transform options. And then if we keep on scrolling, then notice we have the layout one. And again, this probably will be the most important one. That's why they have a awesome visual representation. So notice the first one obviously is going to be the fixed one. And that one stays fixed regardless of the screen size. But when we take a look at the constrained one and a full width, the difference is following. Where full width is always going to be the size of the container, regardless whether we're talking about the phone screen or we're talking about the desktop. Now with the constrained one, yes, it is going to be the size of the parent container. However, once the container gets bigger than the image, then of course it will just maintain the original size. Now that should do it for the theory part. Now let's apply this knowledge in our sandbox. Beautiful. And once we're familiar with our options, now let's navigate back to the images. And I think at this point, I can just remove big for good. So my big image. And then I'll do a bit more house cleaning where I'm going to go with different image just because I want to show you something regarding the constraint layout. So you know what? At this point, I'll remove everything. I'll just set up wrapper clean. And instead, I'm going to go with static image. I'm going to go with the source and then pick one of the recipes ones. So I'm going to go with recipe 1, but just go with these ones since they are not that big. And that way we'll see features of the constraint layout. So I'm going to go with source. Again, I need to provide the path. I'm going with assets here, images, and then the file name is recipe-1 and a JPEG. Now, as far as the alternative, I think we can go back to food here, and then I'll save it for the time being. Okay. Notice if you get this technically error once in a while, don't worry about it. Just close it and then refresh. And now, of course, we have our image. Now, I want to remove this CSS selection, and we're not going to use it. And then inside of the wrapper, eventually, we'll set up a 3-column layout where I'll show you the fixed one, the full width, as well as the constraint one side by side. For now, in this video, I'll just work with the constraint one. And that's why I'll set up here a heading 4 with the text of constraint and then default. So we know that that's the default setup. So once I save, check it out. Now, of course, the image is much bigger because we're not targeting from the CSS, correct? And I guess let's start adding those options to our static image. And again, we simply need to provide them as props. So let's do it. We can go with a height and I can say 400. And the moment I set it up, again, unfortunately, there's going to be this tiny error there for a while. And then we get the image. So that works. We know that we can add the height. Now, if you want, you can add the width as well. Just keep in mind, when you set width and height for constraint, you're actually setting max width and max height, not fixed values. So if you want fixed values, you might as well go for fixed layout instead. But yes, if you want, I can add 100 pixels here and save it. Now, of course, my image is going to be smaller like so. So we refresh. Now I have a tiny image. That's good. I guess I'm just going to remove it. And then we have, remember, a placeholder. So this is the pattern that we can show while the image is loading. And in here we have blurred, we have dominant color, we have none, as well as traced SVG. And if you remember, dominant color was the default one. So in this case, I'm going to go with traced SVG. Don't worry, we will cover the other ones later as well. Then I'm going to set up a layout. Just keep in mind that constraint is already default. So I'll just showcase how that works. We're going to go with constraint, but as far as our logic, well, nothing is going to change. It's still constrained, so it doesn't really matter. And then eventually, I just want to showcase how we can add a class name, and I'm just going to go with example img. And if you remember, this class will be added to our container. And you know what? Why don't we try one more? Remember the as prop Let's keep on scrolling. That was the options one. And here we had as. So why don't we try this one? Why don't we say as, and I'm going to set it up as a section. So we're going to go here with a section. So I have an article. Inside of the article, I have heading 4, and then I have my static image. And as far as the styling, well, I'm just going to add some border so you can clearly see how the constrained one works. So I'm going to go with width. Now this is for the whole wrapper, and we'll set it up as 70% of the screen width. And we'll add some margins here, 0 auto, so it's always going to be in the center. And then we're going to go with article. Basically, I want to style the article, and for some reason, it's just a tag. That's not what I wanted. So I'm going to go with article, and then I just want to add the border, and then you'll clearly see how the constraint and full width option work. And we're going to go with 2 pixels solid, and let's go with the red, because why not? And then, of course, I also want to add a little bit of styling to this class, because remember, we add this class to the container, so why don't we use it? And in this case, I'm just going to add some border radius to my image. So let's go with example and then -img, and we're going to go with border radius, and let's go with 1 rem. Now, I think it's going to be easier if we take a look at on a big screen. So let's navigate there, localhost 8000. We can refresh. Now, eventually, I will open up the DevTools, but I just want to showcase how it's going to look like on a small screen. So on a small screen, notice how the image is spanning exactly the size of the container. And let me see my zoom level. Yeah, it is 175. But then the moment container gets bigger than the max size of the constrained image, so effectively, once the container is bigger than the image, then of course, we just use the width of the image. So that is going to be the difference between the constraint one and full width. Full width is always going to be full width, regardless. Now, the constraint one, unless you set up the width, it's basically going to be dependent on a parent. But the moment parent actually gets bigger, notice, of course, at this point, the parent is bigger, then, of course, we just go with the width of the image. You can clearly see the border radius, which we applied using the class name. And of course, we selected it here in the CSS. And if you want to take a look at the other options, for example, placeholder, I'll simply navigate back to my browser. I will refresh, and there it is. You can clearly see the placeholder pattern, more specifically traced SVG. And what's more interesting, if we start drilling down, we have a section. Now, keep in mind, this is my styled component one. That's the one that I created. And we keep going down, down, down. And then, of course, we have the article. And then what do we have inside of this article? Well, we have a section. Now, why do we have it as a section? Well, simply because that is the value that I provided for my as prop. And then, as you can see, we have some classes here. We have Gatsby image wrapper, and then we also have Gatsby image wrapper constraint. So I guess they add this class if the image is constrained. And then, of course, I have my own one. I have my example IMG. And then, of course, whatever CSS I applied, notice how it is added to my wrapper. And that's how we can set up options in the Gatsby image. Beautiful. And to really hammer this home, why don't we set up 2 more articles with different layouts? So that way we can see them side by side. And I guess I'm just going to start with a bit of house cleaning. I'll remove the height for the time being from my static image. And then also I want to add a little bit of CSS here in my wrapper. So width will stay the same, margin, 0 auto, that stays the same. Or I'll set it up as a display grid. So display, grid, and we're going to go with text align center as well. So text align, and we're going to align it in the center. And then we'll also add some gap in between our columns and rows, and that's why we'll go with gap and then 2 REMs. And also at the very, very bottom, why don't we set up a media query? Media. So once we get to the, I don't know, 992. So min width 992. I'm going to go with a 3-column layout. So 992 pixels. And then once we get there, grid template columns, and let's just go with one fraction, as well as one fraction. Okay, awesome. That should do it for the CSS. So now I just need to copy and paste. And then, like I said, I'll change the layout values. So that way you can see the fixed one, you can see the full width one, and all that. And also we'll change the placeholder one as well. So let's take the whole thing. So the article, copy and paste 2 more times. Now for the second one, I'll set it up as fixed. So I'll change the text as well. Now, alternative will stay the same. As far as the placeholder, if you want to go back to the suggestions, just remove everything. And then once you add the quotation mark, notice, again, these are the options. I'm going to go with blurred in this case. Now, as far as the layout, well, I don't want to constrain, right? So that was my default. Instead, I'm going to go with fixed. And then with fixed, if you add just width, height will be automatically calculated. But if you want to be more specific, of course, just add the height, and that value will be set as the height for the image. So in my example, I'm going to go with 200. Just notice how you need to set up the curlies here. So that's not a string that you're passing in. Here you're passing in the number. I'll leave the class name as it is because I still want that border radius. And I guess it's not going to be a section in this case. We're just going to go with div. Now, I don't know whether I'm going to go and check whether I actually have the div, but hopefully you get the point. Now, I think I made a tiny bug where fixed one is actually all the way in the bottom. So let me remove and I'll place it in between. Again, it doesn't really matter, but I just like to keep things in order. So there we have fixed one. And then the last one will be our full width. Again, same deal, same image. As far as traced SVG, well, remember that by default, we have a dominant color, correct? So we can use that one as well. Keep in mind, technically, I can just omit it. I'm just showcasing what is the name of the value here. And then as far as the layout, well, let's go with full width. So we're going to go with full width. Example, image class. Yep, that stays the same. And I don't know, this can be an article maybe. So let's save what we have. And then we're going to navigate to the bigger browser window. And of course, notice since I added the article, it also added right away the border. Because if you remember, here I have a CSS selection for the article. So since I rendered this as an article, that's why we have that extra border. And then notice something interesting. So on a small screen, they're exactly the same, right? And by the way, I didn't change the text in this one. I'll just say full width here. Basically, they're the same. They're spanning the size of the container. But if you keep making it bigger, 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 at some point, what is going to happen? This one, well, the container is going to get bigger. Now, in our case, we cannot really see that because we have that at 992. So why don't we change this around just so you can see clearly? So let me comment this out for a second. And at this point, I guess this one is just spanning all across. So let me make this smaller. And now you can clearly see. So this is going to be my image with constraint, and this is going to be the full width. So full width always spans across, regardless of the screen size. Now the constrained one, again, is going to be dependent on a parent, but the moment parent gets bigger, then of course we just render the image as it is. And fixed one, pretty self-explanatory. Notice whatever size we pass it in, the height gets calculated, and we're in good shape. Now, if you want to add the height as well, let's just keep scrolling back, and we're going to go with height, and I don't know, maybe 600 like so. So add this one, and of course, this is my image. Now, if you refresh, notice this is going to be the traced SVG, and as a side note, I think in this case, I'll have to slow down the network a bit. We're going to go with 3 fast 3G. Hopefully you'll be able to see all of them. So we're going to go here. This is going to be, I believe, the blurred one. And we already covered the dominant color. So I think we're mostly interested in the blur look. So notice this is going to be that placeholder while the image is loading. So essentially, these are our options. And as we're progressing with the project, of course, we'll use those images. And now you already know what options you have when it comes to props. So if you want to use different options in your project, so if you don't want to follow along with my options, feel free to do so, and you'll be in good shape. I think at this point we have good initial understanding how we can pass props and options into our static image component. But before we start setting up images in our simple recipes project, I also want to cover width and height for constrained layout versus the fixed one, and how we cannot pass the height for the full width one, and what, in my opinion, is a niftier solution when we deal with height for constraint and full width. Now, I know that there's a lot to unpack, so let's start with width and height for constraint versus the fixed one. So if we go to the Gatsby docs, and if we keep on scrolling, notice here we have width and height. And what they're saying here that for the fixed layout, these define the size of the image displayed on a screen. However, when we talk about the constrained one, these define the maximum size. So that's the biggest difference. That's why I'm saying that for the constrained one, it will be the size of the container. But once the container size gets bigger than the maximum size, that's why you see that space in between. So that's number one. Number two, if I go back and, for example, add a height for the static image, everything is great. And in my case, I'm going to go for 300. Now I'll remove the height for the fixed one. I think it's getting quite busy in the browser. And if I'll try to do the same thing for the full width one, I'm actually going to have a big fat complaint in a browser. So let me navigate back. This is my local host. And then once I refresh, check it out, I have a error. Basically, it tells me that failed prop type, height 300 may not be passed when layout is full width. So that's something to be aware of. Yes, you can pass in the max height for the constraint one. Remember, for constraint one, width and height are max values. Yes, we can do that. However, for the full width one, well, that's not allowed. So what would be a solution if I want to have height for both of them, for full width as well as the constraint one? Well, a niftier solution, in my opinion, is using this example IMG, because in here I can kill two birds at the same time. First, if I add here this max height, I cannot really control it when I add this height for constraint. I add 300 and that's it. Essentially, it's set in stone. However, if I add the height for my class, for the example image, not only I can control it depending on the screen size, but I can also control my full width. So let's keep on scrolling. I'll add my media query back up, and then notice this example IMG. Why don't we set it up this way, where I'm going to go with height and then 300. That's going to be on a small screen. And then once we get to the bigger screen, I'm going to make it smaller. So I'm going to go with height and we'll set it up as 200 pixels. So let's save this sucker. And then once we move to a bigger browser window, notice the difference. And as a side note, this one is just lower because of the text. So let me go back and fix it, because it's important that you see that both of them actually behave exactly the same way. So notice the difference. Yeah, of course, on a small screen size, we have the height, correct? We have the height that we set over here, and that one was 300. But then the moment screen size is going to get bigger, notice how we're going to have this 200. Now, I'll zoom out so you'll definitely see. So this is going to be the 200 one. And then once we go to the smaller screen size, of course, the height is going to be 300. Again, that's just my approach of fixing the height issue, where once you add the height to the class, I can control it on multiple screen sizes. So depending on a screen size, I can control that value. And you can also add that height to the full width image. Because notice, without using that prop, I can actually control the height of the full width one as well. Nice. I think we have a solid understanding of how static image works. And now let's put it to good use by adding some images to our simple recipes project. And I guess I'm going to start with about page. So if we navigate to complete project, we can see that this probably is going to be a static image as well as in the about page. So why don't we start here, and then next video we'll work on a homepage. Now I do want to keep my project somewhat clean. So in the pages, I'll start by removing the images component. Again, you always know where to find the reference. And I'm not sure, maybe later I will get the link back, but for the time being, I don't want that warning in a console, in a terminal, so I'll remove it as well. And then of course, we want to navigate to about page. And first, I guess let's start by changing the name here. And what I mean is I want to capitalize it, because that's the proper setup for React component. And then we're going to go with our static image. Of course, we do need to import it. So we're going to go with import, and then I'm looking for static and image, and that is coming from, of course, Gatsby plugin image. So we have our static image. Then I want to import link, because we will set up a link to the contact page. And eventually we'll add some more imports, but not for time being. So we're going to go with import, then we're looking for a link. And again, this is coming from Gatsby this time. So we go with Gatsby here. All right, that's awesome. Then inside of the layout, we will set up main. So let's go with a main tags. We'll add a little bit of CSS. So we'll add a class name of page here. And then there's going to be a section with a class of about page. So let's go with section. And then the class is about page. And effectively, we'll have two articles, one for the text. And then the second one is going to be a static image. Now, when I say articles, I mean two columns. So one column is going to be an article, and the second column will be my static image. So again, if we navigate to a complete project, you can see that this is going to be the text side of it. And then on the right-hand side, we basically have the image. And again, I can always make it smaller, and you'll see that this is going to be a look on a small screen. And then this is going to be the look on a big screen. Let's navigate here. And I guess let's start with the text. Like I said, I'll just group everything in the article. In this case, there's going to be a heading 2, and also I'll add 2 more paragraphs. Now I'll copy and paste the text to speed it up, but I'm just showing you the structure. So heading 2, then 2 paragraphs. And then, like I said, I also want to make a link to a contact page. So link to, and then as far as the address, well, we go to the contact page. So I pass in the path here, correct? And then, of course, I want to have some kind of text. So contact, and then let's also add a class name. So let's write here button. Again, this just comes from the CSS. I just add a little bit of styling to my link. So I'll save it here, and probably it would make way more sense if in the browser I would be in the contact page, and there it is. Now, as far as the text, like I said, I'll just speed this up. I don't see the point of typing everything together. I mean, you probably have way better things to do. So copy and paste, and the last one as well. Okay, that's awesome. I mean, we have the text, and now, like I said, 2-column layout. And this is important because I already have the CSS, of course. So I have article. This is where the text is sitting. And now, of course, I want to set up my static image. Okay, so side by side with my article, I'm going to go with static image. And now first, we know that we have a source prop, correct? So we go with source. And as far as which image I want to show, well, I want the about JPEG. That's it. Now, if you want a different one, if you want to download your own, I mean, feel free to do that. So we're going to go with source. And again, I'm navigating to the assets. Now, I guess one annoying thing here is that it doesn't show any suggestions. You know that when you're working with imports here, it right away auto completes it for you. In this case, it is not happening. So we go with assets, then /, then we go with images, and then the image name about JPEG. Now, as far as the alternative, I just took the info from the image. So it says there, person pouring salt in bowl. That's it. Again, I didn't make this one up. That's in the info of the image. And now let's close our static image. And then eventually we'll add 2 more class names. So let's save it for now. We should have this giant image. Okay, that's good. And if we can see it in a big browser as well, then we are in good shape. So we do have the 2-column layout, but as you can see, we do need to apply a little bit of CSS because it's probably not the look that you're shooting for. Yes, it looks somewhat okay on a small screen, but once the screen size gets bigger, then of course we just have this giant image. And we already know how to do that. We know that we can apply a class name, right? And the way I set up the CSS, there's a class by the name of AboutImg. So in this case, I'm going to go with class name. So remember, we're adding this class to the wrapper, not the image, to the wrapper. And we go with AboutImg. And then as far as the placeholder, well, why don't we try out the blurred one? Again, my favorite is the traced SVG, but once in a while, I like the blurred one instead. So let's navigate now to the bigger browser. And what do you know? Of course, we nicely have 2-column layout where we have the text and image side by side. Again, I can make this smaller and you'll see how it looks on a small screen. And then once I make my screen size bigger, we have our 2-column layout. And then as far as the CSS, it's pretty typical CSS. And probably the fastest way how you can find the styles is by navigating to main CSS. And then again, the command is Command and F. And you get the search window and then just look for about. And probably the most interesting thing here is the setup for the AboutImg, since we just covered how we can add those classes to the static image. So notice how I have this AboutImg. And first, let me just showcase that it's going to be added, of course, to my wrapper. So there it is. Once I navigate here, notice the class names. I have AboutImg. So that's for my wrapper. And then I set up the height for the small screen. In this case, I go with 500 pixels. I also add this border radius. And then if you keep scrolling, notice the media query. So my about page, so the parent for both, for the text article as well as my static image, it's actually a grid. So we set it up as display grid. And then once we get to 992, I set up 2-column layout. And then I set up the height for the whole about page as 400 pixels. And then for my static image, I just say height 100%, meaning set your height based on a parent. So if this parent is going to be, I don't know, 800, then of course my image is going to be 800. Now, if the height is going to be smaller, then of course my image is going to be smaller as well. So hopefully you get the gist. Unlike the previous video where I hard coded based on a screen size. So remember, I set 1 pixel value for the smaller screen size and then added media query and set the pixel value for the bigger one. In this case, yes, I hard code for the small screen where it is 500. But then once I have that 2-column layout, I want to set my height based on a parent. And if we navigate back, and in this case, I'll zoom out just so you can see better. And I guess I'm going to look for my AboutImg. And then notice what happens if I remove that height of 100. So of course, now this image is bigger. Now it is that 500, correct? And then once we remove the 500 as well, now it's even bigger. Again, that's something nifty you can do. It's not part of official Gatsby documentation. But again, the idea is that instead of adding that prop, you can simply set up the class on the wrapper. And then that way you can control it way better because you can add all kinds of nifty CSS. And then in this case, we are actually setting our image height based on the parent. And once we're done with about page, why don't we tackle the home page as well? Now, eventually, there are going to be more things in a home page. If you take a look at the complete project, you can see not only we have the hero image, with some text, but of course, we'll also have the tags for the recipes as well as the recipes itself. But for the time being, let's just focus on this image. And then, of course, once we learn how to fetch data and set up that data in our headless CMS, the Contentful in our case, then, of course, we'll knock out these two suckers as well. So I think I'm going to clean my workspace first, and I'm just going to close all my tabs. Okay, that's good. And then in the index.js, okay, I have the React, I have the layout. That's good. I think I can close the search for now. And then as far as the imports, well, I just want to get my static image, right? So I'm going to go with import, and then I'm looking for static and image. Again, it's coming from and Gatsby plugin image. Good. And then as far as the return, yes, I'll still have the layout. That stays the same. And again, I want to go with main tags, and I want to add the class name of page. And then inside of the main, I'm just going to go with my header, and the class name will be hero. So header and the class name is hero. Now, inside of this hero, I'm going to have two things. I'm going to have my static image with a layout of full width, so we can keep on practicing. And then the second thing is going to be my text. Let's go first here with a static image. And then as far as the source, well, I need to go to my files, and let's see. I think I want to go with the main one here. So this guy. And again, the path is following, where we go with two dots. Then we're looking in the assets, and more specifically images. And then we go with main and JPEG. Now that's good. Then I want to have the alternative one. And let's see what it is. I guess, I don't know, a flower and eggs. So let's just write eggs. So let's go here with eggs. And then I want to add a few more props. So class name, again, added to my wrapper. We're going to go with hero img, important for the styling. Then as far as the placeholder, I want to go with my favorite one with traced SVG. And then as far as the layout, now I'm going to go with full width one instead. Let's save this one here. And now I want to test it out in a browser. It looks pretty good. And then, like I said, I also want to set up that text. And as far as the text, how I was able to set it up here in the center, well, I'm doing that using the CSS. So first, let me set it up, and then I'll go over what's happening in here. So we're going to go with div with a class of hero container. And then inside of it, there's going to be another div with a class of hero text. And then inside of this div, this is where we'll place a heading one with some kind of text. In my case, simple recipes. And then heading 4, and we just say no fluff, just recipes. Let's save that one. Now we have a little bit of styling, as well as the text is sitting in the center. So let's take a look at the CSS. I'm going to go to main CSS again. I'll look for my dot hero. And then first of all, notice how the height is right away 100%. So I'm adding this class on the wrapper, the hero img, and then I right away set the height to be 100%. Why? Well, because hero, my parent, has the height of 40% of the screen size. So again, in this case, I'm using the parent to control the height of my image because I add the class on the wrapper, and then I just set it equal to 100%. Now, as far as how I was able to set this text on top of the image, well, the hero container here is actually position absolute. So I take it out of normal flow, and I just set width and height equal to 100%. And then since hero is a relative, essentially it's spanning all across the hero. And I add a little bit of background. That's why you can see that it is darker. So if I remove it, notice, of course, it's going to be lighter. Now, the reason why I add that background is because I want to see that white text better. And then, of course, you can also see that we add a little bit of border radius, so we match to the one we have for the image. And as far as how I was able to place the text in the center, well, the hero container is actually a display flex, and I just set my text in the center by using align items and justify content. That's about it. If you want, you can go here. And by the way, I'm showing you the complete one. This is how it looks currently in our project. Again, if you want, you can inspect and you'll see all the properties in action. For example, if I remove my height, now, of course, I have this massive image. That's the reason why we need to set this height as 100%. And then it depends on the parent. And the same goes for hero. If you remove it, of course, now I just have this massive image. Now, if I'll set back my height to be 40% of the screen size, or if I want it, I don't know, 30, then of course it is going to be smaller. Hopefully this makes sense. I know that I covered quite a bit of CSS, but in this case, it is very important since setting them up in the layouts is a big part of working with images. And I just wanted to cover clearly my approaches when setting up layouts using Gatsby images. Awesome work on setting up the images. And next one up, we have GraphQL, or how to work with data in Gatsby. You see, up to this point, we have been using standard React practices to access our data in our Gatsby project. And while there's technically nothing wrong with that particular approach, in essence, we're not utilizing all the awesome features Gatsby offers. In order to change that, we will have to understand how the Gatsby data layer works. In a nutshell, we'll learn how to load our data directly into our components using GraphQL. If you are new to GraphQL, I fully understand that syntax might seem a bit foreign and intimidating at first, but believe it or not, once we'll get few GraphQL queries under our belts, I doubt you'll want to go back to good old REST API. And actually, at least in my opinion, Gatsby makes it very easy to start with GraphQL since a lot of complexities have been removed and we really need to worry about writing the queries. Since it is a major course and overall Gatsby topic, here are a few of my suggestions of how to tackle it. And I guess I'll start with this one. Whatever you do, do not throw in the towel, or in other words, give up. And yes, it is that simple. Look, you can only get better if you practice, and sometimes it just takes a bit of time to get used to the syntax and logic behind it. Second, if my explanations are not good or clear enough, try Gatsby documentation. Like I have mentioned already a few times, they have awesome and comprehensive docs, so if necessary, try to utilize them. I would also suggest spending some time in GraphiQL, just writing some queries and testing results. And you can think of GraphiQL, as it is also called, as a sandbox for your GraphQL queries. Since GraphQL is such a major Gatsby topic, we will spend multiple videos just practicing writing queries, testing results, and only then proceed to cover multiple ways of how we can render our data. Also, starting from this video, we'll spend a lot of time in our sandbox. And the URL for this sandbox is going to be HTTP, then localhost 8000 ____, and then GraphQL. Now you can easily find the URL if you run Gatsby develop, and all the way in the bottom, you'll have two URLs, one for the 8000, which of course displays our project in the browser, and then the second one for the sandbox. And at this point, you have two options. We can either command click, which will right away open up in the browser, or we can copy and paste the URL. Now, my problem with command click is the fact that it will open up the sandbox in a smaller browser window. And in my opinion, it's kind of hard to work in a smaller browser window as you're working with a sandbox. I think you have a much more clearer view of what is happening if you're doing that in a bigger browser window. So in my case, I will copy the URL like so, and then I'll navigate to my bigger browser window, open up a new tab, copy and paste, and there you go. Now we have our sandbox and we can start writing queries and getting data into our components. Whenever dealing with complex subject, it always helps to keep things in perspective. So let's give it a shot in this case as well. Since Gatsby is built on top of React, we know that our project will consist of components. Now, those components could be small components, big components. At this point, it is irrelevant. At the end of the day, our project will have a bunch of components. In some of those components, maybe in all of them, we would want to render some data. Now, that data could be really anything. External APIs, local files and images, Markdown, site metadata, just to name a few. In order to access that data, we'll utilize GraphQL, and in a nutshell, GraphQL is a syntax that describes of how to ask for data. It allows us to specify what data we would need and uses the type system to describe that data. In Gatsby, we can create and test our queries in the graphical IDE or simply Sandbox. And once we are ready to display or render our data, we can do that with the help of static or page queries. Static query could be used in any component, including the page component, but when it comes to page query, we can only use them in our page components. What makes page query so special is the fact that unlike static query, it can also accept variables. So in a nutshell, we have components that want data. Now we use GraphQL to get that specific data, test our queries in a sandbox, and render it using static or page queries. Since we'll spend a significant amount of time in our sandbox, let's get familiar with an interface. Now, please keep in mind that it is just an intro video, and I fully understand that a lot of things might look sketchy, confusing, and even flat out scary. I hear you. Don't worry. When it comes to writing our actual queries, we'll start very nice and easy. I'll probably repeat the same thing 20,000 times to the point where you will scream at the monitor, but hopefully by doing so, you won't feel overwhelmed and will be able to set up your own queries in no time. As far as the interface, on the left-hand side, this is where we'll set up our queries. And then on the right-hand side, we'll have two options. Either we'll get a result for the query we just set up, and of course, we can just copy and paste that query into our project, and we're good to go. Essentially, we will get our data, or we'll have an error. So if we will have an error, of course, we'll have to troubleshoot. Now later, as our queries get more complicated, we'll also have to set up query variables, and this is exactly where we'll set them up. As you can see, we have a name here, query variables. But at the moment, we don't have to worry about that. Just remember, later, that's where you can find your variables. As you can see right now, on the left-hand side, we have a bunch of very useful comments. And as a side note, even though some of it might not make sense, I would suggest just kind of skimming over it, just so you understand the main idea. Now, when it comes to running our queries, we have a few options. Either I click on a play button right here, hard to miss, or we also have an option of shortcut. And that shortcut would be Control and Enter. Then, as we're setting up the query, there might be a time where you'd want to format it. Because as you're writing the query, it might get messy. It is much more easier to see if everything is nicely formatted. And in order to do that, we just click on Prettify. And that one would be Shift, Control, and P. Then we have a history, which should be self-explanatory. As you can see, these are the queries that I wrote. In your case, if you just open it up, probably it is blank. And then we have your next future best friend. Why am I saying that? Because even though as we will set up our first queries, we will write them out manually. Because I would want you to struggle. I would want you to understand how it works, all the nuts and bolts. But later, we will use the Explorer. And what's really cool about the Explorer is the fact that the only thing you really need to do is check off boxes. So for example, I have a query with the name of all site. These are the options I have. For example, I'm looking for the edges. And again, I fully understand that none of this makes sense right now. I'm just showing you what is going to be our future. So edges, then we have node, and then these are all the options that I have. And you can notice that without typing anything, I can pretty much set up my query. And once my query is done, I can run it, I can get back my results, and I'm good to go. Now, if the Explorer is awesome because it allows you to set up the query by just clicking on the checkboxes and you're ready to go in no time, Code Exporter allows you to save on typing out the boilerplate. So essentially, as you can see, it prepares the code that you would need to use in your component. Of course, there's going to be some modifications and we'll add some more code and delete some of the options that they provide. But in general, again, it allows you to save some time. In the beginning, we will type out these things manually because I think that is the best way to learn. But of course, later, we will utilize our code exporter. As far as the options, we have page query, static query hook that we'll cover a little bit later, and static query. So for example, if I would go with static query option, notice my code would change, but again, it is generated for me. I will close the code exporter for the time being, as well as the Explorer. And then we also have a docs. Now I won't gonna cover docs right now because I think they will bring unnecessary level of complexity. So I think it's better if we cover them once we have some basic understanding of GraphQL. And the last thing that I want to do in this video is to go over the basics of GraphQL. And in order to do that, I'm going to look in my history. So in your case, you'll probably not have this query. And when it comes to GraphQL, the setup is following. So we have a query. In this case, we're looking for the products. But unlike the REST API, which essentially just dumps all the data, and then you're the one who's stuck just coming up with which property and value you're looking for, when you're setting up the query, you are right away being asked to be very specific. And in GraphQL, we have fields. Now, when we talk about fields, think of them as properties on the object. So for example, this nodes represents all the products that I have. The thing is though, right away, as I'm setting up my query, I need to say which fields am I looking for in the specific product, because I cannot just say, okay, give me all the products. GraphQL is like, nope, you need to be specific of what you would want to get back. So if nodes has more subfields, which in case it does, so fields within the fields, then you need to say, okay, I would want title, I would want URL, I would want size. But then as you notice, if the field has its own subfields, then we need to drill it down even more. And as a result, we get only the specific data that we were looking for. And one more thing that I really like about Gatsby is that I can only set up these queries if I have installed the plugin. And what that means is that I don't have to memorize 10,000 queries. So only if I'll install the plugin, then I'll have access to that specific query, and only then I'll have access to that specific data. By far the best way to learn GraphQL is by writing queries. But here's the kicker. First, we have very limited amount of actual queries, since we have very few plugins installed. And second, at this point in time, we have a very limited amount of data as well. And I guess let's fix the data issue first. And we're going to do that by adding some site metadata in our Gatsby config. And you can think of site metadata as info about our site. And once we set it up, we can pull that info anywhere in our project. So basically we can access it and do something useful with it. For example, later we'll use it to set up search engine optimization component, or SEO for short. Let's navigate to Gatsby config. Probably want to start the server right away, meaning stop the server, my apologies. Then I'll close again all the files that I'm currently working in. And of course, I'm looking for Gatsby config. Then above the plugins, I guess, I'm going to go with a property name of site, meta, and data. Now, please, 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 please keep the same syntax. I know looks a bit sketchy, but yes, you need to write it site, meta, data like so. And I'll talk about it at the end of the video, basically why it is important as far as the syntax. And then inside of it, we can go really wild and crazy, and we can come up with whatever property names we want. So in this video, I'll just set up a bunch of them so we can get a good practice when we set up the query, and then eventually we'll remove the unnecessary ones. So let's start with the useful one. And that is going to be the title of our site. And yes, I'm going to go with simply recipes, because why not? Then I'll add a comma again. This is normal object, so make sure that you follow all the proper rules. Then I'm going to go with description, and we'll say nice and clean recipes site. Recipes site. Then I'm going to go with author, and in this case, I'm going to go with @ and John Smilga. If you want, you can add John Doe or Susan Doe, whatever. And then I'm going to set up some properties for practicing GraphQL query. So I'll start with a person property, which actually is going to be an object. And then inside of that object, I'm going to set up a few more properties. One will be name, and the second one will be age. Awesome. Then I'm going to go with simple data. And in this case, it's going to be an array. So simple data, that is equal to an array. And we'll just go with item 1 and then item 2. You guessed it, item 2. And then let's set up also a complex data. It is going to be an array, but it's going to be an array of objects. Again, the reason why we do all of this is because I want you to get a good practice when we're setting up our first query. Let's write here complex data. And like I said, it's going to be an array of objects. So I set up the array and I'll simply copy and paste just so I can speed it up a little bit. Name John, age 32. Let's leave it the way it is. And then copy and paste one more time. And let's change it to good old Susan. And she's going to be 21. So let's save it. Make sure you save the Gatsby config. I suggest always stopping the server and then restarting the Gatsby config. So I'm going to go with npm start, or I'm sorry, I said Gatsby config. I meant Gatsby dev server. And let me stress something. When it comes to site metadata property, you need to use the same exact name. If you won't, you will get a big fat error in your terminal since it's a property on this export object. Now, on the other hand, the properties inside of it, that's a different ballgame. You can name them however you like, whatever makes the most sense to you. And just so you don't think that I'm making this up, let's navigate to Gatsby docs. Let's use their awesome search option. And then we can type Gatsby config here. Gatsby config. And let's just go with API option. And then once we navigate here, keep on scrolling. And there it is. We have configuration options. So we have options available to set within Gatsby config. And then notice these are our options. So we have plugins, which is an array, then we have flags and all that. So obviously you can read them, and site metadata is that object. So if you'll go with your own name, Gatsby is going to spit back the massive error because you're not supposed to add your own properties on that object. There's a reason why they set up that object, and on that object, you're only allowed these properties. Now, if you're interested in learning more about site metadata or the plugins and all that, feel free to read the documentation. In my case, we're going to go to the GraphQL now and actually practice setting up the query. Similarly, how we always should restart the server when we make changes in Gatsby config or Gatsby node, you also want to always restart the browser when it comes to Sandbox. So the moment you make some kind of change as far as data, in our case, we added that site metadata. If you want to have access to it, make sure that you restart it. Otherwise, you might have the scenario where you do make some changes, you come back to the Sandbox, and unfortunately, you don't see that query. Now, I'll remove the comments. Just keep in mind that we'll use this guy often, at least while we're writing everything manually. And then, of course, eventually, once we learn how to work with Explorer, then I guess we'll do that a little bit less. But again, in general, this is a very, very good helper. So again, the command is control space. So now let me remove everything. So I'm going to go with Command A. I'll remove everything. And of course, I'll zoom in so we can see a bit better. Now, the way we set up the query, we just start here with the curly braces. Now, there is a query keyword, and also we can name them and we can pass some more options. And yes, we'll cover that. But as far as the basic query, let's just start with simple curly braces. That's all we have to do. And then, like I said, our best friend is going to be the command of control and space. And there it is. So these are all the queries we can set up. And you're looking at it and you're like, well, wait a minute, that's not that many. And not to be redundant, but again, the reason for that is because we're using bare bones Gatsby application. So of course, we have no plugins, so we also have no queries. Once you install the plugin, then you'll get the query. That's how it works. And again, in my opinion, that's a very cool setup because you don't need to memorize 20,000 queries. If you have the plugin, then you have the query. That's all there is to know. So in my case, I'm looking for the site query. And then the moment I type site, notice I get this red squiggly line and I have the error. Field site of the type site must have a selection of subfields. Did you mean site blah, blah, blah? And in simple terms, what GraphQL is saying, hey, listen, buddy, you're looking for the site, but site has more subfields, so more options, and you need to be more specific. Again, it's not like REST API where we hit the URL and then server just dumps all the info. No, with GraphQL, we need to be extremely specific of what we're looking for. And in order to get those subfields, we simply need to add the curly braces. And the moment I add those curly braces, again, I can check for suggestions. So essentially, I can see what subfields I can access. And what do you know? What do you see over here? Well, I see site metadata. Why? Well, because we just created that object. So I go with site metadata, and again, I have this red squiggly line. Again, I have this error. But at this point, we already know why, because site metadata is the object. So now we simply need to start pulling these properties one by one. Now, at minimum, you need to provide at least one, but then if you want all of them, just add them to the query. So again, we need to go with a curly braces, and then again, we can use our suggestions. So control space, I have my title, I have my description, I have my author, and on and on and on. So I just go with my title, I run it, and what do you know? Of course, now I have my title. And if you notice, as far as what response we're getting back, we have this data object. So that's going to be the wrapper around our response. And then we basically have this mirror image of our query. Now let me run right now the prettify here, just so it looks a bit nicer. And then notice, of course, I'm requesting the site. So I'm getting back the site. I'm requesting site metadata, and hopefully you get the gist. Now they also dumped this extensions on us, but at this point in our Gatsby journey, we're not really concerned with it. So just focus on this data object. So that is going to be our response. And again, whatever is going to be sitting inside of the data object is going to be mirror image of your query. Now let me showcase what happens if we run with that red squiggly line, and effectively the GraphQL, the sandbox, does nice suggestions. So if I run it, notice it right away pulls some default one. So for example, title, description, and author. So that is also a case, but once in a while you might run into some errors. So of course, it's always better if you're explicit of what actually you're looking for. And again, your best friend is going to be control and space to see the options. So now let's take a look at our options one by one. I'm going to look for the title. I'll go to the next line. I'll look for description, of course. And again, if we want, we can run prettify just so our code looks clean. And then, of course, I can go with author. And now we come to the person. So let me run before the person. As you can see, as straightforward as it gets, we have the property. And of course, in the site metadata, we have the value. So I'm looking here for the property and I get my response. So here I say title, description, and author, and I get back the properties with the values. And of course, in our code, we'll access those values and do something meaningful. Now, what happens with a person? Well, person is an object, right? And since it is an object, we shouldn't be surprised if I type here person and I get this red squiggly line. Because again, we need to be more specific. We need to say, hey, get me the person, but more specifically, since it is an object, get me such and such property. What are our options? We have name or age. So again, we go back to the suggestions and we can clearly see that we have option for name as well as age. Again, I run it and beautiful. I get my person with both values. Now we have the array. I believe it was simple data. So let's just go here with simple data. And if the array just has simple item, like we have with simple data, we'll just get the array with those items. So let me type simple data. Let me run it. And there it is. Now, of course, I have simple data and whatever items I have. So of course, in our code, we're going to access the array, and then we can iterate over the items. Now, what do you think is going to happen when we try to query complex data? And not to be redundant, but we'll have to be a bit more specific, where we go with complex data, like so. So let me run here. For some reason, it just gives me that annoying suggestion. So complex data. And again, the issue here is simple, where each item is an object. So in GraphQL, we cannot just say, hey, get me the array of objects. No, you need to go with, okay, get me the array of objects, but from that object, this is the property that I'm looking for. And I know that I keep pretty much repeating the same thing, but this is crucial for understanding GraphQL, since in my opinion, if I really need to oversimplify everything, this is the biggest difference between REST API and GraphQL as far as working with it. Again, I'm not comparing them as technologies, don't get me wrong. What I'm talking about as far as the user, biggest difference, you need to be extremely specific. So we need to go again with suggestions and check it out. Now I have name and age. Why? Well, because these are the properties that I have in my object. So if I go name, and also if I go age, and if I want to make everything pretty, I just run prettify. And then of course, at this point, I think I can zoom out a bit. And then if we run, not only I get the simple data. So if we have single item array, essentially where the items are not complex structures, whether that's number, whether that's string or whatever, then we'll simply get the array and we'll have to iterate over. And in this case though, we need to say, well, what are we looking for? So for example, if I want complex data, but I don't want the age, I say, get me the name. Just always remember, if you have more subfields, you need to request at least one. Otherwise, you'll get an error. And once we have a solid understanding how we're going to set up queries, now let's take a look at the Explorer and how it's going to make our lives easier. Just to showcase how much faster we'll be able to set up our queries using the Explorer, why don't we try to recreate the same query using the Explorer option instead. So I'll remove everything just so you don't think that I'm doing some black magic. There it is. Must provide a query string. So obviously we have some kind of error. Now I'm going to click on the Explorer. And then again, we just need to look for the same query. Now, what was the query that we used? Of course, that was the site one. So I click here, and basically, if the query or a field is going to have more options, you'll have essentially here this triangle on left-hand side. So I click on the query. Now, up on the top, these purple ones are going to be arguments, and we're not going to talk about them right now because I don't want to dump too much stuff on you right from the get-go. But if you notice, we have these fields. So this build time, of course, doesn't have any subfields. So I simply can click it. And again, I get some arguments and all that. But as far as the value, I can simply click it. And again, this returns the data object. And then inside of that data object, I have a site and build time. So essentially, I was looking for this build time field and I got the value back. Now I'm going to unclick the build time. And of course, we're looking for what? We're looking for site metadata. Now, of course, I have author, I have description, I have simple data and title. All the fields that have no more subfields, we can right away query. And then the same goes for complex data and person. We just need to click on the triangle. So we open this up. Of course, in this case, we just need to be more specific. Okay, I want age from the complex data. And then when it comes to person, I'm going to get both. And hopefully it is clear that we can set up the same query within a matter of 10 seconds. And that's, of course, why throughout the course, we'll use the Explorer option instead. Congrats on completing your first query. And now let's talk about our render options. And in general, we have two. We have static query and page query. And the setup for both of them is very similar. So once you grasp the setup for one, you'll have no problem implementing the other one as well. In general, static queries are intended for regular components, and page queries are used in the page components. With that said, we are allowed to set up a static query in the page component, but not the other way around. So you're not allowed to use page queries in simple components. And the reason for that is because unlike static queries, page queries do accept variables, which makes them dynamic. And later in the project, we will implement the page query variable feature when setting up our pages programmatically. Lastly, for static query, we have two syntax options, one using render props and one with UseStaticQuery hook provided by the Gatsby team. And since the React hooks have become pretty much a standard, and most likely that's the syntax you will encounter when working in Gatsby, we will use only the UseStaticQuery hook for all our static queries. Just remember, they both accomplish the same task, just the implementation is a bit different. All right. And once we know our options, let's pull data using UseStaticQuery hook. Now, in the next video, we will set up everything from scratch, since in my opinion, it's important to understand how stuff really works, not just blindly copy and paste the code. But in this video, since I want to showcase how fast we can get something on a screen, we will cheat a little bit and use code exporter option instead. So back in my query, I actually want to add the other property in a complex data as well. So I'm just going to go with my name. I'll run it. And that is my result. And like I said, we'll use code exporter. And once you open up the tab, notice we have these options. We have page query, static query hook, as well as the static query. Now, since we'll practice with static query hook, of course, pick this option, and then you can just select it here. Notice they provide this option of copying this to the clipboard, and of course, that's what I want to do. So once you have this code, just navigate back to our project, and again, I'll set up some examples just so you have a reference for later. And we'll just call this fetch and then data.js. You can simply copy and paste the whole code. Like I just mentioned, we will set up everything from scratch so you have a better understanding how stuff actually works. But for now, I just want to get something on the screen. So let's save. Now you'll notice how they set up component name and then right away export as default. And that just means that they can keep this generic name, meaning since we're exporting as default, it doesn't really matter what we call it here inside of the file. That's just a side note. And now, of course, I can navigate to index.js. I think is just going to make a bit more sense if we do it there. And then I'll import my fetch data. So import, and I'm guessing I'm going to call it the same way. I'll say fetch data, and that is coming from. And of course, I'm looking in the examples, and the file name is fetch data. And then right below the header, but still within the main, I'm just going to go with fetch and data. And if you see this string on a screen, which you should, let's see. Yeah, there it is. Now, of course, I can see this giant string. Everything works. Now, at this point, it's not particularly useful. I can clearly see the same info here in my sandbox. Now, what's more interesting is the fact that I can access this data. So I'm going to go back to the fetch data. And then remember, this is a giant object. Now, at the moment, we use JSON Stringify and all that. That's good. But instead, what I want is to set up some kind of div here. And then instead of this div, why don't we set up a heading 2 with a person name? And in order to practice a bit, why don't we iterate over the complex data and, I don't know, show multiple people. Again, just a small practice of how we can access data. And don't worry, of course, since it is an object, we can destructure it and we'll do all that cool stuff later. For now, let's just do the old-fashioned way where we'll literally drill down to the necessary property. So for example, if I go with heading 2, I know that I can go back to the JavaScript land and I have the info inside of this data. So we set up the query and then notice this result will be in data just like in our sandbox. So what we're looking for, of course, is this data variable. And then I need to go site metadata. And more specifically, I'm looking for the name of the person, correct? So let's set it up. We're going to go with data. since that is the name of the variable, then site, then site meta, and then data. Make sure that the property name is exactly the same. Then, of course, we have the person. And of course, I'm looking for the name. So I'm going to save it. And the moment I save, I see John. Now, if you have different value, of course, you'll see the different value. And just to kind of hammer this home, notice the complex data. I want to do the same thing where right below the heading 2, now I just want to iterate over that array and display a paragraph with both values, the name and the age. And we're going to go with another div. And then inside of this div, I want to look for the property by name of complex data. So in order to speed this up a little bit, I'm just going to grab site metadata. Again, later we'll take a look at the better options instead. For now, let's just copy and paste and let's do it the long way. And of course, I'm looking for complex data. That is my array, so I can use the map method. And then I'll just reference each object as the item. And then as far as what I'm returning, well, like I said, I'm just going to return a paragraph. And in this case, since I'm returning an array, I need to add my key, of course. That is just a React thing when we have a list. So key prop, and we need to pass in something unique. So in this case, I'm just going to grab the index. And then as far as the values, well, I have the object, correct? And I have two properties, age and name. And it's represented by my item. So here simply, I can say item.name and then colon, and then another set of curly braces. And I'm going to go with item and age. And once I save, I see John 32 and Susan 21. So that's how easy we can set up the query. And then once we have the data, we could pull it in our components using Gatsby. Beautiful. We were successful with getting the data on screen. So now, of course, let's recreate everything from scratch. And in the process, we'll cover what is GraphQL, what's the deal with UseStaticQuery, and all that good stuff. So I'll remove everything and I'll just create a new component using my snippets. And as you can see, the name here is fetch data, but I purposely created with a lowercase because I want to showcase what giant error you're going to get if you'll try to use the use static query hook with a component that has the name with lowercase. So for the time being, let's just write heading 1, and we're going to go with hello from fetch data. Let's save that one. And of course, the moment I have this, again, annoying thing there, and then once I refresh, everything is correct. So we'll go with hello from fetch data. And then in order to use static query hook, we need two things. We need the hook, and we also need a GraphQL tag template. Now, both of them are named exports. So when we import, we definitely need to set up the curly braces, and then we say use static query, and also comma, and then GraphQL. Now, since I'm using the snippets, once in a while, it spits back the snippet for something else. So in my case, I'm just going to go with GraphQL and then from Gatsby. So once I have these two imports, you need to invoke use static query, but then it's looking for an argument of GraphQL. And then since it is a tag template, you pass in the query. And if you take a look at their example, so if you take a look at the code exporter, notice how they pass GraphQL with a query right away in the use static query. My preference is always to set it up above here. So above the component, because that way I believe my component code is cleaner. So I'm going to get back and I'm just going to simply create a variable. And again, name is really up to you, but I'm going to go with get data. And then we go with this GraphQL. And like I said, this is a tag template, and this should actually ring a bell. Why? Well, because if you remember, when we were setting up the button, what we were doing? Well, we had styled.button. So we were creating an element. And again, I was setting up the tag template. And the only difference is the fact that in styled components, we pass in the CSS. in the tag template, and then those styles are applied to the button. Now, in Gatsby case, we pass in the query. So again, under the hood, Gatsby does something with the query that we provide, but it doesn't change the syntax. Again, we're using this tagged template, basically a JavaScript thing, where we just go with a template literals, and then we pass in some data. So in our case, what is our data? Well, of course, that is the query. Now, where we can get the query? Well, we need to go back to the sandbox, and then we have a few options. Either you can just grab the whole thing, but since I haven't covered the query keyword as well as the name and what gotcha you should be aware of, I'm just going to take everything starting with the curly brace and including the closing one. And I'll navigate back, copy and paste, and we'll save. Now, once we do that, we get back some kind of value that will make sense to use static query. And that is the hook that we need to invoke. Now, since it is a React hook, all the React hooks rules apply, meaning we can only run it in a functional component. Okay, that looks about right. Then we can only run it inside of the function. So you cannot run it outside here. And lastly, we can only run it if the component name is uppercase. And you'll see that in a second. If I just go with const data, and don't worry, we'll recreate everything from the scratch one more time in a second. And if I just invoke this one, we'll have a big fat error right now. And the reason for that is because UseStaticQuery is called in a function fetch data that is neither, and you know what, I think at this point I'm just going to go to the bigger screen. Sorry, my apologies. So we have here, if we refresh, we're going to have this React hook, UseStaticQuery, is called in a function fetch data that is neither a React component nor a custom React function. Now, again, the reason why is that happening, because the name here needs to be with a uppercase. So once you set it with a capital case, now, of course, we're not going to get that error. So let me set it. And then I want to pass in that get data variable. Again, if you don't prefer setting up this way, of course, you can just directly pass in GraphQL with a query. So I'm going to go here with get data. And actually, first, I just want to console log it. So I just want to see what I'm going to be getting back. So I'm going to go with console log. And notice I'm just going to console log the result that I'm getting from my use static query. And then once I save, and I guess I'm just going to do that on a big screen because I think you'll see that way better. And then once we refresh, we should see the site. Now, what does that site represent? Well, that's the object that we're getting back, right? This is the object that we're getting back. That's it. And of course, since we'll assign it to some kind of variable, the value data will be assigned to that variable. And then inside of that variable, we'll have site metadata. And of course, then we already know the drill. Then inside metadata, we have author, we have complex data, and all that good stuff. And at this point, it is really a JavaScript thing. Whichever method you prefer using when you're pulling the data out of the object, well, that's the one that you're going to use. So for now, what I'm going to do is simply go with const and data, again, some kind of variable, and this is going to be equal to that object that I'm getting back. And then if I go the long way, I'm going to go with heading 2, and let's just say name here. So right here, name. So again, I go with data, I go with site, and I'm going to go with site meta, and then data. And then I'm looking for a person, and more specifically, I'm looking for the name. And then once we save and once I refresh, I have name is John. So that's definitely one of the options that we can use. So I'll leave it for your reference and I'll just comment it out. And then another option we have is, of course, the structuring. So since I know that I'm getting back the object, I can right away destructure it. I can say, you know what, in the object, get me the site property. Now, the thing is, if we take a look, site property is an object itself, right? So what are we really looking for? Well, we're looking for site metadata. So I can just say, all right, so get me site meta and then data. Okay. But that is the object itself. So I can keep on the structuring this way. And since I don't want to keep on doing this, I'm just going to go with title, which is a simple property. So I'm going to say title. Now, title is not an object. It is just a value. So I can simply save it. And now, instead of doing this whole dance of data, site, set metadata each and every time, I can simply go with a heading 2, and I can just write site title is, and then colon, and then I can just access the title like so. So save it, and there it is. I have site title is simply recipes. Again, at this point, it's really just JavaScript. So it really comes down to your preference. Some people find the structuring confusing, and therefore they use either the long way of accessing the value, or you can also set up a variable, assign it to data site metadata, and then instead of accessing all the time using this long way, you can just access the variable and then, for example, look for the person. And don't worry, throughout the first project and the other ones as well, I'll try to switch it up so we're not using all the time the same syntax. But of course, in my case, for the most part, I always go the structuring route instead. And one more time, let's go over the setup where we do need to have a component. And then we import UseStaticQuery hook, and all React hooks rules apply, as well as GraphQL tag template. Now, in the GraphQL tag template, we pass in the query, and then we can either place it right away as an argument in the UseStaticQuery, or we can just assign the value that we're getting back to some kind of variable. And this one we can do outside of the component, but the UseStaticQuery, we need to invoke it inside of the component. And per React hooks rules, the component names must start with a uppercase letter. And then once we invoke UseStaticQuery with our variable or with GraphQL with a query, we're just going to be getting back the object. Now, which object? Well, the same one that we can see here in our sandbox. Basically, this is what we're going to be getting back, the data object. And then we have multiple ways how we can pull that data out, either destructuring, either assigning to variables, or we can simply drill down to the property we're looking for, and then we'll just display that data on screen. As you were setting up the first query, I bet you found one thing extremely annoying, and that is the simple fact that each and every time we were setting up the query or we were accessing the data, we had to use this site metadata. And trust me, this is not even a long name. Once you start working with images, once you start working with Headless CMS, these names will get even longer. And it's not like I can just randomly start typing something else, right? I need to be specific of what I'm looking for. However, there is a way around it, where basically in GraphQL, we can set up aliases. So before we cover keyword as well as the name, why don't we take a look at how we can add alias? Because I think it's just going to make our lives much easier. And we simply need to go back to our query here, and we need to come up with a name. So call it Bugs Bunny, call it Bobo. It doesn't really matter. And in my case, I'm just going to go with info, and then the syntax is following, where you need to add a colon. Now, keep in mind one thing. We're still looking for this property. It's not like I just randomly came up with a name. What I'm giving here is the alias. So when I'm going to be accessing this data, then instead of using this site metadata, blah, 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 I can simply run it and notice my response. I have info. So nowhere in my response, I have the site metadata. So when I'm setting up the query, I'm saying, yeah, get me this field, but from now on, I'll access using this name instead. And now, of course, we want to test it out in our project. And please be aware that the moment we'll change it just in a query, we will have a big fat error. And I'm doing that on purpose. So let's go back over here. And then inside of this site metadata, like I said, I'm going to go with info instead. We will save, but there is going to be a big fat error. Now, can you guess why we have that error? Well, let's scroll down, let's scroll down, let's scroll down. Now, is anywhere in our response the property by the name of site metadata? Since I'm trying to destructure it. And keep in mind, Even if you're using this long way, you'll still have the error. Why? Well, because site object does not have the site metadata property anymore in response. What name we have? Well, info, since that's the alias. So instead, I'm going to change this around and I'm going to say info, and we'll do it over here as well. So I'll write info. And then once I save, again, it's annoying, but we'll have to refresh. And now, of course, everything works. Site title is simple recipes. So that's how we can add alias in our GraphQL query if we have a long and annoying name, or we just simply want to be hipsters. As you're going to be progressing with your Gatsby applications and setting up more and more complex queries, eventually you will come across the syntax where query keyword and query name is used. Like I mentioned, at this point in our journey, it's optional, but later, once we'll work with more complex queries, we will use query keyword. Now, few gotchas I like to mention are following. Query names must be unique. And once you start tinkering with query data in the file, you might need to run Gatsby-Cli to clean the cache and restart the server. So let's start with a query name. Please understand one thing, where yes, you can run the same query in multiple files. You're not limited one query per one file. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you're setting up multiple queries with the same name, yes, you're going to get an error. So please be careful. Basically, every time you use the query name, make sure that it is unique. That's first. Second, if I navigate back to my project and if I simply write a query keyword, everything should work. Now, I emphasize the word should. Unfortunately, you'll see this error. And even though I keep on refreshing, well, I can clearly see that in the cache, there is some kind of bug. Now, again, in order to avoid it, because I know that this syntax is correct, I just use the query. That's it. Nothing else. So I shouldn't be getting this bug. Now, in order to avoid it, I simply need to clear everything. I'll run Gatsby and then clean. And of course, we'll run Gatsby build. Or I'm sorry, what build? Develop. So we're going to go with Gatsby develop. And you'll see when the dev server spins up that we won't have that error anymore. So now let me just wait a little bit. And then once the dev server is going to be up and running, you'll see that our query is going to be correct. So let me go back, and there it is. As you can see, it wasn't the query that was causing the issue. It's basically the cache. So if you run into that problem where you can clearly see that the query is correct, but you're still getting some kind of cache bug, then make sure to run Gatsby-Cli. And one more thing I want to mention, if you just use query keyword, you're going to be in good shape, meaning I can grab the whole file, copy and paste, and everything is going to work. Again, we're just talking about the name. So the name that comes after the query keyword, those ones have to be unique. So if you go with first query and then select the whole file, and again, since I made some changes, there's going to be this bug. But if you just grab this whole query and use it in a different component, yes, you will get an error because query names must be unique. All right, and once we have covered use static query hook, now let's take a look at our page query option. And for this, temporarily, I will create a page, but eventually it's not going to be part of our project. So I'm going to go with new file, and I'll just call this testing.js. Now, same rules apply. Of course, we need to export as default. Okay, that's good. And then I'll right away rename it, even though in this case, it's not really going to make much difference. And then we're going to go with heading 2, and then we're going to go with testing. And the way it's going to work, we'll again import GraphQL tag template. But in this case, the setup is going to be a bit different. So let me close the sidebar. And first, I just want to check whether I have the page to begin with. So let's say testing. And for some reason, I cannot see it. Okay, that's interesting, even though I saved it. And again, I have these weird bugs. Okay, and now everything works. So as you can see, I just needed to keep on refreshing. And now I can see my testing. All right, so that's a great start. And then, yes, we will import our GraphQL tag template. And then, of course, it is coming from the Gatsby. And then I'll use the same query just because I don't want to overcomplicate things. But in this case, we're going to be exporting the variable and we'll be able to access this data in the props. Now, just so you don't think that there's some black magic, I simply want to show you that by default, every time you create a page, Gatsby will provide already a bunch of props. So if I look for props and then just console log the props, just like in any normal component, if I go to the bigger screen, and again, if I go with testing, I'll see in the console that Gatsby already provides a bunch of things. So notice that's my prop object, and notice all the cool things Gatsby already provides. Now the kicker here is following, that once we set up our GraphQL tag template, assign it to a variable, and export that variable, the data that we're getting back, so again, we're talking about this one, whatever we have access over here, that one will be available in the data property in our props object. Now, as you can currently see, there is no data property. So of course, we do need to set up that query. So let's go back to the testing site, and I'm going to do it over here. So we do need to export. That's a must for the syntax to work. Then we go with const, and in this case, I'm just going to call this data. And then we go again with GraphQL. So GraphQL, that's our tag template that is coming from the Gatsby. And then again, we just need to pass in the query. So I'm just going to go back to the fetch data. And in a second, I'll show you what error we're going to get if we run with the same name, just to hammer that point home. But for the time being, I'll just take everything apart from the query and first query. So let's take this one. Let's copy and paste. Let's save it. And then we'll see whether we need to refresh or not. So in this case, I'll refresh. And now notice something interesting, where now we have the data one, right? So once we set up our variable, once we export this, and of course, once we pass in the query in a tag template, then we have access to the data in the data property in the props. Again, I know for some students, this is a bit confusing, where they're like, wait a minute. So I'm just setting up the variable here, and then I have the value in the props. Yes, behind the scenes at the build time. So when our project gets created, Gatsby is smart enough to read this value and then just provide the data that we're getting back in that data property. And then from that point, again, it's just simple JavaScript of how we want to access the property values. So in this case, we know that we can destructure right away in function arguments. So I can simply say, you know what, instead of looking for the whole props, I just want to get that data. And just to showcase another way how we can access a value, I can simply go with const and author. And that one will be equal to my data. And then, of course, I have the info since I use the alias. And I'm sorry, I need to go with site. My apologies. Since I'm getting back the object, that is in my data. And then, of course, I have site, I have info, and then, of course, I have the author as well. So some people prefer this syntax instead. Again, that's really up to you. If you like to destructure everything, you can do that. If you like to do the long way where you drill down the properties in the return, that's also an option. Or you can assign to a variable instead. So here, let's just change it around to author. And that one will be equal, of course, to my variable. And we're in good shape. So once we save, of course, I have author John Smelga. Now, just to showcase what happens if we use the same name, well, let me copy and paste the first query. And I'm going to go back to the testing one. Okay, I know that this syntax should work, but I right away have this error. And basically, this error is just going to tell me that we have multiple queries. So notice here, multiple root queries found, first query and first query. Only the first query will be registered. So again, if you just remove the first query, if you just leave it as a query, everything is going to work. So there is no error if you just keep using query keywords. However, the moment you add a name make sure that that name is unique. And let me also just emphasize the fact that yes, you can use the regular use static query hooks in the pages. You can do that. However, you cannot use page query in the components. You can only use it in the pages. So essentially, in the files that are sitting in the pages directory, because in the page queries, we can also pass in the variables, which we're going to do a little bit later. And effectively, that way we can make pages programmatically. Again, something that we're going to do later. And don't worry if at the moment you're a bit iffy on any of this stuff. Remember, as we're going to be progressing with the course, we'll write more and more queries. We'll set up more and more use static queries, page queries, and all of that. And the more practice you'll do, the easier it's going to get. I think at this point, we're more than comfortable with setting up the queries and display the results in the browser. So let's kick it up a notch and start interacting with our file system. In order to do that, we'll have to use yet another Gatsby plugin, and the plugin name is SourceFileSystem. If you remember, we actually already installed the plugin. It was one of the dependencies of the Gatsby plugin image, but just to repeat the steps, and since I have nothing better to do, I'll install it one more time. Also, we'll set up the plugin as an object. So in the video, I'll set up the code first and then explain it in detail. As a side note, if you ever want to check whether you have a plugin installed, just go to the package.json and then look for dependency name. And then if you have it in dependencies, then of course you are in good shape. But then, like I said, I have nothing better to do. So I'm just going to stop the server and then we'll navigate back to the plugins. And the plugin name is SourceFileSystem. Now, it's definitely going to be one of the top plugins, so you can just find it here. Or, of course, you can use the search box and then navigate to the docs. The command that you're looking for is this one. So copy and paste like so. Now I'm going to close the sidebar for a second, and then we're going to navigate back to the docs. The first sentence says it all: a Gatsby source plugin for sourcing data into your Gatsby application from your local file system. Now, as far as the config, let's keep on scrolling. We need to set it up as an object. And at this point, you have two options. You can either type everything in the Gatsby config, or it's always my preference when I work with the docs, just copy and paste. And of course, once I do that, I just modify the code so it matches to whatever I want to do. But that way, I just avoid the unnecessary typos. So just grab this first object. Again, make sure that the syntax is correct, though. Make sure that you get both curly braces, the opening one and the closing one, and all that. So make sure you copy that. Then navigate back, and of course, we need to work in the Gatsby config. So let me navigate to this file, and for time being, I'll close the terminal. And of course, just remember that we'll have to restart it, copy and paste. And now I just want to change some values around. And then once I change the values, then of course, I'll go over what is happening as far as the logic. So in my case, I'm going to go with name of images. And then instead of looking for the pages directory, I'll remove that sucker. And then I want to go to assets. And of course, in the assets, I do have the directory for the images. So I'll say images instead. Let me save it. And now let me restart the server just so I can see that everything works. Because if you'll provide a wrong path, it right away will spit back the warning and the error that basically the path that you provided does not exist. Now, since I don't want to restart the server, I'm not going to show you what is the warning. Just trust me, that's the case. Now, what is happening here as far as the config? Well, we have this resolve property, and here we just pass in the name of the plugin. So in our case, it is Gatsby source file system. Now let me quickly double check. Yep, notice there are no warnings, so I'm in good shape. And then we have this options object. And then for this particular plugin, we have two properties. We have a name property, which is just your name for the resource that you're providing. So for example, if you don't like my name, you can simply set up here as photos. And yes, in a few videos, I'll show you where we use that in the GraphQL. But again, keep in mind, this is your name for the resource. So sky's the limit. You're not limited to using the same name as the directory name. And then we need to provide a path. And here we need to provide a absolute path. And in Node, we have this underscore underscore their name. So what underscore underscore their name is doing, it sets up a absolute path to the directory where the file is sitting. So in our case, we have Gatsby config. This is in the root, correct? So we get the absolute path to the root, and then we just point to that specific folder. So in my case, source, assets, and images. If you have a different folder, of course, you set up a different path. For instance, if you didn't set up a assets, if you just went with images, of course, you just go with source and images. And of course, we need to do that because eventually we will host the application, and it's not like the same path is going to be, for example, on Netlify as it is on my computer. Okay, hopefully that is clear. And the way it works is following. So essentially, we come up with a name, we come up with a resource. So now when we'll be using our queries, we'll have access to all those files. But just keep in mind that as far as queries are concerned, we'll only have access to the images directory, meaning whatever files you have in this directory, those ones you'll be able to access. So it's not like as a magic, you can just access all your files. No, on purpose, you are setting up the options where you say, okay, so get me only the images, and the name for this resource is going to be images. Now, what is the benefit of that? Well, the benefit is the fact that we can have multiple instances. So for example, I can copy and paste, and I can say, you know what? This is going to be a instance for my CSS. So I'll call this styles. And then, of course, I'll change the directory because it's not images anymore. If I remember correctly, it was CSS. And then once we save, and then once we spin up the dev server one more time, now I'll have both of these directories available. Now I'll have 9 files at my disposal because if I remember correctly, I think I had 8 images, and then I have 1 for main CSS. And then, of course, if I want to have access to the data, then I can add the data as well. So every time you'll need to access another resource, you'll set up another instance. And of course, you'll add your own name. Now, why do you want to add the name, and actually a name that makes sense, at least to you? Well, it's simply because when you'll be setting up the query, of course, if you have 2 of these instances, now you're getting all the files. But imagine this scenario where you're like, okay, you know what? Just get me the images. I want to do something with images. And then you have this one lonely CSS file in the middle of it. So of course, when you'll be setting up the query, the GraphQL query, you'll explicitly say, hey, I want to do something. I want to get those files, but only get those files where the source instance name, and that is just a official name for this one in GraphQL, is equal to images, or it is equal to styles. And I'm not sure whether you're expecting a mind grenade, but I'll throw it anyway. And first, I'll just start by copying and pasting, and then we'll just comment out. And I want to showcase that technically we can get all the files. So for instance, here, I can just say project, and then instead of assets, instead of CSS, so for example, I can just get all the assets. That's also allowed. Or I can simply get the whole source folder. That is also an option. And you're looking at it and you're like, okay, weirdo, then why we're not doing that? Why we did this whole song and dance where you showcase the images, then you show the files. I just want to get my entire project. Yeah, but keep in mind that there are trade-offs. At this point, I'm getting all the files that I have in the source. But imagine this scenario where in my project, I'll only be working with images. That's the only need that I have for the source file system. So every time I'll be setting up the query, I'll have to jump through the hoops just to get to this one. And at this point, it really comes down to your preference and what you're trying to do in your project. If you just need to access to this one resource, whether that is images, whether that is styles, whether that is markdown posts, or whatever, then you just set up this one instance where you point to that folder. And trust me, it's just going to be easier to work with those files because you don't have to spend that much time in GraphQL, basically filtering out the images. Now, if of course, for some reason in your project, you want to have access to your entire file pool, of course, definitely just set up the source and you're in good shape. Just keep in mind that when you'll be setting up those GraphQL queries, you'll have to do way more work just to get to a specific file compared to these two options. That's why I'll remove my last example. And you know what? I'll add the styles, but we'll do that in a few videos so I don't overwhelm you. And now, of course, I want to uncomment everything. And again, I'll save it. And just to stay on the safe side, I will stop and start one more time. Of course, you don't have to do that if you're not adding these changes here. And once the server is up and running, then of course we can navigate to the sandbox and see what fields we have with this plugin. All right. And once we have our plugin in place, we have access to two fields. We have access to file field and we have access to the all file. Now, the difference is that with a file field, we'll be working with single file node. Now, if we work with all file, this just means that we're working with collection of data. And this is going to be the same with our future source plugins as well. So for example, when we'll be setting up the recipes for a recipe, there's going to be a single query. There's going to be a recipe query. Now, for all the recipes, if you want to work with collection of that data, then of course we'll work with all contentful recipes or all strappy recipes. So get comfortable with this all. That just means that you're working with collection of data. Now, it doesn't mean that it magically creates that data. If in the images, I'll have only one image, it will treat it as a collection. Basically, we'll get back the array, but of course, there's going to be one item. So hopefully you get the gist. And we'll start with all file. So I'm just going to show you how we can work with collection. And don't worry, of course, we'll practice with file as well. And as you can see, of course, I have more options. I have my triangle. And once I click it here at the top, I have my arguments, which we're going to actually cover in the next video. And then we have quite a few fields here. And as you can see, we have more options. And all the way in the bottom, we have this field by the name of total count. And as I can clearly see with my lonely checkbox, that effectively it just returns a value. So I'll click it here and I'll run it. Of course, I get back my data. Okay, that makes sense. And then I have this all file and total count. Now, total count is 8, which again, just underscores the point that I was making in the previous video. Effectively, we're pointing to the images folder. So if I were to go back and then in the source and in the assets, I'm just going to copy one of these images. I don't know which one, doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to make a copy here. And if I navigate back now, and if I refresh the browser and then run it one more time, what do you know? Of course, the value right now is 9. Why? Well, because I increased the amount of files that I have in that resource. So again, hopefully it is clear that we have that one resource, we have that images, and this is what we're working with. Okay, that's a great start. Now, if you want to interact with the list of those assets, meaning if you want to interact with all of those files, you need to look for the nodes. Now, the old way was doing edges and then the field name was node inside of it, but I'm not going to show it. I mean, it's been already a long time since we're using nodes, so I'll just stick with nodes. But again, just remember, maybe in some old source code, you might see the edges and then more specifically node. And the way it works, when we run nodes for every instance, of course, in our case, what is our instance? That is the file. We're getting back to node. And in that node, we have more options. That's why, again, we have this error where GraphQL is complaining that there's more subfields. Now, why is that? Well, because each instance is represented by the node. What is a node? Well, if we navigate back to our Gatsby config, remember the complex data? And remember, I said this is an array, and then each item is an object. And node has the same structure. Basically, it is an object with a bunch of properties. Now, of course, their setup is way more complex, where they have properties that are actually objects that have more subfields and all that. But the idea is exactly the same. And if you remember, what steps did we need to take in order to access name or age? Essentially, to avoid that error when we were working with complex data, well, we needed to be more specific, correct? So in the nodes, I can see these are my values, and effectively, these are the subfields that I have access to. Now, again, some of them just return a value, correct? Some of them, like for example, child image sharp, something that we're going to work on when we set up Gatsby image. Well, that's actually a pretty complicated object where we can drill down multiple levels. And as far as what values I want to see, well, I at least need one, correct? So I'm going to go with, I guess, relative path here. And then once we run it, notice these are going to be all my files. Again, I have the nodes. Like I said, each file is represented with this node. So eventually, when we work with recipes, each recipe will be represented by that node. In this case, it's a file. So it says relative path, and here it says logo SVG. Now we can just look for the name, for example, we can run it. And now, of course, not only I have relative path, but I also have the name. We can also check for the size. We can check for absolute path. Again, bunch of cool stuff. So run it. I'll close the Explorer for now. And notice this is what we're getting back. Again, we have all file to work with all the files in that source. And then we have the nodes field. And that nodes field just represents that list. And those items are going to be coming back as nodes. And in those nodes, you have the subfields. That's why when you set up the nodes field, you'll have to be more specific. Hey, what do you want back as far as data? So again, they're not dumping the whole thing on you. They say, okay, you want to have access to all the files. Great. But you need to be more specific. You need to tell us, well, what properties are you actually looking for? And that's why you drill down. You say, okay, I just want a name, or I want a size, or absolute path, or whatever. Hopefully it is clear. And now, of course, we can move on to our next topic. Beautiful. Once we have covered all file field, now let's see how query arguments work. We'll use query arguments with the same all file field. Just keep in mind that the idea is exactly the same with other fields as well. And basically, query arguments allow us to be more specific of what data we are going to be getting back. And the syntax for the query arguments is following, where we go with a field name, and then we set up the parentheses, and then, of course, we get the suggestion, whether we want to filter, limit, skip, or sort. And you can also see that, of course, we can access those arguments when we're working with Explorer. And for this all file field, notice these are my arguments. Effectively, everything that is in a purple color, those are my arguments. So again, if you want to type it out, you can definitely type it out. But in my case, we'll set up everything using the Explorer. Now, since my response is somewhat busy, I'll also remove these two fields, these two subfields. And essentially, I'm just going to be looking for name and size. So notice these are my file names, of course, and then those are the sizes. And let's start with the most straightforward one, and that one is limit. So basically, we're limiting amount of nodes that we're getting back. And in order to use this argument, I simply click on limit. Like I said, you can type it out if you want. And I'm going to go with 3. And then once I run it, check it out here. I still have a total count 9, since that tells me how many nodes I have in the source. And then this is my response. Now, keep in mind two things. First, we can combine these arguments, and later, once our queries get more complex, we'll definitely do so. And second, if we're just using the limit, technically, these items are random. Meaning, we say, GraphQL get me 3 items, and GraphQL just dumps 3 items. So at this point, we're not specifically say what we're looking for. We just say, hey, in my response, just limit this to 3. So of course, when it comes to limit, in most cases, you'll use it in combination with one of the other arguments, because in that case, it is just going to make a bit more sense. But the whole idea is that we're limiting the amount of nodes that we're getting back. So for example, If I'll change it to 5, again, I just get 2 more items. Okay, hopefully that is clear. Then we can skip, and this is going to start skipping from the first item in my response. I run and I get back 9. And if I'll go with skip and I'll skip the first 3, you'll notice how logo, about, and main will be missing. So once I run, notice I right away start with the recipe and then all the way to the big copy. Hopefully that is clear. Then we have filter and sort. And as far as the sort, notice how sort has more options. So it has this triangle, and then it will still return all the items. Because in a second, we'll take a look at the filter. Filter actually limits the items that we're getting back. With sort, effectively, we're getting all 9 items, but we'll just sort it in type of order. So we go with sort, then we can check which field we want. And literally here, sky's the limit. Notice this source instance name. We'll work with this one in a few videos. However, once you click on it, notice these are all your options. So you can go here as wild as you want. So in my case, I want to sort based on name and size. I think those are going to be 2 good instances. So let me just check the size first. And then we have the order. And then as far as the order, we have ascending. So we'll start with the smaller one. Or we have descending, where of course we'll start with the bigger one. So once I run it, check it out. Logo is the smallest one. That's why it's the first one. And then of course we get the big copy, which is going to be the biggest image. Okay. Then if I go with descending, of course the order is going to be the opposite, where again, my total value did not change. I'm still getting back all 9. However, I'm sorting, and now the 2 biggest ones are first. And of course, we can sort based on name as well. So if I'll change this around, and if I go with name, and of course, if we go with ascending, then we'll start with about, and then 2 big files will be next. And hopefully you get the gist. So effectively, we sort our response in alphabetical order. So that's sort. And then finally, we have a filter. And for the filter, I'll make some changes in my images. So I'll go here with the source. I'll zoom in. And then again, we're looking for assets, images. And I'll create recipes folder. And I'll place all of these suckers in there. So I'll go with new folder. And I'll call this recipes. And then all the recipes images, I'm just going to move into the recipes folder. And once I do that, you'll notice something interesting, where once you run it, I still have 9. So I'm still pointing to the same source. So that did not change. However, if I use filter, I can say, hey, listen, get me only the recipes ones. And hopefully I named it recipes. Let me double check, because for some reason I think that I named it product. So not assets, images. Yep, recipes. Good. Awesome. Sometimes I do the weirdest stuff when I'm actually recording. So it's always good to double check. And as far as the filter, same thing. Notice we have multiple options. And as you can see, since we have a triangle, these ones have more options themselves. And what is a relative directory? Well, that is going to be a directory that is sitting in our instance. Correct? So in this case, I'm going to go with relative directory. And then I have these options, starting with equal, then we have non-equal, as well as the regex. So in my case, I'm going to go with relative directory is equal to, and then I just need to provide that value. So in here, I go with recipes. And notice the syntax that you have to write. So again, you start with an argument name, then you go with a colon, then you go with a object, because again, you have more options here, right, in the filter. And then since the relative directory has more options, that's why, again, you go with one of the options and then you provide the value. Now, the reason why I'm showing you right away the Explorer, because in my opinion, that's probably the option you're going to choose. Yes, previously, before Explorer was available, you just had to type out the arguments. But in my opinion, with Explorer, there's very little use case. So in this case, I'm going to run it. And now notice how my total count changed. And now I'm getting only the nodes that are in that folder. And like I said, we can combine them. So we can combine these arguments. For instance, I could sort them based on the name or size, whatever. So I'm going to go back to the sort, and you know what? I'll go with size, and I'll say that I want to have the biggest ones first. And notice again the syntax where we have filter here. That's our one argument. And then we have the second one where we go with sort. Again, we run it. And now, of course, not only I get only the 4 recipes, but I get the biggest one first, then smaller, and eventually I get the smallest one. Hopefully it is clear and you're not overwhelmed. Don't worry. The more practice we'll do, the easier this stuff is going to get. As a quick side note, if you were following along with the videos, you'll most likely get this warning in a console. Simply because in the images component, remember, that was the first component we set up in the examples as far as the images, where we were testing out the static image component. We provided a path where we say assets, then images, and then recipe 1. Now, since we copy and pasted all the recipes into recipes folder, of course, now this path returns nothing. So the Gatsby is complaining that could not find the image for assets, images, and then recipe 1 JPEG. So at this point, either you can change the path where you include the recipes folder as well. So you'll need to go with assets, images, and then recipes folder, and then recipe number 1. Or we can simply go back to the file system, and then I'll grab my recipe number 1 and then just copy and paste back in my images folder. So I'll still have my recipe 1 JPEG directly in my images folder. I think this is going to be the approach that I'm going to take. So again, I can restart the server, and if everything is correct, there should be no warnings in the terminal. All right, that should do it as far as the arguments. So now let's take a look at file field. And what I'm going to do is just delete everything here. Notice I just go back to this nice clean layout. And then, like I said, when we work with AllFile, we work with collection. We work with all of our nodes. Now, when we work with file, we work with that one specific node. So for example, I could go here to the file and notice how we're getting all of these arguments. And you're probably, okay, why is it so many? Why for AllFile we had only 4 and now I have this huge list? Well, let's see when we set up the data. For example, I'm going to go here with a name and I'll run it. And it's beautiful. I'm getting back my logo. And if I really want to double check, of course, I can go with, I don't know, relative path, and I'll see that, of course, the name is logo SVG. And that's awesome because now, of course, I can access the same fields like we did with AllFile Field when we're iterating over those nodes. However, there's one gotcha. I mean, I'm getting a logo file, right? But what if I don't want the logo? Because I can clearly see that in my project, in the images folder, well, I have about, I have big copy, big, or maybe even I want to access one of the recipe images. How can I do that? Because this logo SVG is awesome if I want that logo SVG, but if I don't want it, it's kind of useless, correct? And again, we have to use the arguments. That's why we have so many of them here. Where essentially we say, yeah, get me that one file, but with the help of arguments, we specifically say which file we're actually looking for. And again, you can use any of them over here, but the one that I'll use is going to be relative path. And again, we have more options here, and I'm going to go with equal. And once I have this in place, I just need to provide the name of the image. For instance, if I'm looking for big JPEG, I go with big and then JPEG. And if I run it, of course, now I have this file. Now, if I want to access the recipes one, of course, I need to point to the folder and then the file name. So if I go here and if I say recipes, and then if I try to look for big, well, of course, that file is not there. That's why I get back the null. Just keep in mind that when we're talking about a relative path, we're already pointing to the images, correct? And then relative path just means Well, once we get to the images, relative to images, where do we want to go? And in this case, I want to go to the recipes. And then, of course, the file name is a recipe, for example, one, and I believe it was JPEG. So we run it. And now, of course, I get back that single recipe. And again, from here, once you get to that particular file, same thing. Again, you have all of these fields that you can choose. And of course, you can just do something with that data in your application. And since I promised you that I'll show you an example where we'll use this name property in our query, in this video, I'll set up another instance and we'll just set up the query using the arguments. Now, this video is not intended as a code long. If you don't want to, you can just sit back and relax. So at this point, I want to copy and paste. And since I have examples folder right next to the assets, well, I'll simply set up another instance pointing to the examples. As far as the name, I'm going to go with the same as the folder. And of course, I'm not looking in the assets. Now I'm looking in the examples like so. So we save it. And then, of course, we need to remember that we need to restart the server. So I'm going to go with npm and start. Now, once we navigate back, then I'm going to set up AllFile query one more time. So let me delete everything here. And then I'm going to look for total count. And you'll notice something interesting where now the total count is 14. Because now, of course, we have two instances. Not only we're sourcing the images, but we also have access to the examples. But if I want to do some work with examples, and if I don't want to deal with images, I simply need to add my argument. And in this case, I'm just going to say, you know what? Get me only the file whose source instance name is equal to examples. So we go to the filter, and then we keep scrolling, and this source instance name represents the name that you have in Gatsby config. So we go source instance name, we have more options again, and I'm just going to go with equals, and then I just need to type the same name. So I'm going to go with examples, and now, of course, once we run it, the total count is 5. And if you don't believe me, I can show you that if I take a look at the nodes, and then we keep on scrolling, and for example, we can go with a name option. So I click it here, and there it is. These are all the files that we have in the examples. All right, and up next, I want to work with Gatsby image. Remember when we set up the Gatsby plugin image, we had two options. We had a static image and Gatsby image, and I said that the only difference, the biggest difference, is the fact that when we work with Gatsby image, it is expecting a dynamic data, and we provide that using GraphQL. And at that point, of course, we didn't know nothing about GraphQL. Well, now we do. And I just want to create a simple gallery where essentially there's going to be a component where we'll set up the query. We will look for all our images since we know how we can do that. And then we'll iterate over. And then, of course, we'll provide that dynamic data to the Gatsby image component. And of course, in the process, we'll learn how we can work with Gatsby image component. First, I want to do a little bit of setup where I'm going to navigate back. Like I said, this was just for your reference. I don't want to deal with the source instance name and all that. So I'll just remove it. And then I'll restart the server. I'm going to go with npm start. Then I'm going to keep on scrolling. And in the examples, I want to create a new component by the name of gallery. So let's go with gallery.js. And then inside of it, let's go with a component and by the name of gallery, of course. All right. And we'll just say simple image gallery. And you know what? Why don't we place this actually in heading 2? So we'll go with simple image gallery. Now I will render this component in the test page just because it's easier, but of course you can do it anywhere in our project. Now I do want to clean out a little bit our index.js because I don't like that it is getting so busy. So remember the fetch data, I'll remove it and I'll remove it here as well. That's an awesome start. Then I'll navigate back to the testing one. Now, since I want our gallery to look a bit nicer, I'm also going to look for my layout. That is coming from the components, if you remember. So we have a layout component. Then we'll remove our current query because essentially we'll just render our gallery one. So there is no author, of course. And of course, I'll remove the page query as well. Again, don't worry. There's going to be plenty of practice for the page query. So I'll remove it here. And then, like I said, I just want to wrap everything in the layout. And then I want my gallery. Again, the reason why I'm doing that in testing, because I'll remove the whole testing one. So then I don't need to hop around my project and just remove them one by one. So let's go here with import. We're looking for gallery one from, and in this case, we're looking in the examples. And of course, the file name is gallery. And then it's not going to be an author. We'll simply go here with a gallery. So now, of course, we should see the heading 2. But of course, I do need to restart, I guess, or I guess refresh. And there it is. Now I have my simple gallery component. Now, since I want to have a bit better CSS, I'll also set up a page here. So I'm going to go with main with a class of page. Again, that's just a CSS class that just makes sure that we have navbar on the top and the footer is all the way in the bottom. And once we have this setup in place, now, of course, we'll head back to the sandbox and see how we can get that dynamic data that the Gatsby image component is looking for. All right. And once we have our setup in place, now let's set up the query where we'll get the data that the Gatsby image plugin is looking for. And as a side note, I'm not going to need this GraphQL here, so I'm going to delete that one. Now, as far as the setup, once again, select everything and just remove, because I want to start from the scratch. And then we're looking for all file. Okay. And in this case, again, gives me all of these suggestions. That's not what I want. And I don't want the filter yet. Don't worry. In a second, we'll set it up. And then I don't think I'll need the total count. So the only one that I'll leave is this one, the name. So basically, I just want to showcase what we're getting back. We get all of these files. Great. Now what? Well, now if we drill down, we can see that we have this child image sharp. And I know that the field name is somewhat interesting. I get it. I was also surprised the first time I saw that one. But this is where we get the info. And if we open this up, then we notice that we have fixed and fluid. So these ones we used in the Gatsby version 2. And now we have this new one. So this new one is GatsbyImageData. Now notice how it has way more arguments, and we'll cover them in a second. Just keep in mind that effectively this is a object that provides all the data that the Gatsby image is looking for. And if you remember, when we talked about the images, I said that the setup is almost the same, meaning for the static image and the Gatsby image. And the difference is simply how we pass in this data. For instance, when it comes to source, placeholder, and all that, now we're going to do that here in a query. For instance, source is right away provided. Notice how we look for Gatsby image data and we're good to go. The source is provided. But notice our options here. So for example, I can go with a layout. Remember, that was one of the options when we were setting up, of course, our static one. And what do you know? I have fixed there. I also have full width and constraint. So hopefully you get the gist, where again, the setup is the same. In here, I'm hard coding that for every static image. In here, I just say, all right, get me all the images. Then specifically get me this Gatsby image data, and that's a must. You must provide this one. And then if you want to provide more options, you can definitely do so. So in this case, I'm going to go with fixed layout. As far as the placeholder, I'm going to go with the blurred one. And just to showcase that we have more options, I'll also go with transform options. And that's something we didn't cover in the static image because I didn't see the point of covering all the options that we have. And then we can just go with a grayscale and we're going to go with true. And you'll see once we set up the gallery how it looks like. So once we run it, now, of course, we provide those options. not only we provide the basic setup, because remember, when we set up the image, whether that's static or Gatsby, of course, there's going to be some defaults. That's what I mentioned before. When it comes to options, there are some defaults. That's why if you just run GatsbyImageData, yes, you will get some data, the correct data, but of course, with just some preset options. In this case, I'm more specific. I'm saying, hey, get me the layout and I want layout fixed. Get me the blurred one, and hopefully you get the gist. So everything is nice. We're getting this data. Basically, we just need to set up the query in our gallery, and we're going to be in good shape. But there is a catch. And if we go back to our project, and if you open up the terminal, you'll notice you can't use child image sharp together with logo SVG. So effectively, we need to remove our SVG file from the query. And that's a bummer, but that gives us an option to practice on our arguments. If I scroll up, I can filter. I can say, you know what? Get me all the images apart from the ones that have the SVG extension. We bravely click on filter, then we keep on scrolling, and of course, we're looking for the extension. There it is. That's our extension. And then we say the extension is not equal. And we simply go with SVG. And then once we run it, notice how our first image is actually about. So it's not SVG like we were getting before. Now it is about. And then at this point, you have, as always, multiple options. You can go with code exporter and then look for the static query hook. But again, my issue with this code, and I really appreciate the fact that they provide this code, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, but my issue is that they again set up everything here in a component. And in my opinion, it just makes those components bloated. So that's why even if I go with a hook option, I always go for page and then I grab everything apart from the export. That is just my preference. You don't have to do that. If you are okay with this setup where basically everything is in a component, feel free to do so. At the end of the day, you'll have the same data. Now, in my case, I will always use the page one, and then I'll just grab everything here like this. So I'll copy this one, then I'll navigate back to my gallery like so. Now, of course, we'll have to make some imports, of course. So let's copy and paste. And of course, we need to have a GraphQL. That's a must. And also we need to have our UseStaticQuery hook. So we go with import, then UseStaticQuery hook, of course. And then the second one is my GraphQL tagged template. And then this is coming from, and of course, the Gatsby one. Now, I also want to get that Gatsby image, correct? Because remember, we cannot use the static image with dynamic data. Because again, keep in mind, we're iterating over the nodes. So as we're iterating each and every time, we'll pass different data. And that's essentially why we need to use that Gatsby image plugin. So we go with import, and instead of the static one, we go with Gatsby image. And then, of course, this is coming from an Gatsby plugin image. So once we have all the imports in place, I just want to see whether I'm getting the data. I want to do a console log, and if I have the data, then in the next video, we'll work on the return. So let's go with const, and let me scroll down. Data is equal, and now I use my UseStaticQuery. What is the name of my variable? It is simply query here. And then let's log the data. If we have a massive object, then we are in good shape. So let's go back, and of course, this is going to be my testing. Let's spin it up. And if we inspect, and in the console, I see this object, we are in good shape. So notice we have all file, and we're not surprised because that's the query that we set up. And then I have the nodes, and of course, nodes is my array, and we know the rest. So in the next video, let's iterate over our data and display something meaningful on the screen. All right, we're done with our query. And before we go any further, let me just showcase where we can find useful info about the Gatsby plugin image. So remember previously I showed you the reference guides. Well, now let's take a look at the how-to guide. And then we're going to keep on scrolling, and we're looking for adding images and media. And more specifically, how to use Gatsby image plugin. Now, they start here from the scratch. Of course, we already covered that one. We know about static images, yada, yada, yada. We keep on scrolling, and we come to dynamic images. So like I said, in order to set up dynamic images, we need to go with GatsbyImageData. That's the field that we're looking for. And as a side note, I'm just looking at this width, and I just remember that I forgot to add it. So let me quickly go back. My apologies. I know that some of you are probably very annoyed by this, but let me close my exporter for a while, and then I'm going to go back to Explorer, and then, of course, this is my filter. That's not what I want. I'm going to keep on scrolling, and remember, we had options for height and width, and in this case, since I'm getting fixed, it only makes sense if I'm going to go with a certain width, and in my case, I'm going to go with 200. Keep in mind that yes, technically you can run it without width. It's not going to break, but of course you'll have to do more work in the CSS. And since I want to avoid that, I'm just going to add that option here instead. And let me quickly swing back to the code exporter. And then, like I said, I'm grabbing everything here as far as the page query. The only thing that I'm avoiding is that export, and then I'll copy and paste. Again, you can simply add here a text. I just wanted to go through all the steps, so you're not surprised where I'm getting this info from. All right, that should do it. Now let's swing back. So we have this Gatsby image data, and this is what we're going to pass into our component. And we keep on scrolling, blah, blah, blah. We have display the image. And again, the difference here is that we grab Gatsby image component, and there's also going to be a helper function, which I'm going to cover in the next video. For now, we just need to grab this Gatsby image, and the way it works, again, in their case, they right away showcase with a helper function, but the idea is that we just drill down to that Gatsby image, what was the name? Gatsby image data. This is what we need to pass in the prop by the name of image in the Gatsby image component. So we're going to go back. We have our Gatsby image, but since I first want to test out how we can iterate over our data, why don't we simply set up some kind of array, list, or whatever, where we just iterate over and display the name. And once we understand the name, then of course it's going to be much more easier to add that Gatsby image. Now, I might need to add a little bit of CSS, so I'm going to go with styled components in this case. And of course, I'm looking for my styled components. I'll quickly set up my wrapper, and we're going to go here with a const wrapper. Again, this is optional. You don't have to do it. Styled, and I'm going to say section, and eventually I might add some styles for the CSS flexbox. And here I'll just wrap everything with my wrapper. And then as far as, well, how we can access those values, well, remember that, of course, data is a massive object. So in my case, I'm going to set up nodes. So this is going to be in the data, and then we just need to scroll up and see. Okay, in the data, there's going to be AllFile, and then I have my nodes. So that's going to be that array that I'm looking for. So I simply go with data, AllFile, and then nodes. And now, of course, I assign this to a nodes variable. And then inside of the wrapper, let's just set up the curlies, and we'll iterate over the nodes. And for time being, let's just set up map, and I'll call this image like so. So that represents that individual object. And I'm just going to go to return, and let's set up the article. Now I'll use the key here, meaning I'll use the index for my key, because I don't think that I query for any meaningful ID. So I'm going to go with key index, because again, we're returning a list. So this is a must. And then as far as the data, for time being, let's just go with the paragraph, and we'll say single and image. Now, the reason why I'm doing all of this, because I want to showcase what we're going to have inside of this image. So I can see the list. That's an awesome start. And now let's go to the bigger browser window and see what actually we have inside of that image. An image is an object, and it has a name property and child image sharp. And again, we shouldn't be surprised. We're iterating nodes. We're getting back for every item that node. And in that node, these are the fields. We have name field, which just returns a value. And then, like I said, there's going to be more complicated fields that have the subfields themselves. And of course, that is the child image sharp. So for time being, I simply want to access this name. And here I'm going to switch things around. And I'm just going to do a bit of destructuring, where I'm going to say that I'm looking for the name that is sitting in my image object. And instead of single image, let's just look for the name. Now, of course, we have all these names. Okay, we are moving in the right direction. And now, of course, we just need to see, well, where is our Gatsby image data? Well, that is sitting in child image sharp, correct? Now, what Gatsby image was looking for? It was looking for Gatsby image data. So now again, we scroll back down, and right above the paragraph, I'm going to go with my component, Gatsby image here. And then remember, the prop name was image. And now in this image, we want to pass in that Gatsby image data. So again, if you want to destructure it, you can do so. In my case, I'm going to go with image, child image sharp, and of course, Gatsby image data. Now, if you want to add aliases, feel free to do so. In my case, I'm just going to go with image, then child image and sharp. And then, of course, we're looking for Gatsby and then image and, of course, the data one. Now, I want to close my component and then I'm going to save it. And what do you know? We have all the images that we currently have in the images directory, even the ones that we have in the subdirectory. And you're probably wondering, okay, but why they're black and white? Well, because we have this transform options grayscale. If you remove this one, then you'll see that they have their color. Now, in this case, I'll add manually here the height as well. So go with height. Keep in mind, we're not using the sandbox here, and we're going to go with 200. We save, and of course, it's going to spit back me the error, but eventually I should have the height as well. So now, of course, all my images are 200. Now, if you don't like the grayscale, which I do, but for example, if you don't, you can just remove it. Again, it's annoying, I understand, but that's how it is. We just have to refresh. And now, of course, we have all of these images. And then why don't we set up a nice column layout? So in here, I'll say wrapper, and then pretty much every article is just going to be placed in the line with the help of Flexbox. So say that my wrapper by default will be display flex here, then flex wrap will be equal to wrap. That just means that if there's not enough space, we'll wrap to the next line. We'll say wrap, and then if we navigate, we should get the side by side. Now, of course, it's not going to be on a small screen because we have 200 by 200. But if you go to the big screen and if you refresh, and yep, of course, we have the gallery displayed. Now, what's missing is the alt prop. So it's complaining that we don't have the alt prop. Okay, let's do that one. Let's say that for the Gatsby image, we'll add alt as well. And in this case, I'll just pass in the name. So I'll say name. And once we add that, we scroll back. Notice how we don't have any warnings. Now, also, let's remember that we have shared props, meaning if I want, I can add the class on this Gatsby image as well. For instance, in here, I can go with class name. Again, this name is exactly the same like we had in the static image. So in the static image, we have this class name, and remember, we were accessing it. Well, this is going to be the same. The difference, of course, now I'm adding to all of the images, the same one. So I'm not doing that manually. I'm adding to all of them. And I'm going to call this gallery img. Okay. Now I'll also add a class here with a item, just because I want a little bit of space in between. So I'm going to go with item. And first I'm going to say that every item class is going to get a little bit of margin to the right. Again, we're not worried about CSS. I just want a little bit of space in between. So my apologies if you're not a fan of my CSS. And you know what? Actually, instead of whole margin, I'm just going to go with margin right. And then remember, now we have gallery img. So I can simply add, for example, a border radius. So I have that class on my wrapper. So I can simply say gallery img, and here I can say border radius, and this one will be equal to 1 rem. Again, we'll have to go back to the big screen. Now we have ourselves a nice gallery. I guess the key takeaways here are following, where we're iterating over the list, and then we need to look for child image sharp, and more specifically, Gatsby image data. And then inside of this Gatsby image data, these are all the options we can set up, just like we did with the static one. The difference is that, of course, here we are doing that using GraphQL. And then, of course, we just need to pass this into a Gatsby image. So we import Gatsby image, then we need to set up the component, and then we have image prop. This is where we pass in that data with whatever configurations you have. Again, you can technically leave this open, just deal with a default setups. And then, of course, we have alt prop, and then rest of the shared props that we covered with a static image. And if you do that, you'll display all your list images using Gatsby image. And while we're still on the topic of Gatsby image, I also want to cover this awesome helper function that they provide. And the name of this function is GetImage. Now, what this GetImage function is doing, it basically provides a path to the Gatsby image. And if you're looking at it, you're like, well, what's the big deal? I can just type out the path myself. I'm going to go back to the plugins, or I guess not plugins. I'm going to go back to the reference guides in this case. And again, we're looking for Gatsby image plugin. We'll scroll all the way down, and then we'll look for the function, and notice this get image, right? Now, why is it a big deal that we have this function? It is a big deal because it uses the conditional chaining, where essentially we need to understand that at the moment, yeah, we're iterating over our list. And I know that all my list items are images. However, please understand that we're accessing here the object property. But if that object doesn't exist, in this case, if the child image sharp does not exist, we're looking for the property on a null. And as a result, we're going to get a massive error. And the way the previous setup worked, even if one of the items was missing that image, your whole site broke. That's it. It just broke because it was iterating over the list. It was looking for the object, and then instead of the object, it was getting null. I literally cannot stress how many questions I was getting from the students where they were like, hey, listen, what's wrong? My data is technically there. I mean, my code is exactly the same. And the only difference was that one of the items was actually just missing that image. Because keep in mind, again, we have image object, then we have child image sharp, and then we have Gatsby image data. For instance, if this child image sharp does not exist, we're looking for the property on a null, and you cannot do that. So if there is no object, then how you can access the property on that object? You cannot. And that's why this is really cool, because now, of course, you can just set up that function, and effectively, if there is no object, then it's going to return as undefined. And again, it doesn't probably seem like that big of a deal right now, but yes, I can tell you right away that once you start working with headless CMSs, I mean, mistakes do happen. And then if that image is going to be missing, then of course your site will break, your whole site, just because of one image. And now let's go back and test it out. So I'm going to navigate back to my project. I'm looking for GetImage function. And then we keep scrolling down. And of course, I just want to use it somewhere. And the way we set it up, we just go with some kind of variable. Now, in their case, they just name it image. I guess in my case, I'm going to say path to image. And then we go with our getImage function. And then you need to provide the path all the way to the object where the child image sharp is setting. So in our case, of course, that is the image itself. So I can simply pass here the image. And then instead of writing image prop is equal to image, I can just say that I'll have path to the image. So we save it here, we refresh, and if we don't have any errors, we know that this is going to work. Again, you need to provide path all the way where the child image sharp is setting. So if, for example, you have a different structure, and I believe they showed that different structure here, where notice how they're querying for the blog post. And then there's this avatar property. And then as far as what data you pass in data, blog post, and then you're looking for the avatar. Okay. So make sure that you provide a path down to the object where the child image sharp is sitting. Again, in our case, that object is a image itself because we're iterating over those objects. But there's going to be some cases where you need to provide a different path. Hopefully that is clear. And now we can move on to our next topic. When it comes to data in Gatsby, effectively, we have these two options. We can keep it locally, basically store it in our project, or store it in the cloud. When it comes to local data at the time of this recording, these are our choices: JSON format, Markdown, or MDX. MDX is a very cool option that allows us to combine a Markdown and React components. And as a quick side note, we will make an interesting project later in the course using MDX. And as far as storing data externally, most likely you'll use something called Headless CMS or Content Management System. For the most part, the setup for both options, the local one and external one, is almost the same. First, we need to create data. So think data first, then set up query. So of course we need to pull it in, and lastly render it in the component. So either in the page component or a typical React component. Now the major difference between the two is the fact that most likely external option offers a graphical interface for data entries. So think nice GUI. And in most setups, you can add or update data later without actually touching your project. And don't worry, we will implement that in our project as well. And because of those two reasons, we'll take an external route right from the get-go. Now, once we have established that we will use Headless CMS for our Gatsby project, it would probably be very useful to learn what it actually is. So Headless CMS is a concept of decoupling your data from your project. So if you think of traditional CMS, aka WordPress, the moment you want to use your data separately, you will face many challenges and hit numerous roadblocks. And the reason for that is very simple, because it is meant to go hand in hand with your project. Now, the way Headless CMS works is the opposite. In most cases, you'll get a GUI or graphical interface where in a matter of a few minutes, you can set up your data and then consume that data, the same data, in literally any front end. So of course, in our case, we will use Gatsby. But the same way, we just as easily could have used React, Svelte, or even Vanilla.js. As far as the choices, at the moment, Headless CMS space is a wild, wild west. And if you don't believe me, just visit headlesscms.org and be prepared to spend the remaining of your afternoon scouring through your options. But the two major types of Headless CMS are open source, meaning in most cases it's free. And I'll talk about it a bit later, what I mean by in most cases, and a closed source, basically where you pay some monthly fees for using their service. In most cases, paid options do provide a generous free tier, so you can sign up for free, and unless you're building the next Facebook, it should be more than enough. Now, let me also point out that while I myself use free tier options, when it comes to Headless CMS, open source does not always mean it's completely free. Once you introduce a dynamic element to your app, for example, users, you'll have to host that backend somewhere. And at that point, standard hosting rules will apply. So which Headless CMS option did I pick for our tutorial? Well, that would be Contentful. Before we go any further, let me just clarify, they are not sponsoring this video, and I don't have any affiliate program with them. The only reason why I picked this particular service is because I use it myself. I find their service really good, and in my experience, you will be up and running in a matter of few minutes. which at the moment is probably the most important thing. They do offer free tier, so you will not have to pay anything. They do host your data, so that's taken care of as well. And their interface is as straightforward as it gets. In order to sign up, just visit contentful.com and just keep watching the videos since we'll set up the account together. All right, and why don't we kick things off by creating a free Contentful account. And in order to do that, we need to navigate to contentful.com. Again, the URL is contentful.com. Then look for this Get Started option. And then specifically go for sign up for free. Then you'll need to provide your data. So in my case, I'm going to be Peter Smith. As far as the company, I'm going to go with coding and addict. As far as the email, I'm going to go with one of my dummy ones, learncode@mail.com. As far as the platform, JavaScript, job title, other, job function, other. And just get creative with your password, so it's hard to hack. And then once we sign up, they will send us a confirmation email. So make sure that you wait for the email and click on a link. And then once you get the email, like I said, click on confirmation link. Beautiful. And then they will ask you this question: how do you usually work with content? And essentially, they're just giving you a free trial to one of their services. So in my case, I'm just going to go with Explore Content. And then they will be setting up the trial space for you. And eventually you'll get the second email where they basically just say that you're getting that 10-day trial. Now, don't worry. The way we'll set up everything, you won't have to pay a dime because we'll go with free option. Then we can navigate back once everything is in place. This is going to be our dashboard. And mostly we'll work with content model. So this is where we'll set up the structure for our data. And this is where we'll set up a content. Now, as you can see, when they set up this example space, you have all these entries as well as content model. However, I want to start everything from scratch. And in Contentful, they basically set up something called spaces. And you can think of it as your databases. And in a free option, you get only one. So that's why we'll have to delete the example one that they just set up. And we can do that if we navigate to the settings. Then more specifically, we're looking for general settings. And then notice that's our space. And we're going to go with this delete space option. So now let me just grab the text because that's what you need to provide. And then once we remove it, then we can start from the scratch. And in this case, we go with add a space. Then we want to go with a free one here and web app only. Because as you can see, rest of them will have to pay. So monthly total is going to be 0, like so. So then we click on continue and we just need to come up with a space name. So in my case, I'm going to go with Gatsby tutorial. And again, you can go with example space where they already provide a content type as well as some entries. But in my case, I'm going to go with empty one. And I strongly suggest you do the same. So we're going to go with create space. And then once everything is in place, of course, we go here. And once we're done setting up the new space, we'll be back in our dashboard. However, notice the space name. Of course, now it is Gatsby tutorial. And since I went with empty space option, I have no data in here. So we'll start everything from the scratch. All right. And we're going to start by setting up our content model. And you can think of content model as a structure for our data. So we'll be setting up the recipes, correct? Now, what do normal recipes have? They have title, they probably have description, prep time, cook time, servings, maybe an image as well. So, of course, we just need to set up that structure. And then later, of course, we'll be able to add our entries. We'll be able to add our data. But we always need to start with content model, where again, we set up the structure for our data. And we'll go with add content type. Now, you can add as many content types as you like. But in my case, of course, we'll have only one. We'll have one for the recipe. So just go with the name. And of course, the name will be recipe. Now, once I set up my content type in the content model, then I just need to add those fields. So we click on add field option, and notice these are all the types that we can have. So for example, for the title, we're going to use a text. For the description, we'll use text. However, we'll use long text just so you can see how we can fetch that data on the front end. For images, we'll use media, and hopefully you get the gist. So now let's start setting up our fields, and we'll have, I believe, 8 or 9, and we'll start with a title. So I go with text. Like I said, there are two options, short text or long text, and I'll show you the long text when we set up description. And for time being, let's just go with the name, and that will be title. Now we can go with create or create and configure. And as far as configuration options, well, you can modify the field. For example, you can set up the validation where the field is required. But just keep in mind that even if you go with create option, you can still get to the settings of this particular field. But in my case, I'm going to go right away with create and configure. And even though during the video, I'll not set up all the fields as required, just so I can save some time, it is my strong belief that you'll avoid a lot of unnecessary bugs if you do set them up as required. Because that way, when you're adding the data, you can right away see like, okay, I missed this field. Because trust me, it is much harder to find it on the front end later. So you just go here with validation, and then for the title, I'm going to click on required field. And in this case, since we'll be setting up the pages based on title, I'll also go with unique field. And lastly, I'll also limit the character count, just because when I'm displaying them in recipes or in home, I'm displaying that in cards, and I just don't want to have long titles where they're spanning in 2 lines. Again, that's just my preference. Technically, you don't have to do that. And I'm going to go with a max of, I don't know, 25 characters, like so. So let's save this one. And there it is. Now we have our first field. Then we'll have a cook time. So let's go with add field. And in this case, I'm going to go with integer. So notice we have this number, of course, and then more specifically, we can go with decimal or integer. So essentially in this field, we'll set up how long it takes to cook the recipe. And I'll call this cook time. So I'm going to use this capital casing. Again, normally I would configure where the field is required, but in this case, I'm just going to skip. But I do want to showcase that if, for instance, you don't click on create and configure right away, you can still access it in the settings. So go to the settings, and basically you'll have the same modals available. Then we're looking for description. And again, it's going to be a text. However, we're going to go with long text just because there are some differences when we access it. And I'm going to call this description. Okay, we create, then again, how many servings? That's going to be an integer. So servings here, we'll keep it as an integer. Awesome. Then we're going to go with our image. And if we want to add an image, we go with media. And then we have options of one file or many files. Now, of course, the difference is when you're accessing it, the data structure is going to be different if you go with many files. So that's why in my case, I'm going to go with one file. And if you want to follow along exactly like I code in the videos, I also suggest using this one file. Now, again, you can use many files. Just keep in mind that you might need to do some hacking later, since when the data comes back from the Contentful, the structure might be a bit different. So in my case, I'm going to go with image, and I'm going to go with one file. And this is going to be the case where I'll definitely set up my validation, and I'm going to go with required, because keep in mind that images are always a pain if they are missing. Then we have featured, and essentially this is going to be the setup where some items are going to be displayed in recipes and home, and for about and the contact page will only display featured items. So only the ones that have featured property set to true. And as far as the field type, well, this one will be a Boolean. So we go with add field, and then I'm going to go with this Boolean option, and the name of it will be featured, and then we just create here. And then we have one more integer. At this point, we have cook time and servings, and I'll add one for the prep time as well. So again, we go with number, and more specifically integer, and then we go with prep time here. We create this one, And the last one will be our content, where I want to showcase how we can set up a JSON object in Contentful. And effectively, the reason why I want to set it up as a JSON object is because if I take a look at the recipe, notice I have these tags here, which is going to be an array. Then I have instructions, which is also going to be array, ingredients and tools, and all of them effectively are arrays. And just to showcase how we can work with JSON data in Contentful, I'll set them all up in this one field. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to go with add field. In this case, I'm looking for this JSON object, and I'm just going to call this content here. Let's create this one. And then once we're done setting up all the fields, we just bravely click on save and we're good to go. And once we have our content type in place, now, of course, we just need to add some content. I do suggest adding at least 4 items. So 3 are going to be featured and 1 not featured, because that way you can have the same setup where basically we'll display all the recipes in home as well as the recipes. But when it comes to about as well as contact, we'll just display the featured ones. Now, if you want, you can set up 1 as featured and then maybe the second one as not featured. That's also an option, but I'm going to go with 4 and 3. And the way we add the content instead of content model, where we were setting up the structure for our data, now, of course, we just need to add those entries. So I'm going to go with add a recipe. And then notice what happens if I try to publish without the title, which is required, as well as my image. Well, I'm going to get the errors. I'll have required here as well as required for the title. And that's why it's so important to add those validations, because that way you can make sure that you always provide the data. Because I don't want to repeat myself, but it's much harder to later find it on the front end. And in order to speed this up, I'll use the values again from my complete project. And I'll also open up the HipSum where I can get my dummy text. I'm not going to start with I'm baby. And then let's go back. As far as the title, let's see what is the first one. In homepage, we're going to go with this one here. So let me copy this one, copy and paste. As far as the cook time, I'm going to go with 10 minutes. Then for description, like I said, I'm just going to grab from the hipster ipsum like so. So we're just going to copy and paste. When it comes to servings, I'm just going to add here 4. Now for the images, these are our options. So I can go with add media. Now, eventually, once we add already some images, of course, we can choose from add existing, but at the moment we have nothing here. So I'm just going to go with add new, and then we can either get it from our file system, we can get it from the search, and of course, you can see all of your options. Now, in my case, I'm going to go actually with the file system, and then more specifically, I'm going to look for my project, because if you remember, in the assets, I had the photos for my 4 recipes. So if I go to the assets and then images, and then more specifically now recipes, since we set up one more directory, I can easily access them. So I can say open here, and of course, I'm going to get my recipe. And with images, you'll have to publish the image first. Make sure you do that. And then, of course, you can just navigate back. Now, as you can see, once the image is published, we are in good shape. And next one is featured. So like I said, I'll set up 3 items with a featured of yes, and then 1 is going to be with featured of no. Now, for the prep time, I'll simply go with value of 4. And up next, we have the content field, where if you remember, we went with JSON object type. And therefore, of course, whatever we set up over here, we need to follow the typical JSON rules. For instance, all the properties must be in the double quotation marks. So for example, here I can say items and I can set it up as an array. Now, in order to speed this up, just so you don't have to watch me type the JSON object as well as for your own use, I provided already a dummy data for you. So if you navigate back to the project and look for data in the assets. So first assets and then data directory. More specifically, look for recipe JSON. And this is the example one that you can right away use. Notice this is an object. I follow the JSON syntax, and all my 4 properties are arrays. So one for tags, one for tools, ingredients, as well as instructions. So if you want to speed this up, just grab everything here and then navigate back, clean out, and copy and paste. Now, I do suggest changing at least the tags, because if you take a look at our complete project, I'm using those tags to showcase how many recipes I have for one tag. And notice how this value is changing. And then we're querying for that specific tag. So we get all the recipes that match that tag. So what I'm trying to say here is that once you save, as you move from one item to the next one, try to change these tags around. Now, I do suggest keeping this food, because that will make sure that we have one tag that has all the items, but you don't have to. And of course, if you want to change these values around, for example, instructions or ingredients, you already know what to do. Just go into the quotation marks and just change the value. Now, please keep in mind, you have to have a proper JSON syntax. So if I'll remove this comma, notice I'll get this. This is not a valid JSON. So we always need to follow proper JSON rules. Now, before we continue, let me stress something. Where, of course, this is not the only way how you can set up the content type for this particular project. Case in point, I could have just set up 4 different field types, one for tags, one for tools, and all that. And then again, just set them up as arrays. Why I went this route? First, I wanted to showcase how flexible the JSON object is, that pretty much we can set up as complicated as we want. And second, well, that way I can just provide the entire object. And in my opinion, it just speeds up the data entries for you as well as for me. And as far as the tags for my first item, I'm going to change them around, and I'm going to say beef. And then I'm going to go with lunch here. And again, I'll keep the food tag for all my items. So all my items will have the same food tag, just so we can see the functionality in action. And once I'm done setting up my JSON object, of course, I have all my fields in place, so I can just publish my entry. So click here, and then once it's published, if you go back to your content, you'll see that you have one item in place. And now, of course, I'll stop the video and I'll add the rest of them, just because I don't see the point of you watching me add all my items. And then once you're done adding all of your items, then of course you can move on to the next video, where we'll connect our Gatsby application to our Contentful. I successfully added the rest of my recipes. So I have 4 total. And just to showcase how we can add an existing image, I'm just going to create one dummy one. So if I go with the recipe, and then if I find my image, like I said, we have 2 options: add new media, where we can get from the internet or from our computer. And of course, once we add some images, of course, I can click from the current assets as well. These are my images. I can just select from one of these ones, and I'm good to go. And then I'm not going to save this one, so I'll just say delete. And we're going to go with permanently delete, I guess, like so. And once I remove that dummy content, let me just showcase that for Greek ribs, I went with featured false. So rest of them have feature set to true, but this one has it as false. So this one won't show up in the about page and the contact page. And second, as far as the tags, try to set up some repeating tags, because that way you'll be able to see better our tags functionality in action. Now we have the data. How do we get it into our Gatsby application? Well, we'll have to use a plugin for that. And I'm going to navigate to my docs, and more specifically, I guess I'm looking for Gatsby, and I'm going for plugins, and we're looking for Contentful one. So Gatsby source Contentful. we keep on scrolling, we can see that we need to install the package. And of course, we need to stop the server for that. So clear everything, copy and paste. Okay, we install the package. Then we keep on scrolling, and we'll have to set up our plugin as an object. Because of course, we need to provide those options. And in this case, we need to provide space ID as well as the access token. Now in this video, I'll just copy and paste them just because I quickly want to test whether we get some errors or the connection is correct. And then in the next video, I'll show you how we can work with environment variables in Gatsby. So please do not push this up to the GitHub after this video, because if you'll do that, you'll just expose your API keys in your source code. So I'll grab this object. So I'm looking for this Gatsby source contentful. And of course, I need to go to the Gatsby config. I'll go below the file system one, copy and paste. And notice this is the name, of course, for our result. And then in the options, as you can see, for different plugin, we have different properties. So here we need to provide a space ID. And the second one will be our access token. And like I just said, in the next video, we will set up proper environment variables. But for time being, we'll just pass in our values directly in the Gatsby config. And where we can get those values, well, we need to go to our contentful one and then look for the second ones, and more specifically, API keys. And of course, we haven't set up any yet. So we need to go with add API key. And I'm going to call this one Gatsby tutorial. If you want, you can add description, but you don't have to. And you just save it here. So we save, and then this is going to be our key. And then this is our space ID. And as you can see, they're not hiding the space ID. So we can simply copy and then go back. And again, make sure that you copy and paste correctly within the template string. And then in this case, we'll do the same thing with our API access token. But just make sure that you get the content delivery one. So the preview one is different. Then we go back again, copy and paste, we save. And then once we spin up the dev server, if we don't have any errors in a console, we are in good shape. Trust me, if you provided some invalid values, then you'll have big fat errors in your terminal when the Gatsby application is trying to connect to the Contentful. And if you scroll up here, you'll notice that process data, and then we're creating 4 Contentful recipe nodes. So we're fetching data. We are in good shape because I can see that I'm getting 4 entries, all the 4 recipes that I just added. And once we have successfully connected Gatsby application to the Contentful, before we take a look at the GraphQL, so how we can set up our query, I want to showcase how we can hide these sensitive API keys. All right, so we're successfully fetching data from Contentful. However, there's a major issue in our current setup. You see, the moment I'll push this up to the GitHub, anyone who looks at my source code can just take my API key. And that's something you want to avoid at all costs. And in order to hide this value, we'll have to use ENV variables. Now, ENV variables are not unique to Gatsby. In fact, they're part of Node. And then since Gatsby is Node application, of course, we have access to ENV variables as well. Now, if you want to see the whole setup, how it works, just follow this link. So in my case, I'm going to go here just because I want to showcase where you can get more info. So keep scrolling, and we have 2 options. We have one file, the environment variables file for development, and one production. Now, I'll right away set up both because you want the production one if you run the Gatsby build locally. Now, there's 2 options. When we push this up to the Netlify, we can either drag and drop, which is going to be a local build option, or we can do the continuous deployment. And in that case, we don't care about the production one since we'll have to set up those values on Netlify separately anyway. However, I'll right away set them both, the development one as well as the production one. So let's keep on scrolling. Again, they just mentioned how you can create these two files, one for development and one for production. And the syntax is following, where for ENV files, we need to go with .env first. And again, in Gatsby, it's development and production. Keep scrolling. And in order to access those values, you'll have to require the package. Now, the package comes already as dependency on Gatsby, so we don't need to install it. Or we'll have to add this line of code whenever we want to use those values. So whenever we want to use the values that are coming from the development or the production one. And then we just keep on scrolling. And notice, in order to access, we simply go with process, env, and then whatever is the variable name. So let's go back to our project, and I'll open up the sidebar. And then you want to create both of those files in the root. And you'll for sure need a development one, but I'll also right away set up the production one. So when we perform a local build, we don't get the errors. Again, you create that in the root, not in a source. That's extremely important. And we go here with .env, and we're going to go with development, like so. And we'll right away set up another file. And here we'll say production. So we're going to go with new file and .env and production. Now in development one, I'll set up my variable, and I'm just going to call this contentful API key, API and underscore key. And now, of course, you want to go to Gatsby config and take this value. Now, you don't need to set it up as a string. You can leave it the way it is. And if you're wondering how come the colors in my development file, meaning in my ENV file, are different for the property and the value, well, because I'm using this extension. Let me make this one bigger. And let me see. Okay, so I'm using this one, this .env. So that's the one that makes the color values different. And then I'll save my development, of course, and then back in the Gatsby config. Remember, in order to access those values, we need to require that package, the one that comes with a Gatsby as a dependency. And the package name is .env. So just take these 3 lines of code, you can copy them here as well, navigate back, and somewhere here at the top of the Gatsby config, of course, we want to invoke this one. So we want to save it and then scroll down and then simply just write process env and then whatever is the name. So in this case, contentful API key. So navigate back and save it. And of course, I want to do the same thing in production, where I'll take my variable, my contentful API key, and I'll just copy and paste. So now we'll save Gatsby config. And again, this is going to be the case where once you restart the server, if there's something wrong with the setup, you'll right away see the errors. Trust me, there's going to be big, massive errors in the terminal. If you don't, that means that the setup is correct. And now what's really cool is the fact that once we'll push this up to the GitHub, then these values, the API key values, will be hidden. Because if you take a look at the git ignore, you'll see that we're actually ignoring all the ENV files. So keep on scrolling and notice .env, all of them are going to be ignored. Keep in mind that if you're setting up your own project and if you don't have the git ignore, it's crucial that you also add all the ENV files. Otherwise, whatever we're doing over here doesn't really matter because it's going to be pushed up to the GitHub anyway. Now, if I check my terminal, it looks like everything went correct. Again, we can scroll up and we can see that we're fetching data from Contentful and we're successful. We're getting 4 entries. So now, of course, we just need to go to the GraphQL and figure out how we can set up the query for our recipes. All right. And once we're done setting up our ENV variables, next, I want to set up a query where we fetch all the recipes. Now, in order to do that, we need to go back to the GraphQL. And if you don't see these fields, for example, all contentful asset or the contentful recipe, make sure that you restart the sandbox. And then, of course, you'll see all of these fields. And the ones that we're looking for is the AllContentfulRecipe as well as the recipe one. So we have Contentful Why do we want these fields? Well, because this one we'll use to get all the recipes, and this one we'll use later when we set up our pages programmatically. And again, not to be redundant, but what's really cool is that the moment we install a plugin, then we have access to those fields. So it's not like you have to memorize them or remember them. They're only available once you install the plugin. And then, of course, in order to set up the query, I need to pick a field. And in this case, since I want to query all my recipes in this case, well, I just need to go with all. Because remember, that was the rule. If you want to work with list, you go with all. And in this case, since my content type is a recipe, since I named my content type recipe, that's why I need to follow the same name. And then if I want to get one specific recipe, of course, I'm going to go with Contentful one. Now, in order to set everything up, we just click on the triangle for AllContentfulRecipe. And then if you remember, if we want to work with that list, we just need to go with nodes. And of course, as you can see, we get all the fields. So pretty much everything that we just set up in Contentful, we have access to. And of course, at this point, we just need to ask ourselves. So for this first query, do I really need all the data? Or I simply need my image, I need the title, I need the prep time, as well as the cook time. And of course, the answer is I only need these 4 values plus the ID, because we'll be setting up a list. And if you remember in React, we need to use a key prop and we need to provide something unique. So we might as well use the ID that is coming back from the Contentful. Now later, when we'll be setting up individual pages, yes, of course, we'll grab not only the instructions, ingredients, tools, and tags, but also servings, as well as the description. But for the time being, we really need only these 4 things plus the tags. So something I forgot to mention, we'll also need to get those tags out of that content, because side by side, I want to set up my tags with my recipes. So let me stop talking and we'll just navigate back and get those fields. Now, where do you see the ID? Here. So we click on ID and notice I can run it and I right away get my array. That's my nodes. And then in there, I have 4 values. Why I have 4 values? Because I have 4 recipes. And at this point, we simply need to provide which fields we want to query. So I click on a title and in my response, I'll see all the titles. If I want to have a cook time, then of course, I just need to look for that field and add it to my query. Now, I also want to have a prep time. And like I said, I also want to have access to the tags. So I'm going to go to the content. If you remember, content was an object, but then inside of the content, I have the tags, correct? So we go with content. Since it's an object, we're more specifically looking for the tags, which is an array. And that should get us back our tags. And lastly, of course, I also want to get my image. Now, in order to get the image, first, I need to look for the field name, which, surprise, surprise, is an image. And then, if you remember, in order to set up Gatsby image component, we needed to provide this GatsbyImageData. Now, something important I want to mention. You'll only have access to GatsbyImageData if the people who built the plugin made it available to you. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why we picked Contentful, because they made it available. Since Gatsby image component comes with version 3, you might run into some plugins that do not support that yet. And if they don't support it, then your only other option is building a plugin yourself, where effectively you do provide that Gatsby image data. Now, again, that is definitely out of the scope of what we're trying to do. Just keep in mind that, again, if you use some plugin that doesn't support Gatsby image data, then there's no way you can use it unless you build your own plugin. Now, in our case, people who built the plugin for Contentful were nice enough to provide it. So of course, we just need to go with GatsbyImageData. And then if you remember, we can run it as it is, or we can provide the options. And in my case, I'm going to go with layout one, and I'll say that the images are going to be constrained. And also I'll use my favorite placeholder, which is going to be the traced SVG. So once I run it, we're going to get back this giant response with all this data. I know that it can be a little bit overwhelming because once we add that image data, I mean, the response is just going to be massive. That's why I was starting with simpler ones like ID and title. And again, the main idea is following, where we'll only have access to the fields once we install the plugin. Then the field name will correspond to our content type, which in our case is recipe. Now, since I want to work with the whole collection, I'm going to go with the field that starts with all, and then I can access all the fields that I set up in my headless CMS. And I just need to check on boxes, and I'll get back the values. And you know what, before we go, why don't we make things a bit more interesting and also sort our response based on a title. So essentially, I want to sort my response A to Z. So I'm going to look for my sort argument. And then as far as the fields, I'm going to go with title. And then when it comes to order, I'm going to go with ascending. And then once I run it, notice how we're sorting our response A to Z. And once we have this setup in place, now, of course, I just need to go back to my application and set up a component that takes advantage of this query. Beautiful. Once we have our query, let's navigate back to our project. And in the components, I want to create a new component. And we're going to use that component in 2 pages. We're going to use it in the recipes as well as the home. Now, inside of our component, there's going to be 2 more components. Because if you remember, I mentioned previously that one of these components we will reuse all throughout our application in about pages as well as the template pages. So that's why first I'm going to go to the components and I'll right away create all 3 of them. Now, the main one where I'll get all the data is going to be AllRecipes.js, and the other 2 are going to be TagsList and RecipesList. So we're going to go with TagsList.js as well as the recipes list. Recipes list, and we go with JS. Now, in all recipes, for time being, let's set it up as a component. And then we can right away import our tags list and recipes list. So for time being, we can set up a heading 4, and we can just say all recipes just so we can see something on the screen. And then let's set up these 2 components. So again, I'll use my snippets tags list, and we'll say this is tags list. Okay, awesome. And we're going to do the same thing here. So this is going to be our recipes list. Recipes list. We save, and now, of course, in all recipes, I want to import both of them. So first, I'm going to look for tags list, and that is coming from the same folder. So I simply say tags list, and we're going to render right after our heading 4. So we're going to go with tags list, and then we're going to copy and paste, and we'll set up the recipes list. So in here, I think I can just go with multiple cursors, and we'll remove, and we'll just say recipes list. So we save it, and now I want to navigate to both of my pages, to the index one as well as the recipes one, and just grab my all recipes component. So import, we go with all recipes from, and of course we're looking in the components, and we have all recipes component. So right after the main, but still within the layout, that's important, render the all recipes, and we should get the text once we refresh. There it is, all the way in the bottom. We have those. This is a tags list, and you know what? Actually, it should be here in the main. My apologies. Yep, now it looks better. So we have all recipes. This is tags list, and this is a recipe list. And the same thing we want to do in the recipes page as well. So navigate to the recipes page and simply go with import, and then the same import. We go with all recipes from, we're looking in the components, and then we're looking for all recipes. And then as far as the return, we'll have a layout, then we'll have a main with a class of page, and then inside of it, let's just render again all recipes. And then let's see what we have in the browser. So I'm going to navigate to the recipes. Now I have my component there as well. And once we have the setup in place, now let's navigate to all recipes and set up the UseStaticQuery hook so we can pull that data. So we can pull that data into component, and then we'll pass it into the tags list and recipes list. Again, why we're doing that? Because recipes list will reuse throughout our project. So we'll set them up separately, and then we can reuse this sucker in different pages as well. Remember, this is React, so you can set it up in all kinds of ways. This is just one of the ways how we can set it up. And in order to use the UseStaticQuery hook, we need to have two things from Gatsby: GraphQL first, and also we need to have this UseStaticQuery, and we just need to import from the Gatsby. And after that, I want to set up my query. However, I think I will use the code exporter option because I think it's going to be faster. So again, my preference is using the page query, even though I'm not going to be setting up a page query. Of course, we're working in a component, so I'll just omit the export and I'll take everything after that. So I'll take const and all the way to the closing tag template, and I'm going to copy and paste. That's my query. And in order to invoke it, I just need to go with some kind of variable, and I'm going to go with data. And of course, I'll use my UseStaticQuery and I'll pass in my query. And for the time being, I just want to check whether I'm getting back that object. If I do, then I'll pass my nodes array down to TagsList as well as recipes list. So in here, I'm going to go simply with data, and I'll console log it just so I can see that I have something on a screen. Can refresh testing. That's where we were setting up the gallery. In this case, I want to go to the home one, and I want to take a look at my DevTools. So console, and of course I have my giant object, and then inside of that object, I have property by the name of AllContentfulRecipe, and then that property is an object, and inside of that object, I have those nodes. And again, at this point, it is simply JavaScript. If you want, you can destructure it here. You can say that inside of this object, I'm looking for AllContentfulRecipe, and then more specifically nodes. That's definitely an option. Or just drill it down to the nodes. So first, let's do the second option, where I'll still call this data, and then I'll come up with a new variable. I'll say recipes is equal to data, and then remember the property name, AllContentful and recipe and dot nodes. And of course, if you want, again, you can console log it. And yes, in the first examples, we'll do quite a bit of console logging. And then later, of course, we'll do that less and less. If I refresh, notice now, of course, I have access to the array. And the way our functionality is going to work, we'll pass this recipes variable down to both components, to the tags list, where we'll set up some functionality, as well as the recipes list. So in the recipes list, we'll just iterate over that list and display those nice cards. Now in the tags list, yes, there's going to be a different functionality. At this point, I simply want to showcase that both of them effectively do the same thing. So if I'll comment this out, and if I go this route where I do the destructuring, AllContentful and recipe, which is an object, and then we just look for the nodes, and I can give it an alias, and I can just call it the recipes. Please try to understand that both of them do exactly the same. At the end of the day, you just have access to the array, and it really comes down to your preference. Some people prefer the destructuring like so, and some say that this is more readable. And understand that there's no way for me to please everyone, and therefore I'll go with whatever I prefer the most. And in most cases, it is going to be setting up the destructuring. But just so we can start nice and easy, I'm going to go back to the first option instead. So I'll set this up as data. And again, in a console, we'll see the 4 recipes. And then, like I said, in order to set everything up, we'll have to pass in this recipes. So our nodes array down to the TagsList component as well as the recipes list. So I'll set up props on both of them. I'll call it recipes and I'll set it equal to my recipes variable. And the same thing you want to do here. So we can just copy and paste. And now both TagsList and recipes list has access to the array. And in one component, we'll just iterate over them. And then in the second one in tags, there's going to be more functionality. Not bad, not bad. We have all recipes component in good standing. So now, of course, we can work on the other 2 as well. And I think since I want to get something fast on the screen, we'll set up the recipes list first, and then we'll work on our tags list. And as far as the recipes list, well, let's start by removing this heading 4 in all recipes. And you know what? As far as the return, why don't we also change this div to a section, and we'll add a class name just so we can get a little bit of styling. So we'll go with recipes and then container. Okay, awesome. And then I'm going to navigate to recipes list, and we want to do some imports first. Now, what are we going to be looking for? I want to get a link, since cards are actually going to be links, and they will navigate to that single recipe page. And don't worry, for the time being, we'll have some errors because we haven't set up those pages yet. That's still coming up, but I still want a link right away. So I'm going to go with import link from, and of course, I'm looking for the Gatsby. And I also want to have a Gatsby image because, of course, now I want to display those images. But for dynamic data, we need to use Gatsby image component. So we go with import. We're looking for Gatsby image. That one is coming from Gatsby plugin image. Those are our 2 imports. And now, of course, we just need to set up the functionality. Now, I know that I'm getting my recipes prop, correct? And that's where I have my recipes array. So I'll simply destructure it right away in the parameters. And since I'll reuse it all throughout my project, I might as well set up a nice default where I say that if recipes are not provided, then the default value will be empty array. So again, that way you just avoid some unnecessary errors. Then, as far as the return, I want to iterate over my recipes. So the list that is going to be passed in, and for return, we're going to go with div, and we're going to add a class name. So we get a little bit of styling, recipes list. And now let's iterate over our array. So inside of this div, I'm going to set up recipes. That's the name, of course, for my prop. And I know that it is an array. And as far as the parameter, I'm just going to use the name of a recipe. And what I want to return for each and every recipe, well, let's just start very simply by saying return. And we're going to go with paragraph, and I'll say recipe title, just so we can get something on a screen. And of course, then we'll work on more meaningful return. And how do I know that the title property is there? Well, I simply know that because when we take a look at our GraphQL, what do I have there? I have the nodes, and then inside of this node, I have my title property. And don't worry, we can also console log here, and you'll definitely see that as well. You'll see that object. And then once we save, we have banana pancakes and rest of them as well. And again, if you want to double check where we're getting this info, now again, there's going to be some warnings because we're not using the key prop yet. Don't worry, we'll do that. But take a look at our console. We have 4 objects. So we have an array, and I'm just iterating over that array. And then for every item, I'm getting back this object. So now, of course, we just need to construct our return so it looks more like this, like these cards here. And the way we're going to do that, I'll right away destructure those properties out of my object. So we go here with ID. We also want to get a title. We want to get a image, and we're going to go with prep time and cook time here. And all of that is coming from my object. And as far as the return, I'll right away wrap it in a link, and I'll provide a dynamic value. So the way it's going to look like, I'm going to say link, and then we need to add a toProp. So where we're going to navigate once we click on this link. However, in this case, I want to set up a dynamic value. So unlike the previous cases where I was hard coding, I said go to the /home or about or whatever. We need to keep in mind that eventually there's going to be a page for every item, and the URL is going to be / and whatever is the name of my recipe. Now there's going to be some magic where we'll add these hyphens in between as well. And when I say we, of course, I mean Gatsby, but we don't need to worry about that. Just worry about the fact that we need to set up our links with / and whatever is the name of the recipe. Just keep in mind that we have 4. So that's why we access this variable name where we say, okay, so we're going to navigate to, and we'll set up here a curly braces because we want to go back to the JavaScript land. And since I want to access a variable, I'm also going to set up right away a template literal. I'll say / and then whatever is my title. So we're passing in this dynamic value for our URL. Okay, let's save that one. So now, of course, we have them as links. But like I said, we haven't created those pages. So, of course, the moment you'll click on it, you'll have the error page. Because notice, these are all the pages we have. And we don't have one for / banana pancakes or Greek cribs or vegetable soup. We will create those pages later, but I right away want to set up these dynamic links where the values depend on the title that we get out of the recipe. Let me just navigate back to the homepage or recipes. It doesn't really matter. And then inside of the link, why don't we also right away set up a Gatsby image, since I want to set them up as cards. Now, I do want to add a little bit of styling here, and I'll say recipe. That's the class that is coming from my main CSS. And also, since I have a list in React, I need to add a key prop and something dynamic. Now, in this case, something dynamic and unique is going to be my ID, something that the Contentful already provides for me. And then inside of the link, I right away want to set up my images. So I have the card, and each card has the image. And of course, that represents that particular recipe. And I already imported a Gatsby image component since I have dynamic images. The value, of course, is changing from one recipe to another one. So it's not the same, so it's not static. And here we go with Gatsby image component. We have image prop, and initially I will drill down to the property by the name of GatsbyImageData, and then later we'll use the helper function as well. Again, if you're a bit lost of what's happening, remember we are querying for the image, and then inside of that image we have GatsbyImageData object. And this is a giant object that provides all the necessary values to our component, to our Gatsby image component. And this is also where we passed in our options. So now we simply need to go with image. That's the name of the property. And inside of it, we have this Gatsby image and data property. That's all we have to do. Now I have some CSS in place. So we also want to go with class name and recipe -img. And also, as far as the alternative, we can simply pass in the title. So whatever we have as a title value, we can just simply pass it here. I'll close it. And then once we save, notice we have our nice images displayed on the screen as well. And then right after the Gatsby image, I'm going to go with heading 5 with my title. So I'm going to go back to JavaScript land and I'll access the title variable. And then we have paragraph with 2 values. We have one for prep time and second one for the cook time. So let's go prep and colon, and let's access the variable. So prep time here. And then the second one will be cook time. And you know what? Let's also add here min, and I'm going to add that vertical bar and we'll say cook. And of course, this one will be cook time. So we save it. And if we navigate to the bigger screen, there should be no warnings in the console. Okay, that's good. And we can also see the prep time as well as the cook time. Now, as you're hovering, notice these errors. We'll have them for the time being. So these are different. These ones are because Gatsby is trying to prefetch that page, which will eventually set up. And of course, at the moment, the page doesn't exist. So don't worry about it. We'll fix it later. Now, one thing that is missing here is cook. And I also want to add a min. And then let's also utilize our helper function. So at the moment, I'm accessing my image property and Gatsby image. And the way I set up my Contentful, the image field is required. But just in case the image is missing, so if there is no image property, but I'm still trying to access a property on that image, since I don't want to get that big fat error, I can go with my GetImage. Remember, that was my helper function. And simply, we can set up a new value. Again, I'm going to go with path to image. And that will be equal to getImage. And then I simply need to provide my image property. So I go here, and instead of image, we simply go with path to image. So once we get to the object where the Gatsby image data is sitting, we are in good shape. Notice we provide that one and everything works. Now, if you'll mess this up, nothing bad is going to happen. So if by mistake I type here recipe, that's not going to be a direct parent of my Gatsby image. So once I save, notice my images are just missing, but I don't have those errors. So this bug does not break my application, which is super, super cool. And that's why the getImage helper function is very useful. So I'm going to go back to my image. Again, that's where the Gatsby image data is sitting. And once I provide that, I get a proper path. And we're in good shape where we have the recipes list in 2 pages. We have it in the homepage as well as the recipes page. And since we can access recipes as props, that's our setup in a recipes list, we'll just provide different value for the recipes. So in this case, I'm providing all my recipes, whatever I have. Currently I have 4, but if I'm going to have 4,000, then of course I'll provide 4,000 in the all recipes. However, you'll see how in different setups, we'll provide different data. And while we still have our query in Sandbox, why don't we do just that? Why don't we worry about rendering recipes list with different data in different pages? And then we'll switch back to the tags list because there's also a bit more functionality we need to do in order to showcase the tags like I have in the final project. So first, I want to go back to my Sandbox. And now let's think about the changes we need to make. First, I don't need to have tags here. So I can simply go back to my Explorer and remove the tags. So I'm not looking for them. I also want to change a little bit images. So they're a bit different. So instead of the placeholder option, I'm going to go with a blurred one. And probably the most important part is the fact that in this case, I want to filter my response. I want to get only the recipes which have featured set to true. And remember, we can combine all of these arguments. So I simply go back to my filter argument, and then I'm looking for the featured one. Where it is, where it is, where it is. Yep, there it is. That's my featured. And I'm going to go with equals option. And notice how it right away tells me that it is a Boolean. So either I can go with true or false. And in my case, I just want to set featured to true. So only the items who have featured set to true. So in my case, 3 items, those ones will be returned. Again, it's going to be very hard to see in our response because of course we have that Gatsby image data. Now, if you want, you can just scroll down and you can take a look at the total count. That's one of the options. Let's scroll down. And in my case, it's going to say 2, which is weird because I told you that I set 3 of them. So let me quickly fix that. I'm gonna go back here and let's say Greek ribs. Okay, that one was for sure no. And let's see, vegetable soup. And this one I just didn't set up. So by default, it's gonna be as false. So something to keep in mind. But then remember two things. First, every time you modify data in Contentful, make sure that you publish the changes. Otherwise, you won't access the latest value. So make sure the one that you just modified, you also have it as published, not just changed. And second, we need to restart our project because we want to get the latest data. So I'm going to go with clear npm start. I'll spin up my dev server and then I'll just have to wait a little bit. And then once I have the latest data, my total count should be equal to 3. And once the dev server is up and running, if I refresh and if I run it, and if we take a look, notice, of course, now the total count is 3, which is exactly what I was looking for. So now I can remove that total count and I'll simply use my code exporter. In this case, I do want to use the page query because we'll be setting up this query in the about page. Then we want to navigate back to our project and I'll start with about page where below my component, I will set up my query. Okay, awesome. That is working. Then we want to make some imports here as well. So at the moment we have a link, we have static image, but I also want to get that GraphQL from the Gatsby. So make sure that every time you set up the query, you also import this GraphQL. That is a must. And then, of course, I want to get my recipes list. Again, keep in mind something. We're not talking about all recipes. All recipes has both. It has tags list and recipes list. In this case, I just want to grab the recipes list and we'll provide the value that we're getting back from our query. So that's how we can reuse it in multiple parts of our application. And every time we'll pass in different value. So every time we'll just change what recipes are rendered. So in the about.js, I'm going to go with import and I'm looking for recipes and list from, and I'm looking in the components and then recipes list. I scroll down and then right next to my first section, I'm going to create another one. Now there's right away a class. So I want to add a little bit of styling and therefore I'll go with featured and then recipes like so. And then inside of this section, let's start with a heading 5. And let's just type, look at this awesome sauce. Awesome sauce, exclamation point. And then let's go with our recipes list. And what's really cool, since I have in the recipes list this default value, if I don't provide something by mistake, for example, then nothing bad is going to happen. So if I navigate back to my project, and of course I want to take a look at the about, notice how nothing bad is happening, right? So everything still works. So if I take a look at the console, yeah, I have these ones, but they have nothing to do with my current setup. But if you go to the recipes list and if you'll remove this one, then you'll right away have the big fat error because you're trying to render a component and that component is looking for the prop. It is looking for the recipes prop. However, in the about page, we're not passing. That's why it's always nifty if you add those default values. And again, this has nothing to do with Gatsby or React. It's just straight up JavaScript where I say, you know what, if the recipes are not provided, well, simply treat it as an empty array. And that way, of course, we don't have anything on the screen. But what's important is that we also don't mess everything up. And before we deal with the recipes, if you ever have this type of situation where you can see that the image is not loading, try running Gatsby clean. So I'm going to go back, I'm going to stop my server, and then we simply run Gatsby clean, and then we're going to go with Gatsby develop, and you'll see that everything is going to work. Once in a while, you might have something old stuck in a cache. So that's the reason why you have this bug. So if I navigate back and if I refresh, notice how everything works smoothly. And of course, I have my heading 5. And at the moment, I don't see any recipes because we're not passing them in. And if you remember, the difference between the component query and the page query is the fact that with a page query, we don't need to use our hook. We simply can access it if we take a look at the data property. And in order to check that, we simply go with data. As you can see, I'm right away destructuring, and I'm going to go with console log and data. So once I navigate back, once I refresh, and all the way in the bottom, I have my object. And then inside of it, again, I have AllContentfulRecipe and nodes and all that. Now, the difference, of course, in this case is that this nodes array is smaller because we're only getting the items who have featured set to true. And again, if you want, you can assign it to a variable, just like we're doing in all recipes. But in my case, I'm going to go with the structuring in the function parameters. So I'm going to go back to about.js, and then in here, I'll say that instead of the data, there is a object by the name of ContentfulRecipe. And then inside of that recipe object, I have nodes, and I'll right away give it an alias of recipes. Again, at the end of the day, the functionality is exactly the same, where now I can scroll down, and since a recipes list is looking for the recipes prop, I can simply pass in my recipes. And now if you navigate to about page, and if you refresh, by the way, here, I guess I'll have to save it one more time. And there it is. Now, of course, I have my recipes. However, these ones are the featured recipes. And I know I said this before, but what's really, really, really cool is the fact that we can reuse this component. So I can do the same thing in a contact page. I simply need to go there. And first, I guess I want to start with my imports. And you know what? In order to speed this up, I will copy and paste. So I'm looking for these two suckers. And we're going to do copy and paste. Okay, awesome. Then we'll do the same thing with a query. Okay, awesome. And then all the way in the bottom in the contact page, we'll set up our query. And then the same thing. We have access to the values in the data. And in this case, again, let me switch back to the drilling one, where I'm going to go with recipes is equal to data. And then the value was all contentful and recipe, and then nodes, correct? And of course, I just need to scroll down. We're going to go with the same section, just like we have in about.js. So I think it's going to be faster if I just navigate back here, select my whole section, and render it in the contact page as well. And now if I go back to my big browser, I can clearly see that I have my featured ones in the about page as well as the contact page. Again, main takeaways are following, where we change our query a bit. So we look for different fields, and I removed the content one. Then I added another argument. In this case, we're filtering for the recipes that have featured set to true. And then we just set up two page queries, one in about and one contact. And in the page queries, we access it directly in the component, so we don't need to use the hook. And we need to look for the data property. And from there, the setup is exactly the same, where we have the component, which is looking for the recipes, and we just render the recipes list component and provide the value for the recipes prop. Not bad, not bad. I think our project looks nicer and nicer. At the moment, we can display the recipes as well. And up next, I want to work on the tags. But there are two major issues. You see, unlike the recipes, we're not going to be able just to iterate over the tags. Why? Well, because tags are actually an array inside of the items. So we have array within the array. And moreover, there's a content property as well. That's number one. So our data structure is more complicated for the tags. And second, check out. This is the result that I want. So I want tags. I want them in the alphabetical order. And I want to showcase, well, how many food items I have with that tag. For food, I have 4. And then for beef, I have only 1. So it's not like with recipes where we just took the array, iterated over, and then display the image, title, and all that. Unfortunately, we'll have to do a bit more work. And if you don't believe me, we can just navigate back to the project. I'll close everything here. I'll close the sidebar and here as well. And let's just simply go to components. We're looking for the tags list here. And then remember, we're passing in the recipes, right? So I'm going to go with the recipes. And then if we console log, you'll see that, of course, the structure is more complex. So I'm going to navigate to the home page or recipes page. It doesn't really matter since we render in both pages in the console. And I guess I'll have to refresh. In a console, eventually I should see the tag list. And that's, again, one of the unfortunate things where you need to hop back and forth just to get the latest results. And as you can see, so that is my array. Those are my 4 items. And then those tags are inside of it. So we have here a content property. And then inside of it, we have that array of tags. And that's why we'll set up a separate function. Now, why we're setting up the separate function to pull out those particular tags? Well, because there's going to be more functionality and I want to reuse that functionality in a tags page. So I don't want to set it up here and then copy and paste. We might as well then just set up a separate folder and call it utils and then reuse that function. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go back to the source. I'll create a new folder and I'm going to call this utils. Once I create that folder, then I'm going to create a new file and I'll say setup tags, and it's simply going to be a function. So I'm not going to set it up as a component. I'll say const and then setup tags, and it's going to be looking for one thing as an argument. It's going to be looking for my recipes array. So I'll just name my parameter recipes, and then for the time being, I'll just return the recipes. I mean, we don't have any functionality yet. And then, of course, I want to export it. And since I'm not going to have more functions here, I'm just going to go with export default and then setup tags. And now, of course, I need to go back to the tags list and then import the function, correct? So we're going to go with import. And you know what? Before we import, why don't we also console log just so we can see that our import works? Because it's the worst thing ever if you spend half an hour on functionality and then something doesn't work, but it's not the code. It's actually the fact that you messed up on the import. So I'm going to go with hello from utils here, just so we can see that our stuff works. And back in tags list, again, I'm going to go with setup tags from, and of course, I'm looking in the utils and more specifically setup tags. And instead of console logging the recipes, why don't we go here with setup tags and we'll pass in the recipes. And eventually we'll get some new tags back. So I might as well come up with some kind of variable there. And I think I'm going to go with new tags. So I'm going to say const new tags is equal to a setup tags, and then we pass in the recipe. So once we save, if everything is correct, then in the home page or in recipes page, it doesn't really matter. We should see hello from utils. And that's awesome. That means that our function works, at least the initial functionality. And now we can just head back and pull out those tags from our array. And before we continue, let me just stress something. This is by far not the only way how you can do it. I set up my functionality in a certain way just because I thought that it's going to make way more sense for Gatsby tutorial. And if at any point you get stuck and you need more info, I suggest referring to the JavaScript Nugget series that I have mentioned already quite a few times, because in there I cover the topics that I'm going to use to set up the functionality. And also eventually I'm planning to add a video where I specifically tackle this topic and I try to do in multiple ways. And lastly, if you have a better approach, don't be shy to share it. And I'm going to start here by just looking at the recipes. And we need to understand that, of course, recipes is an array, correct? So my approach was following, where I'm going to create a new empty object. So I'm going to go with const all tags is equal to an empty object. And then I'm going to set up a for each. And I'm actually going to iterate twice. I'm going to iterate over recipes, but then remember, since tags was an array itself, I'll also iterate over those tags. So every time as I'm iterating over the recipes, I'll set up a for each inside of that recipe over the tags as well. So I'll go here with recipes, then for each, and then we need to set up some kind of parameter that will reference the item. And in my case, I'm going to go with recipe. And then instead of my function body, like I said, tags are sitting where? They are sitting in the content, correct? So we need to go with recipe, not recipes, but recipe. So that's that individual recipe. Then we have content property, and then we have the tags property, which is an array. So again, we can use the for each. And in this case, I'm going to call my item a tag. And inside of this function, well, we can start simply by console logging the tag. So you can see what is happening. Again, I'm going to navigate back and then notice in the console. So these are all the tags I have. And first, I just want to add them to an object. And not only I want to add them to the object, I want to make sure that I add only the unique tags. That's number one, because if you take a look at the complete project, I only have the unique ones, so they're not repeating. And second, I want to count them. I want to know, well, how many food I have, how many, I don't know, dinner or whatever. So how many similar tags I have. So I'm going to go back and remember we have all tags object. And here I'll simply set up the functionality where I'll say if all tags object has this particular tag, then I just want to add +1. Basically, I want to add one value to that tag, because if I have 4 foods, then of course I want to count them. Now, if the item is not there, if there is no property on that object, then of course I'm going to create one. So I'm going to go with all tags and tag. So if the property already exists, I'm going to go with all tags and tag +1. Initially, it's going to be 1, and then every time there's a repeating tag, we just add +1. Now, if the tag doesn't exist, which can be our second option, we're going to go with all tags, and we'll create that property, and we'll set that property equal to 1. And in this case, I'm not going to console log tags anymore. I just want to console out the all tags, just so you can see what is the result of our iteration. And as you can see, we have a object, and we're counting the tags. So for beef, we have 1. For breakfast, we have 1. Like I said, in my case, I set up 4 food tags, just so the functionality makes sense. And of course, I have 2 for lunch, as well as soup. And actually, we're in pretty good shape. We have the unique tags, we have the values and all that. But there's 2 more things that I want to do. I want to turn this back into the array. That's number 1. And second, I do want to perform sort one more time to always make sure that we definitely have our values based on the alphabetical order. So they're always sorted. So I'm going to navigate back. I have all the tags, and then I'll create a new variable. I'm going to go with const new tags, and that will be equal to the object and then entries. And if you're not familiar with this method, it returns a property and value in the array. And I guess the easiest one is to showcase by actually console logging new tags. And if you go back to the console, notice now I have array of arrays. Each item is set up as an array. Like I said, property and the value. And then that is all sitting in one giant array. And once I have this one in place, now I want to error proof it by running sort on this array. So I'm going to navigate back, and we're going to go with sort method. Now sort method iterates over array, and we can access every item on that array, and they're represented by some kind of parameters. And in my case, it's going to be A and B. Now, since we're sorting based on the alphabetical order, we need to keep in mind that, of course, I want to access the string, not the value, because at this point I have an array as an item, not just one simple string. And in order to access that string, I'm just going to go with const, and then I'll rename it first tag, and that is coming from the A. Now this is actually array destructuring. The first item is going to be an array, and then from the array get me the first item. And again, if you want, you can console log it and you'll see that we're getting both strings. So we're going to go with second tag is equal to B. And then lastly, as far as the functionality for the sorting, I'm just going to go with the return and then first tag. And then we have this awesome method in JavaScript where we can right away compare strings based on their text. I can say locale compare. That's the function name. And then I pass in the second tag. So not setup tag, sorry, second tag. As a result, you'll see that we are comparing those string values, and we'll always make sure that they are in the alphabetical order. And of course, eventually I just want to return the tags. So I'm going to go with return, and instead of recipes, we're going to go with new tags. So if we go back to the tags list, and if you console log new tags, you'll see that again, we have this array of arrays, and these items are always going to be in the alphabetical order, and each item is going to be array. And then inside of that item, we have a string. So that's going to be the value. And then we have the actual number. So this represents, well, how many tags with this value we have. And from then, of course, it's the same thing. We just need to iterate over and then display the links to the tags pages. Awesome. And once we have our array in place, now let's just iterate over it and then set up the links to the tags pages. Again, we do not have those pages yet. We don't have, for example, page for the carrots. And in that page, we display all the foods that have a carrots tag. Now, we don't have it, but eventually we will set it up. And therefore, we'll have right away links to those pages. And the way we're going to do that in the tags list, of course, we're not going to console log anymore. That's it. We have all the tags. And we just need to work on the return. And here simply we'll say that we're returning a div with a class of tag container. And we're going to start with a heading 4 here. So say heading 4, and we're going to go with recipes. So we save it. Of course, now we have the heading 4. And then there's going to be another div with a class of TagsList. So let's go with tags list. And then inside of this div, now I want to iterate over the new tags array. So we're going to go with new tags and we'll map it over. And then inside of the callback function, I'll reference each item as a tag. And we also need to get an index because, of course, we have a list in React. And then as far as the return, let's just simply start by returning a link. And then we'll add all the necessary data. So I'm going to go with link. Now that is a named import and it is coming from the Gatsby like so. So for the time being, let's just display all the tags here. So I'll simply say that I'm displaying a tag. Yep, there's going to be some errors and all that. Don't worry about it. And as I said, for some reason, I have here a template string. So these are going to be all my tags. Okay, that's good. But just keep in mind that this is an array. So it's not a string or number. It is actually an array. So again, we'll have to do that array destructuring just like we do with useState. I'm going to go with const, and then the first item, I'll name it as a text, and the second one will be value. And again, both of them are coming from this tag because it is an array. And as far as the link, first, I'm going to set up the key prop because, of course, I have a list in React, and I'll pass in that index. That's number one. Then inside of it, I'm going to go with two values. I'm going to go with tag value and then the actual value as well. However, I'll place this in parentheses. Now, again, this is just for display. I mean, doesn't do any functionality as far as these parentheses. And we'll say a value. So again, we'll save it one more time. Now you can see that these are all my tags. Okay, nice. And then lastly, I just want to set up a toProp. And it's going to be based on the tag name. Now, I notice here that I messed up a little bit. It's not a tag. Should be here a text. Now, of course, it's going to look like it should. And back to the prop, we're going to go with 2. And again, we're not hard coding this value because eventually there's going to be a page for every tag. And therefore, we go here with the curly braces. We will set up a template string because I want to access the value here, and we're going to go with /, and then we're going to go with text. So again, the moment there is no such page. So once you save, and then once you navigate to a beef page, of course, it doesn't exist. Don't worry, we will set up those pages shortly. And once we have our tags list in place, we should see that in the homepage as well as the recipes page. And while we're still on the topic of tags, why don't we set up a tags page? Now, the only thing we need to do here differently is setting up a GraphQL query. So I want to get a query where I specifically only get the tags. Now, keep in mind that the structure actually is going to be exactly like we have in all the recipes. So if you go back to this component, notice, of course, we have the query, we get the recipes, of course, we're using nodes and all that. Now, in the tags page, though, we're only interested in this content property with a tags property. Because keep in mind that we'll still get back the array, so we'll be able to pass the array into our setup tags function. And of course, we'll get back that array of arrays. And if you want to see how the tags page is going to look like in complete project, we have the tags here. And then once we click on it, we just navigate to that specific page where we get only the food items that have that tag. That's it. That's all we have to do. And I guess first, let me start here by setting up my query. And simply, I'm going to be looking for Contentful/Recipe. And you know what? I'm just going to remove everything. And we'll start from the scratch. And I'm going to go with Explorer. Of course, I'm looking for AllContentfulRecipe. I still want to get the list. I still want to get all my recipes, then nodes. But in this case, I just want to go with content and then tags. That's it. That's all we have to do. We run it. And notice again, I'm getting back this array of actual recipes, of course. And inside of that recipe, I have content property with a tags. So the functionality in our utils function will still work. So that doesn't change. We're just not grabbing the rest of the items in the object. And in order to export it, I'm going to go with Code Explorer. So I'll grab here my query. Of course, now I just need to navigate to the tags page. So let's go to the pages directory. There it is. We have a tags below the component. I'm going to copy and paste. Okay, awesome. Then I'm going to have to set up some imports. So I'll go with import, then GraphQL. That's for my query. And then the second one is, of course, link, because again, they will be links. Both of them are coming from the Gatsby. And also I want to get those setup tags. So in here, I'm going to go with import setup tags, and it's coming from my utils. So let's go to the utils folder and setup tags. And then inside of the component, we're going to do the same thing where we go with new tags is equal to a setup tags. And now, of course, remember with a page query where we can access this value. So where I can get the nodes. And of course, the answer is in the data property. So we can destructure the data property and then pass the value into the setup tags. Now, of course, I need to pass in the nodes because setup tags is looking for that array. So we simply go here with data dot all contentful, again, all contentful, and then nodes. And as a side note, I need to add here a recipe like so. And now, of course, we just need to iterate over that array and display something meaningful in a tags page. So for the time being, I'm just going to go to the tags page. And then as far as the return, I'll still go with a layout. Okay, that still stays the same. I'm going to go with main tag here. So let's set up a main tag. And we'll also right away add a class name of a page. So let's save that one. And then inside of this main tag, we're going to go with section. And we'll add a class name of tags page. So a little bit more styling. And then again, the same deal. We'll iterate over those new tags. And then for every tag, we'll display a link to the tags page. So let's go here with new tags, then map. Again, I'll reference each item as a tag. And then we need to have a index. And in here, I'm going to go with const. And again, I'm looking for text and value that is coming from my tag. And then as far as the return, well, we'll simply go with return. And then we're going to go with link here and we'll close it out. And inside of the link, in this case, I'm going to go with heading 5. And as far as the value, I'll pass in the text. And you know what? There's also a tiny bug. I just need to add here a parenthesis. And then right next to this heading 5, I'm going to go with a paragraph. I'll pass in the value here, and I'll say a recipe. And then the same deal. As far as the to prop, it's going to be a dynamic one. So therefore, we're going to set up template strings. We'll say to, and then I want to access my text value. Now I do need to add a index. So we're going to go with key and we'll pass in the index. Again, we have the list in React. That's why we need to do that. And lastly, a little bit of styling. So we'll add a tag class as well. And once we save, we have ourselves a nice tags page. And this is going to be the look on a small screen. And this is how it's going to look like on a big screen. And once we're done with our tags, next we're going to cover extremely important and interesting topic. And that is going to be how to set up pages programmatically. Beautiful. Our project looks pretty nice, but every time a user clicks on the tags or the recipe, he or she sees the error page. Why? Well, because we haven't set up those pages. And so far in the course, every time we needed a page, we rushed over to pages directory and then created either a folder or a file. And then the moment we create that file, of course, we have the page. But before we do that with tags and recipes, we kind of need to think about it. Is this really the best approach? Am I really going to go over all my recipes and create those pages manually? And the same with tags. And what, for example, if I change the name for the tag or name for the recipe? Am I really going to hop back and forth and then try to manually keep my project up to date with my headless CMS? And of course, the answer is no. A better solution in Gatsby is creating pages programmatically. And we'll take a look at two approaches. One approach, that's pretty much the latest and greatest, is file system route API. And the other one is setting it up in Gatsby Node. And since I want you to be aware of both approaches, for the tags, we'll use the Gatsby Node, and that one is coming up. And then for recipes, we'll use the file system route API. Now, since there's a lot to unpack, we'll do a bunch of small videos. And also in the beginning, just type out the code with me, and then I'll go over everything in detail. So first, I want you to go back to your files. And once we're here, we need to look for pages directory. So that's not changing. However, we need to create a file with a very funny name. So basically, I want you to set up the curlies and right away add JS. And then in here, remember when we were setting up the query, we used a field by the name of AllContentfulRecipe. Now, in your case, if the name is different, please use that name. But in my case, it was AllContentfulRecipe. And now we need to type that field without the all. I'm going to go with contentful, and make sure that the syntax is exactly the same. So again, if the name in your case is different, if you're named your content type differently, make sure you use that name. Otherwise, you're just going to get an error. So I go with ContentfulRecipe, again, without the all up front. And then I need to look for a specific field. So in my case, I'm going to go with title. And of course, later, I'll show you that we have other options as well. So once you create this file, then of course I can zoom out. So we create the file and then I'll use my snippets to create the component. Now this gives me this funny name. Of course, I don't want to use this name. So I'll remove it and I'll just say recipe and then template. And inside of it, I'll do the same thing. There's going to be a heading 4 with a text of recipe template. So we save it, and just to be on the safe side, I'll restart the server. So I'll clear everything, I'll close the sidebar, and we're gonna go with npm start. And once the server is up and running, I'll show you something extremely, extremely cool. And that is the fact that we created pages for all our items. So if you go to a localhost 8000 and then just navigate to a page that doesn't exist. So in my case, I'm going to go with an error page that is obviously not there. And now notice something interesting. I have pages now, but the value is 12. And if I keep on scrolling, check it out. We have one for vegetable soup, one for Greek ribs, and one for banana pancakes, as well as the last one here. We iterated over our recipes and created page for every recipe. Now, granted, there's not much here. We just have a recipe template. But trust me, this is a huge, huge deal. And then, like I said, since there's a lot to unpack, I'll divide this into multiple videos just so you're not overwhelmed by the amount of info. All right, and I guess let's start with the most pressing question first. What just happened? Well, what just happened, Gatsby was smart enough to run this query, and then for every recipe, Gatsby created a page. And the URL of that page is actually equal to the title. And then if I were to have, 20 more recipes, I'll get all those 20 pages. The moment I set up, of course, my query. And the reason why we went with title here is because Gatsby uses that property value when it sets up the URL. And since I want my URLs to be more user-friendly, since I want text instead of just some random ID, I prefer using the title. Now, keep in mind, you can use other properties that are in the object as well. You're not limited to the title one. And notice how this needs to be in the curly braces. And then we need to add still this JS. And of course, this is the field without the all. And then I pass in the title. So I go with dot title. Now, you can set up a different property. So for example, if you don't like the title, then of course you can go with dot and then ID. But the difference, of course, is the fact that the ID is going to be used in the URL. And in the typical setup, you want your URLs to be friendlier. And that's why you use some kind of text. And effectively, it's called slug, if you're not familiar with that. And what's super, super, super cool is the fact that notice the URL. Gatsby is smart enough to take our title and then basically turn it into a slug, into a usable URL. Because if you're familiar with URLs, we cannot have a space in between. So Gatsby sets up everything in the lowercase and adds that hyphen in between. And as a side note, our current project still has the issues with the links that we created together. And don't worry, we will fix it in a second, because at the moment, if you take a look, we actually still have the error if we click on this link. Because check out the URL. Again, we still need to fix it. But when Gatsby creates the pages, Gatsby is super smart and it right away sets it up as a slug. Okay, hopefully that is clear. So you can set up the query over here. Just make sure that you follow this syntax and then remove the all. So in your case, if the name is different, make sure that you use the same name. And then more specifically, dot title. So for every recipe I have, Gatsby will create a new page using this template. And then in the URL, I'll have the title of my recipe. And you're probably wondering, okay, but what's the big deal? I mean, at the end of the day, I still have the recipes template. That's it. That's all I have. Well, remember that a recipes template, or recipe template to be more correct, is still a page, correct? And remember that behind the scenes, Gatsby passed in a lot of useful information when the page was created. And the same works over here. If you go to the recipe template and if you type props, and if we console log it, you'll notice something pretty cool. So let me navigate back. I have my Greek ribs. Now let me go to another page just so you can see the difference. And again, the easiest one, you can just navigate to the narrow page and you'll see all the pages that you have in your project. So in my case, I'm going to open up a new tab and I'm going to look for my banana pancakes. And let me refresh just so I know that for sure I'll see my props. And if I open up the dev tools, check it out. Now, of course, I have this params property. And in the params property, I have a title. And what is the value here? Well, that is Greek ribs. Now, you can probably already guess that if I go to the banana pancakes page and take a look at the same dev tools, I'll have a different value. And you're correct, because notice we still have this params property, and inside of that object, we have title. Now, this title, of course, is different. The same how the URL is different. So for every title, we create that page. And this is why it was important. Remember when we were setting up the headless CMS, I set up a unique value for my title. So that way, of course, if I'm creating the pages, I specifically create page for every item instead of creating, I don't know, some duplicates or something like that. And now, of course, we can try to access this title. And I'm going to navigate back. Again, remember the property name was params. So instead of the heading 4, why don't we go with heading 2 here? And we'll simply drill down. We'll say props, then params, and then title. So now, of course, you'll notice that I have banana pancakes here. And then in the Greek ribs, of course, the title is different. The title is unique to that page. And again, this is super, 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 super useful to us because now we don't have to manually create those pages. Gatsby does everything for us. Now, there's still one piece missing, and that is the fact that, of course, we need to go back to this recipe template and we need to set up another query. And in this case, we'll be looking for that one specific item. So when we were setting up those pages, we use this query. So for every recipe, we create a new page, but in that template, we'll actually have to set up a single query. And in that query, we'll use something that we covered at the very beginning, and that is a query variables. Now, first, let me just showcase where you can get more info about the file system API, and simply go to the Gatsby docs again, and then we're going to go with search, and we're looking for file system, and route API. That's the one that we're looking for. And here you can find all the info. So again, there's more setups available. And like I say, notice here, they go with pages. And then in the product, they set up the query. You can set up a path inside of the folder as well, just like we did previously with examples. And then we have the query. And notice how, again, they're not using this all. So they're looking for all the products, but they don't add this all. And then by default, there's always going to be this ID. But then since they add .name, so that is a different property, then of course they get the name here as well. Now, why is that important? Because we can also use the ID when we're fetching data about that one specific recipe. And behind the scenes, they say that it is faster if you do it that way. But I mean, in our case, we're just going to use the title. Now, as far as if you have a bit more nested structure, if you have a recipe and then you have the field that you're looking for inside of the field that is an object. So if it is a subfield, then you go with a property you're looking for that is on the nodes object. And then in this case, they go with underscore, and then they look for the SKU. So again, in our case, if we were to have a nested structure, then we go first with a contentful recipe, then dot the property name. Where is that nested structure? And then you look for the actual property. So again, if you want to find more info, just navigate here. But in our case, we're pretty much done setting up the pages programmatically as far as this approach. Now, of course, we just need to connect the dots and set up the query in such a manner where it's dynamic. Because keep in mind, again, this is not just one single page. Basically, we create page for every recipe. So somehow we need to make our query dynamic where we can pass in that title value. And based on that title value, we'll get specific info about that one recipe. not all of them, but that one specific recipe. And of course, by doing so, we'll actually have the pages for every recipe item. All right. And before we take a look at how we can pass in dynamic values into our queries, so how we can start using the query variables, let me just fix our tiny bug where currently in our project, if I click on one of the cards on one of my recipes, I don't navigate to the page. And technically the page is there. So this shouldn't be happening. Now, the reason why is that happening because we just take the title and then we pass it as our URL. However, if you take a look at the syntax, that is not allowed. So when we're setting up the URL, we need to have hyphens between the words. Now, we don't have this issue with the tags. So for example, if you go to home, notice tags is just one word anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So this is going to work. We're not going to have to do that in a tags list. However, with a recipes list, we need to slugify our title. Now, alternative is setting up another field in the Headless CMS. And again, common name is calling the slug, which just represents a friendly URL. And you can manually set this up. Some Headless CMSs offer this option where when you enter that field, it right away has the type of slug and it does that for you. In Strappy, as you're typing the title, in our case, it right away creates the slug for you like so. That way we don't have to do this extra work. But since Contentful does not do that, and since I don't want to go back and manually add them as slugs, I'll show you how we can set that up programmatically. And in order to do that, we'll have to install another package. And again, this is not a Gatsby plugin. This is just a NPM package. And the name is Slugify. So we go with NPM. And of course, we need to go with install. And we'll just run Slugify. We run this one. And then once the package is in place, I'm just going to go with NPM start. Then we need to go to the recipes list. And of course, I want to import that one. So I'm just going to go here with Slugify, and that is coming from the Slugify. So I get my function, and this function will return my title in a manner that is acceptable as a URL. And we're going to create a new variable. I'll call this slug, and this is going to be equal to the Slugify. Then we pass in the title, and then we'll set up some options. And we do that by just passing in the comma and then the object. This will take the string and this will slugify for us. So this will make it in a syntax that is acceptable as the URL. And here in the object, we just say that we want to pass in the lower, and we'll say that it is equal to true. So I want everything lowercase, and pretty much we're done because by default, it will add the hyphens in between. And now if I change this around and instead of title, if I access the slug, you'll notice something pretty cool. Now, once I click on one of those cards, we will correctly navigate to our template. If I go back to my homepage and if I click on banana pancakes, there it is. Now, of course, we navigate to banana pancakes. Now, at the moment, we just have the heading 4 there. Don't worry, we're going to work on that next. But the idea is that every time you click on one of those cards, we correctly navigate to the page because that's the URL that Gatsby set up for us. Because again, this is the syntax we need to use when we set up the URLs. We cannot have spaces in between. And with this in place, now let's focus on the query that will fetch the data about this one specific recipe. Beautiful. So how we can make our queries dynamic? First, let's back up a little bit and cover the basics we learned in the previous videos. So first, I just want to remove everything and I'm going to go with my Explore option. And specifically, I'm looking for Contentful Recipe field. Now we already know that this works. So there is no issue here, but of course we'll just get some random recipe because in order to get a specific one, of course, we do need to provide what? Well, we need to provide the arguments, correct? So if I go here with the title, yeah, this is awesome if I'm looking for vegetable soup, But if I'm not looking for vegetable soup, then of course this is meaningless because yes, of course I can access, for example, cook time here and everything is going to work. But if I'm looking for my banana pancakes, I mean, what good does it do for me? Nothing. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we open up a new GraphQL sandbox just so I can get all the names since I will use them. And in this case, I'm going to go with GraphQL. Okay, awesome. And instead of this one, I'll remove it. We're going to go with Explorer and let's go back to all the recipes. So we're going to go with AllContentfulRecipe. Then we're looking for nodes and I just want to grab the title. And we're doing that because I want to copy and paste and I think it is going to be faster. And of course, once we run it, we get all the recipes and more specifically, we get the titles. So now, of course, we can go back to our first sandbox. And in here, I can add the argument, correct? I can open up the Explorer again and I can say, you know what, get me in the recipe whose title matches to whatever I'm passing in. And of course, in order to do that, I just need to look for my title one here and I need to say equals. And simply we can start by copying pasting. And in this case, I'm going to go with banana pancakes. So I'll pass it in. And then once I run it, I can clearly see by my title that this works. So that's an awesome start, of course, because now if I'll add more fields here, I'm going to get a specific data about this recipe, not just some random one. And of course, we control that with our argument. So now let's take a step further. I want to pass this in as a variable. And I must warn you that in the beginning, it's going to look useless. You're going to be like, well, it's pretty much the same thing. But trust me, there's a reason why I'm showing you that. First, I'll just give it a more meaningful name. I'll say get single recipe. And now let's set up the variable. You see, we can pass in variables into our query. Now, the way it works, first we need to instantiate the variable. And syntax is following, where we go with a $sign and then the name of the variable. Now, I'm going to go with the name of title. But here, sky is the limit. Just keep in mind that later we'll have access to the title variable simply because that's how we set up those pages programmatically. So I strongly suggest you use the same name. And then we just need to say what is going to be typed for our variable. And I'm going to go with string. Okay, that's a start. And of course, I misspelled it here. It has to be a string. And then, of course, I can use that variable. So in here, instead of saying equals to whatever text I'm passing in, I'm going to go with equals. And of course, now I need to use my variable and I'll say title. After that, in the query variables, what I want is to set up an object. And of course, I need to give it a name for my variable, which has to be exactly the same. So since I'm using title here, of course, you can guess that I'm going to use title over here as well. And of course, I'll do the same thing where I'm going to navigate back and I'll just select one of the recipe titles. And if I go back and if I run it, now, of course, I get a specific data about this one recipe. And I'm controlling that using the variable. And like I already mentioned, probably your first thought is following. Okay, but what's the big deal? I mean, the only difference is that now I'm passing in my string where I have the variable instead of passing it directly in the query, but the end result is the same. Every time I want to get that specific data, I need to pass in that value. And you're correct. But here's the kicker. What if I go back to my recipe template and I'll import GraphQL here? So I'll say GraphQL coming from the Gatsby, and then below my component, I'll set up my page query. And we do that by export, then const and query. And of course, we just need to provide the value, correct? Because we have the GraphQL. So let's set up a GraphQL tag template. And I'll set up the template strings. And of course, I just want to copy and paste this query. So I'll grab it, I'll copy and paste. And let's console log the props one more time. So let's go with props here. And let's see what we get back. So if I'm going to navigate to vegetable soup one, And if I'll refresh, you'll notice something interesting, where in the console, I have the object again. That makes sense. But what do you see here in the page context? I see the ID, and I also see the title. And remember how in one of the previous videos, I mentioned that when Gatsby sets our pages programmatically, it actually makes query variables available. By default, it will pass in the ID and then whatever field you set up in a query. Of course, in our case, that field is title. And as you can see, we can access those variables in a page context property. Now, what's even better, when it comes to query, Gatsby will pass that value automatically. So we don't even need to do anything. Just make sure that the variable name is the same. And again, in our case, the name has to be title, since in the query, the field that we're using is title. And once we do that, we are good to go. So here, when we are setting up our single query, we just say that, yes, there's going to be a title variable coming in. And for every page, that value will be unique. So we won't have to do that manually. Gatsby will do that behind the scenes. The only thing we need to do is set up a query with a variable where we say, yes, we set up the file path using the title property. So now this title will be set up as a variable, and that value will always be unique and it will represent the actual title. So therefore, if again we go to banana pancakes in this case, we can see that the same thing works here, where now I have the page context, and of course, I'm getting the banana pancakes. So basically, what that means is that we just need to go back to our sandbox, get all the properties that we want for specific recipe, and then we'll be able to access that in our template. And then for every recipe, we will set up this unique page. So I go to my recipes and I can click on any of the recipes, and in there's a query that gets specific data about the recipe and just pulls it in. So that way, of course, we can have the page for every recipe. Hopefully that makes sense. I fully understand that this looks scary a bit in the beginning, where we have the syntax of setting up the variable. We need to say that it is a string, and then, of course, we just use it somewhere in our query. That's why we did everything step by step, where first I showed you how we would do that manually, then we pass in the value ourselves, and then lastly, just remember that whatever you'll set up here in the file path is going to be available as a variable. That's why I said that in my case, I'll definitely use my title variable. So if you use the different property, of course, then use a different variable. And then once we pull the data, we're pulling data for that specific recipe. Nice. And once we know how we can access the variables in our recipe template, now let's set up a proper query in the sandbox. And of course, then we'll use it in our template as well. So let me scroll up a bit. Now we just need to explicitly say which fields are we looking for. So I'm going to grab all the content ones. I'm going to look for ingredients, instructions. I'll also check the tags and tools. Then I also want to get the description, but just keep in mind that since description is a long text, it's actually an object. So if we want to get the value, we need to go with description and then description. So if you run it, notice this is going to be my recipe. And if I keep on scrolling, I have description object, and then the actual value is inside of it with the same name. That's just the Contentful setup. After that, I want to look for prep time, as well as the servings. And finally, let's not forget about the image, correct? So we're going to go with image. We're looking for GatsbyImageData. And then I want to go with a layout that is constrained. And also I want to go with my placeholder, and I'll set it equal to the traced SVG. So again, I just grab this whole thing now and copy and paste in my template, in the recipe template. So in a GraphQL, I'll remove whatever I currently have and copy and paste. And in the next video, of course, we will set up the return. But first, I want to grab all the imports, and then I'll also destructure it right away. And you know what? I'll start by removing these props because we need to understand that this is a typical page at the end of the day. So the data that we're getting back from our query is going to be available in the data property. Remember, every time we were setting up the page query, the return was available in data. So the same works here. I was just showcasing the props for two reasons. First, the query variables are available in the page context. Gatsby provides them, but I was just showcasing where you can find them. Don't worry, you don't have to go with page context and then dot title. I was just showcasing what variables are available to us. That's number one. And if you want to access directly the title property, you can either go with page context.title or params.title. Now, in our case, I don't want the title. Of course, I'm getting the title here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And that's why I'll remove the heading 2 and also console log for props. We'll simply get back the data. But before we do any destructuring, I just want to set up my imports, and I'm going to go with import. And first, I want to get the Gatsby image. Then I want to get a image function. So from, and that is of course coming from Gatsby plugin image. I think I can make this one smaller a bit. And also I want to get some icons, because if you take a look at our complete project, notice I'm using these icons for the recipe. So we might as well import them right away. And this one is going to be a bootstrap one. So start with bootstrap and then clock and history. Then we have another one with a clock. And the last one will be a people one. So let's say bootstrap and people. And that is coming from the React icons. And we'll go with / and of course the bootstrap one. That should do it. And after that, I want to destructure all our data just so we can see what we're getting back. And in here, I'm going to go with const and I'll set it equal to the data. And then what is the field name? Well, that one is this one, the contentful recipe. If you want, you can give it an alias, but in my case, I'm just going to go with dot and contentful recipe. So I'm getting back the object. And then inside of that object, I have contentful recipe property. And the property is an object itself. So now, of course, I can pull out the titles, the cook times, and all that. So in here, let's just go down the line. We're going to go title, cook time, and content, as well as prep time. Prep time. We have servings here. And also we have description. But just remember that description is an object itself. So we're going to go with description is an object. And then more specifically, we're looking for description property inside of it. And then lastly, I want to get the image. So I'll say this one. And then right below it, why don't we set up the path to image right away? So we're going to go with const. And remember, we just need to pass in the object where the Gatsby image data is sitting. So we simply go with some kind of variable path to image is equal to GetImage, our helper function. And then, of course, we pass in the image object. And right below this one, I want to pull out from the content. If you remember, content was an object with those arrays, with ingredients, instructions, tags, and tools. And I will iterate over them. So that's why I want to pull out all of those arrays. I want to pull out the tags, instructions, ingredients, as well as the tools. And we simply do that by, again, setting up another line for destructuring, where we go with tags, instructions, then ingredients. Just need to make sure that I don't do some dumb typos, because I'm an expert on doing that. And that one is equal to the content. Again, tons of ways how you can set this up. If you want, you can destructure it here or even in the parameters. It only depends on your preference. And for this example, I just chose this one. There's really no rule that says that you can do only one way and you cannot do the other way. And then as far as the return, let's simply set up our page as well as the div inside of it. And then in the next video, we'll display everything. So for the time being, I'm just going to go with a main tag and we'll add a little bit of class name. We'll say here page. And then inside of this page, we're going to go with div with a class of recipe page. And then inside of this div, since I want to see something on a screen, again, I'm going to go with a title one. So for time being, there's going to be a heading 2 with my title, just so I can see that my destructuring works. And now, of course, I just need to navigate back to homepage or recipes, then look for one of the recipes. And then once I click, check it out. Of course, I have my banana pancakes. Now, just to double check. Yep, this is going to be for the Greek ribs. And of course, what's left to do is just grab all of these properties and set them up in a meaningful return. Not bad, not bad. I think we're done with the structure. So now, of course, let's work on return. But you know what? I think I forgot in a previous video to get my layout. So I'm going to go with import layout from, and of course, we're looking in the components and then more specifically layout. So now let's scroll down and then let's just wrap our return in the layout. So that way we'll get our navbar as well as the footer. And once we save, of course, now everything works. And then there's going to be two parts of this return. First, we're going to have a hero where there's going to be an image with a title, description, some icons, as well as the tags. And then we'll get another set of columns where we'll display instructions, ingredients, and tools. So I'm going to go back to the page, to the recipe template, and I'll remove that heading 2. I'll add a comment for the hero. This is where I'll set up my section with a class of recipe and then hero. And then we'll right away set up another section where we'll place the rest of the content. So rest of the content. And again, this is where the instructions, the ingredients, and all that. So I'm going to go to section and again, same class name, recipe, and content. Beautiful. And then let's start working on a hero first. And we're going to have another 2-column layout where one is going to be a Gatsby image. And then the second one will be the article with the rest of the info. So we just start here with our component, remember image prop, and then we pass in the path to the image. That should work. And then as far as the alternative, I'll use the title property. Now, I did add a little bit of styling to the container, so I'm going to go with class name and about img. Let's close it. And yep, of course, I have my Gatsby image. So that's the first column. Now, the second column is going to be my article with a class of recipe and -info. And then inside of it, let's go with heading 2, where we'll display title properly now. And I'll scroll down a little bit. And then we'll right away grab the description. And then remember, the biggest gotcha between the long text and the short text is the fact that description is an object itself. So if I scroll down, notice that's my title and this is my description. And the only difference is that this is sitting inside of the object. So keep that in mind. Then there's going to be a div with a icons. And right next to it, there's going to be a paragraph with a tags. So let's right away set up the structure. We're going to go with recipe icons like so. So that's where we'll set up the content. And you know what? In here, I'll say icons. And then right next to this div, we will place the paragraph. So say here tags. And then we'll just basically iterate over our tags and display it inside of the paragraph. And I think we can start with this one. So I'm going to go with paragraph, and then the class name is recipe tags. Again, a little bit of styling. And then as far as the text, I'm just going to go tags and then colon. And I want to go with tags map. Now remember, tags is an array. And in this case, we're not passing it through the setup tags, the helper function we created. This is just straight up array. And I'll reference each tag with a parameter of tag, surprise, surprise. And I'll also set up my index. So tag and index because I have the list and I need to use a key prop. And as far as the return, well, I want to grab the link. So it's kind of funny. In last video, I was getting all the imports and I missed out on 2 important ones. So scroll up and just look for the link from the Gatsby. And then let's return here. And then we'll go with return. We're returning a link to. Now, in this case, again, keep in mind, the URL will point to a page that we haven't created yet. In the following videos, we'll set up the tag pages in a similar fashion. Now we'll use Gatsby Node for that, but the idea is going to be the same, where for every tag, there's going to be a page set up programmatically. For the time being, we'll just navigate to the error page and we pass in 2. Now this is going to be dynamic again, and that's why we need to use the template string /, and then we access the tag here. So I said tag, and then we need to add a key here. So key, and that will be equal to an index. And then inside of this link, let's display the tag. So save, and there it is. Now, of course, we have tags, and these are all the tags. Again, these are links. So once you click on them, you'll navigate to the error page, and then eventually we'll fix it. Now, Emmett, I guess, or the formatter, he is trying to help me, so I'll just remove this one. This really has nothing to do with our return. And then I'm going to swing back to the icons. And then in the icons, we'll set up 3 different articles, pretty much for every icon that we have. And then, of course, we'll add some text there as well. So I'm going to go here with article. And in the first article, I just want to display my clock. So I'm going to go here, not clock history, just clock. And again, that's just a React icon. And it is a component. So we go with heading 5 with some text. So prep time here. Let's save that one. Yep. And also let's actually access that dynamic value. So in here, I'm going to go with a paragraph, and we're just going to go with prep time. And we'll add here min as well as the dot. And that's our first icon. So now let's copy and paste, and we just need to change the values. So there's going to be 3 of them. Second one will be a history one. And of course, this will be a cook time. And the property also is going to be a cook time. And then lastly, we have servings. So we're going to go with a bootstrap people one. And in here, let's access the servings value. And let's also change here the text. Let's say we're getting the servings. And once I save and once I refresh, I should see 3 of them. Now, of course, I have all my 3 icons. And lastly, we just need to scroll down where we have the recipe content. And we'll have to set up a 2-column layout. One is going to be for instructions, and the second one will be for ingredients and the tools. But again, the idea is exactly the same, where they are arrays. So I'll set up some kind of HTML element, and then in that element, I'll iterate over those arrays and return something. So for example, for instructions, I'll return this step 1, 2, 3, and whatever, and then these will be the values. For ingredients, I'll simply iterate over the list, and hopefully you get the gist. So let's go back. We have a recipe content, and we'll start with setting up 2 columns. First one will be article, and it's not going to have any classes. So we simply have an article, and then the second one will have a class of a second column. As you can see, I was a bit lazy with the class name here. And then inside of the first article, this is where I want to set up a heading 4 with the text of instructions. And you can probably already guess that we'll iterate over our instructions array, since that's the name in my heading 4. So we'll go here with instructions. It is an array, so we can use a map, and then I'll reference each item simply as an item, just because I'm lazy. And then as far as the return, well, here's the thing. I want to return a div, and inside of that div, I'm going to go with my step as well as the actual instruction. So let's go back, and we're going to go with return. Then, like I said, we're going to go with div. We do need to add a key prop. We say here index. And then also let's add a class name. And we'll say single and hyphen instruction. And then inside of this div, I'm going to go with a header. And in there, I'll set up my paragraph with that text of step. So I'm going to go with paragraph and then step. Now for the step, you can set up the index. However, it's not going to make sense because you'll have step 0, 1, 2. And I think it makes more sense if we add just +1. We start with step number 1 instead of step number 0. And then right next to it, I'm going to set up a div, and there's a reason for that. That's how we have this horizontal line. So let's save it. And now, of course, we have the line as well. And then right next to the header, so not within the header, right next to the header, I'm going to go with paragraph, and I'll say that I actually want to render at item, meaning my instruction. And now, of course, I have it. Now, as you can see, I was pretty smart and I iterated over the ingredients. So my bad, I need to go back to instructions instead. And of course, once I do that, I have my proper instructions. Then we're going to scroll down to the second column and we'll set up 2 more divs in a similar fashion. One for ingredients, so the suckers that I was trying to render a second ago, and then of course also for the tools. So the setup is going to be almost the same. We're going to go with div here, and then we have a heading 4 with ingredients. Hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. Then we're going to iterate over ingredients, and then of course we just need to go with our map. Again, I'm going to be lazy and I'm just going to say item. So whatever ingredient I have, I'm going to reference it as an item. And then when it comes to return, we're going to go with paragraph. We do need to add the key, of course, so we go with index. Then let's add a class name of single and then ingredient. And then instead of this paragraph, let's just showcase the item. And now, of course, I have my ingredients. And at this point, I think I'm just going to copy and paste because it's going to be faster. So everything starting with this div and ending with the closing one, just copy and paste. And we just need to change some values around. Where, of course, we have the last array and the name is tools. So we go with tools. Then we're not iterating over ingredients. We're iterating over tools. I still reference this as an item. And then the class name will be also a little bit different. We'll go with tool. And once we're done with our tools, of course, we can navigate to the bigger screen. And that's our banana pancakes page. And of course, if I go to a different page, this is going to be a recipe page for that recipe. And hopefully you get the gist. Again, key takeaways, we can use the file system route API to set up those pages. We pass the value, the property value as a variable. And then, of course, we can set up those queries using the variable name. So in our case, of course, since I'm looking for the title property, I have access to the title variable. There I get that unique value. And of course, I can set up my query and get the data about that one single recipe. Nice. I think we're in good shape. Now we have a page for every recipe where we display all the useful info. And of course, this data is only about this recipe. So we get the title, description, and all that. And now I want to do the same thing for the tags. However, for the tags, we'll take a look at another way how we can set up pages programmatically. And prior to the file system API, which was introduced, I believe, at the later versions of Gatsby 2, Gatsby-Node was the only way how you can create pages. Now, don't think that Gatsby-Node is a old way how you can create pages. Yes, of course, you can use the file system route API, and it's an awesome way how to set up pages because you can basically do it faster, because you'll see in a second that Gatsby-Node is a bit trickier. However, don't dismiss this approach. And there's a reason why I'm showing that, because there might be some cases, at least in the current Gatsby setup, where you still need to use the Gatsby-Node approach because it just gives you more flexibility. Now, if you want to find out more about Gatsby-Node, just go to the docs and more specifically look for Gatsby-Node. And essentially, the way it works, we can respond to events during the build lifecycle. And we do that using the special functions that are provided for us. So in our case, we'll use a function by the name of create pages. And you can probably already guess by the name of it what this function does. So yes, it creates pages for us. That should do it for theory. Now let's head back to our project. And we don't have the template folder. We don't have the Gatsby node. So let's just start with that. So unlike the previous setup, where we directly set up the page inside of the pages directory, a common approach when you set up the pages in the Gatsby node is to create another folder. So let me just close everything here so I can start from the scratch. And then in the source, again, name is up to you, but a convention is calling this template, like so. Let me zoom in. That's my template. And then inside of this template, you create another file. As always, you can go as wild and crazy as you want, but a typical approach is just calling it whatever page you're going to be creating. So in our case, we'll be creating tags pages, and that's why I'll call this tag, and then hyphen, and then template. And then, of course, I'll add the JS. Now, I do want to create a component here, so I'll use my snippet. And again, I just need to change these values here because, of course, I cannot call my component like that. And I'll just say tag template. And then inside of this div, let's just say tag template and page. And once we have our template in place, next, I want to create that Gatsby-Node.JS file. Again, this is the case where name matters and also the location. So don't set this up in the source. Make sure that you're in the root, and then in the root, go with Gatsby and, of course, Gatsby and then hyphen node and JS. So that's my file name. And of course, now we're back in the node line, and you'll see why it's important in a second. Also, keep in mind that every time you'll type something in a Gatsby node, you will have to restart the server. That's why I'll try to move somewhat slow, since that way I can avoid some unnecessary typos and bugs. And as a result, you don't have to watch me constantly restarting the server. And like I said, we have the API provided already for us, meaning those functions that we're going to be exporting are already provided for us. So we just need to access them. And the setup is somewhat similar to what we have here in the Gatsby config. Notice we have this module, and then we're exporting the object, correct? And I mentioned previously that the property names here are important. So the same works in a Gatsby node, where again, we go back to the node line, and that's why we'll use the node syntax, the common JS one, where we go with exports. So now we're exporting, and the function name is important. So we are creating a function here, and the function name is create pages. So now Gatsby knows, all right, so this is going to be a create pages function, and you just need to provide the values, and I'll do the rest. Now, from this function, we need to return a promise. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, we can either use promises, or we can right away set up a sync await. And this is going to be my approach, where I'll right away set up the create pages function as a synchronous function, because that just means that by default, it's going to return a promise, and it's going to be easier to work inside of this function because we'll have to wait for some promises to be settled. Now, since this is a function, we actually get parameters. And more specifically, we're looking for the parameters of GraphQL. Again, this is provided by Gatsby. It's not like I'm just making this up. And then also the actions object. And then right away inside of the function body, I wanted to structure even more. From the actions, I want to get a create page function. So I'm going to go with const and then create page, and that is coming from my actions object. Keep in mind that, of course, if you want, you can destructure it here instead. I just thought that it's going to be easier for you to understand if we do it in new line. And once we have our function, now I want to set up my query. And essentially, the idea is similar to what we have here in the pages. So if we take a look at the page folder, we can see that we have our contentful recipe title. And the idea is the same here, where I'll have my query, I'll get back the result, and then I'll iterate over those nodes. And then for every item, I'm going to create a new page. Now, of course, the difference here is that we're going to be a bit more explicit, where in this scenario, Gatsby does a lot of things behind the scenes. So we just set up the query and we're good to go. We say, yeah, get me all the recipes. And then behind the scenes, Gatsby creates the page as well as sets up the URL and all that good stuff. In this case, we'll have to do more manual labor. And first, we want to start by invoking this GraphQL. Now, idea is exactly the same where we pass in the query. However, since we are in a node land, so this is not a React file, now, of course, we need to use the parentheses. So there's a little bit of different syntax. And essentially, the way it works, I'm going to come up with some kind of variable, and I'll call this a result. And then I'm going to wait for this promise to settle because this GraphQL returns a promise. And since I set up my function, my create pages function as asynchronous, I can just use a await keyword inside of the function. And here, like I said, we go with GraphQL. So GraphQL, but instead of tag template, we are going to go with a parentheses because this is different. This is a node file. And then we'll set up the template string. Now, second, you're probably wondering, okay, but what kind of query we're going to pass it in? Well, the one that gets us tags. So if I go back and if I take a look at my sandbox, and you know what, I'll remove everything here. And then I'm just going to set up a query where I'll query the AllContentfulRecipe field. Then I'm looking for the nodes. And more specifically, I want to look for the content and then tags. And you'll notice that once I run my query, I get all my tags. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. So now, of course, we'll just have to set up the functionality in Gatsby node, where again, we iterate over the nodes array. And then more specifically, we iterate over the tags array inside of it. And then for every item, we create that page. So hopefully that makes sense. Just like we set up regular queries in the components, in the pages, as well as with a file system route API, we do the same thing in Gatsby node. Now, in this case, we do need to provide the value that is exactly the same as in our sandbox. Because if you remember, in here, the syntax was different, correct? We used the field without that all in front of it. Now, when we're working in Gatsby node, no, the query needs to be exactly the same. And I think I'm going to start by giving it a bit more meaningful name first. And I'll say get recipes. So then take everything here and navigate back and copy and paste. And just so we understand what is happening, I will console log it. Now that just means that I'll have to restart the server and I'll have to stop it one more time because there's more code coming up. But since I want you to be aware of what's happening, I will do it. So I'm going to go with log and I'm just going to set up some hashtags here and then I'll just showcase what we're getting back. So the idea is that we still have access to this data object. So that doesn't change. Now, of course, the difference is that we're working in the Gatsby node and you can probably already guess that we'll have to use somehow this create page function. And for now, I just want to showcase what we're getting back as a result. And notice right away, the moment I open up the terminal, it says develop process needs to be restarted to apply changes in Gatsby node. So always, whenever you do something in Gatsby node, remember to restart the server. And then since I have those hashtags, I just need to wait for my dev server to spin up. And once it's going to be in full gear, somewhere in the terminal, I should see the result. Now, if you don't see anything, if there's some errors or whatever, please troubleshoot because it's important that we get back this data. And hopefully you can see I have my object and then inside of this object, now I have the data property. And as you can see, the result is tiny bit different because if you remember in components, we were right away accessing the object, the data object that we're getting back. In this case, we're getting the whole thing. So I get the whole object. So that's also something that we need to be aware of. And once we can access it, now, of course, we just need to do a little bit of JavaScript magic where I want to iterate over the nodes, then access the content, and then more specifically tags. And then for every tag, we will run that create page function and we'll have to pass in that variable manually. If you remember, when we were setting up the pages with a file system route API, Gatsby provided that variable for us, correct? In this case, we'll have to do that manually. And the way we do everything, and by the way, just so I can have more room, I will remove my terminal for time being, and then I'm going to go with a result. So that's the object that I'm getting back. The property name is data. Then more specifically, I'm looking for this AllContentfulRecipe, like so. Copy and paste. Then I want to access nodes property, and I want to iterate over it. And I'll use my for each, and I'll reference each and every item as a recipe. So far, so good. Then, of course, I want to access those tags now, because keep in mind, I'm just iterating over the recipes. So I'm just iterating over my nodes. What I'm looking for is actually the tags. Since I already created pages for recipes, I don't need to do that. Now I want to access the tags. And we do that with the help of recipe, then content, because that is the property name, then tags, and then one more for each. So we set up 2 for eaches, and then in this case, I'll reference my tag with a tag parameter. And then inside of this function, this is where we finally call this create page. And then in the create page, we pass in the object with 3 properties. We need to set up the path. So what is going to be the path for the page? So for example, remember when we set it up for the recipes, meaning technically Gatsby set it up for us, we had a / and then the title for recipe. Now in this case, we are in charge. So what is going to be the path? Well, I'm going to set up my property first, and then I'll say that the path will be / and then whatever is the tag value. Because if you remember, when we were setting up the links in the tags, meaning in a tags list, this is what I used. So I have access to the text, and I just passed it in the URL. So now I'm doing exactly the same, where I go with path, and it's going to be / and the tag name. Now, nothing stops you from adding more info here. You can go here with tags and then / and then tag. Now, the reason why I'm not doing that is because when I was setting up my links for the tags, of course, I just used a /. So sky's the limit here. Just keep in mind that both of those values need to match, and therefore I'll remove this tags one and I will save it. And once I have my path in place, next I need to provide 2 more properties. I need to provide the component as well as the context property where we'll pass in the variable. Now, why do we need component? Because we'll need a template. Because if you remember when we were setting up the recipes pages, well, the file was used, correct? So the file where we're setting up the query, that was used as a template. However, in this case, we're doing this manually, so we need to point to some type of template. And of course, we already have the template folder, and then inside of the template folder, we have a tag template. So that's the file we're going to use. So this is where we'll eventually set up the query with a query variable, just like we're doing in the Contentful recipe title one. Now, I think I'm going to rename it. My apologies. I think I set it up as template and actually want as a template. And then back in the Gatsby node, now I want to set up a component property. So let me close my sidebar and make this one smaller. And again, the name here is extremely important. You cannot call it whatever you want. You need to go with component, and then that one is equal to the path to the component. However, since we are in a node file, we need to provide a proper path. And in order to do that, we need to use one of the built-in modules in Node, and that one is the path one. Again, the syntax is going to be a bit different because we use common JS syntax and we just look for path. So this one we don't need to install. It comes pre-installed with Node. And now, of course, we have access to a bunch of properties and methods that this module provides. Now, the one that we're looking for is path.resolve, which basically will point to the directory. In our case, it's going to be our root. And then from there, we want to point to our tag template.js. So I set up here the parentheses, and then I just say that in the source, look for templates, and then / tag template. If you have a different name, please make sure that you use that name instead. Otherwise, you'll have the bugs. Then I need to set up the last thing, and that is actually the variable. So again, something that Gatsby does behind the scenes when we use the first approach. In this case, we need to explicitly pass that value in. And the way we do that, the way we pass in that variable is by using the context property, and it is an object. And now we just need to set up a key value pair. So first one is going to be the name for my variable, and the second one will be value. So in my case, for the name, I'm going to go with tag. And as far as the value, I'll pass in the tag as well. So this will be the name that I will use in my query, and this provides me the value. So now, of course, I just need to save it and restart the server. And if everything is correct, once we navigate to the error page, you'll see that we created more pages in our project. So now we're programmatically creating pages for all the tags. So let's say that I'm going to clear everything, and we're going to go with npm start. And once the dev server is up and running, and if I don't see some massive errors in the terminal, we should be in good shape, where once we navigate to a page that doesn't exist, you'll see that we have more pages in our project. So let me just go to the browser. Hopefully everything works. I will refresh, and yep, I should see it. So notice the amount of pages I have. Now we have 21. So for every tag, we also set up a page. So if I navigate to the food, of course, I'll have my template. And we can test it out in our project, where either in a tags page or in recipes or home, just simply click on a tag. Now, of course, I navigate to a breakfast one. So if I'll go to the food, then this is going to be a food template. And hopefully you get the gist, where again, for every tag that I have, I'm able to set up a dynamic page. And in that page, eventually there's going to be a query, and I'll use my variable to access specific values. And let's just go back and go over the setup, where again, we work in Gatsby Node. We need to set up that file first. It has to be in a root. And since it is a node file, we use a common JS syntax with require as well as exports. We create a function by the name of create pages, and the name is important. Now we do need to return a promise from this function. So we right away set it up as async. And as parameters, we have access to GraphQL function as well as actions object. Now from the actions object, we access a create page function. And then first we set up the query. Now, since the GraphQL returns a promise, we wait for it to settle. And the difference in the syntax is the fact that since we are in a node land, we set up the parentheses. And then inside of the parentheses, we go with a template strings, and then we pass in the query. Then, just like with a normal query, we get back the result, and then we iterate over our list. Now, in our case, not only we are iterating over the recipes, since the tags are sitting inside of the recipe and is an array itself, we actually iterate over a recipe, and then inside of the recipe, we look for tags, and then we create a page for every tag. And we do that by calling a create page function, where we pass in the object with three properties. A path property, which just sets up a path in the URL for that page. So / and then the tag name. Then we point to a component, and this is where we use the path module, where we go with resolve, which points to a directory where the file is sitting. In our case, that is, of course, our root. And from there, we just point to a specific template, which in our case is sitting in the templates and then tag template. And eventually we want to pass in the variable, since we'll use it in the query. And we do that by setting up the context property. It is an object. And then we just need to come up with the name of the variable and the value. So in our case, we're setting up the variable with the name of tag, and the value for this variable is equal to the current tag in our iteration. And as a result, you'll have more pages in your project that are created programmatically using Gatsby Node. Not bad, not bad. Once we have the tag pages in place, I think we can simply start by console logging. So So I think at this point I can close the Gatsby node one, and then back in a tag template. Remember, these are still pages, and we can access, of course, all the props. So in here, I'm going to go with props, and I just want to specifically show you where we can access the value. Again, this is going to be done technically by Gatsby, so we're not going to have to worry about that, but I just want to showcase where are we getting the variable from. So if you go here and then expect, and of course, this is going to be for the food, and of course, in this case, again, I'll have to probably console log. For some reason, thought that I'm going to skip that part. And there it is. Now, of course, I can see my path, and then notice that page context. Same how we had with a previous setup. But of course, the difference in this case is the fact that in the previous video, we set up that variable, correct? We set up that variable, and here's the value. So now, of course, again, we can set up the query where we look for specific recipes that match the tag. And now, of course, we just need to go to the sandbox and set up the query for that, where we use this variable name by the name of tag. And I'm going to leave this one open just because, of course, I'll grab once in a while some tag values just so I don't have to type it out. And I'm going to go to the second one, to my second sandbox, and I want to repeat one of the previous queries because we need to keep in mind that eventually, when we're setting up the tags page, it's not going to be a single return like we have in the recipe page. No, what's going to happen in the tags, if you remember, we have the recipe list component, and essentially I'm just going to get a array of recipes, and I'll use that component to render those recipes. If you go to tags where the value is 4, notice now I have the list. So the same list that I'm using in the home page, same list that I'm using in recipes page, as well as about page, and hopefully you get the gist. So this setup will be a bit different where we're not rendering info about one tag. We basically get a bunch of recipes that have that tag value. Hopefully that makes sense. So now let me navigate to my second sandbox, and in here I'll repeat our first query. I want to get all the recipes. That's why I use AllContentfulRecipe. Then specifically, I'm looking for nodes. And as far as which properties I want to get the ID. So I'll select it here. Then I also want to have a prep time and cook time, because remember, that's what the recipes list is looking for. It's looking for a list of recipes and more specifically those values. So we look for prep time, cook time. Then I also want to get a image. So let me see, I have the image, I have GatsbyImageData, and I just want to set it up as constraint. So as far as the layout, it's going to be constraint. And also for the placeholder, I'm going to go with my favorite one. I'm going to go with traced SVG. So that, of course, gets me all the recipes. Now I want to sort them first. And second, I want to filter them. And I want to filter them based on a tag. So first, let's sort them. And we're going to do that by saying, all right, based on the title field. And we're going to do the ascending one. So we just go here, we run it. And now, of course, we are sorting it alphabetically. Okay, that's step number one. Now, second, I want to filter based on a tag. And remember, in the Gatsby node, that's the variable that we're passing in. In the Gatsby node, the variable name is tag. So I'll set it up exactly the same in my sandbox, where I'll say filter. And then as far as the value, well, it is still going to be a content because the tag, of course, is sitting in the content. So I'm going to go with content, then tags, and then equals. So effectively what we're saying here is get me the recipe where one of the tags is equal to the one that we're passing in. So I'll set equals, and for time being, why don't we hard code this? And I'm going to go with food just so we can get more values. So I'm going to go here, I'll pass it in, and once I run it, this should get me 4 of them. Now, if I'll use another one, if I'll use beef, then of course I'll get only 1 value, correct? So we go here, we set up the beef, and this is going to return only one value. Hopefully that is clear. Again, it's exactly like our previous setup. And now I'm just going to give it a bit more meaningful name. And I'm going to say get recipe by and then tag. Now I want to set up my variable. Again, since I'm passing in the variable by the name of tag, I'll set it up exactly the same in here. I'll say tag. It is going to be a string. And now, of course, instead of hard coding this value, it will depend on my variable name. So I just need to go with a tag. And then in the sandbox, of course, we'll have to hard code that. So again, we open up the query variables, we set up the object, and in here I say tag, and let's just use the same one. Let's say food, let's run it. And again, this will return all the recipes since I added that tag to all the recipes. But then if I'll use, I don't know, I believe one of them was soup, then I'm going to get less because less recipes have that specific tag. And now, of course, the setup is exactly the same, where I simply want to take this one. And something to keep in mind, where if you go with code exporter, notice how it omits the setup. It omits the query keyword as well as the name. So that's something to be aware of, that if you'll just copy and paste, essentially you'll get an error. So make sure that you do this manually with me. So we're going to navigate back to the tag template page. Then we'll set up our query. And probably it's better if we import first the GraphQL as well as the recipe list, because we'll iterate over. So we'll go with GraphQL from, and then of course this is coming from the Gatsby. Then after that, I'm going to go with my import and then a recipes list from, and in this case, I'm looking in the components and then recipes list. And then let's just scroll down and set up our query. I'm going to say export const and then query, and that is equal to my GraphQL. And then, of course, we set up the template strings, and now I want to pass in the query. So in here, I have a bunch of things open. So let me just grab this one. And again, let me stress something. The only reason why I use this tag is because that's the value that I set up in my Gatsby node. If you set up a different name, of course, use that name instead. I'll copy and paste. And then if you take a look at the props, you'll notice that, of course, now we'll have access to the data. And in that data, we'll have that array of recipes. Again, let's save it. And let's go back to the food one. And if you inspect, and if everything is correct, we have the object. Okay, that's the props. Like I said, we have the page context where we pass in the tag. What's more interesting, notice the data now. Now, of course, I set up the query. I set up the page query. Again, I have access to the data property. And what do you know? I have nodes array. And that array has 4 items. So what's the only thing left to do? Well, we just need to go back to our tag template. And again, in my case, I'm going to use the structuring. I'm going to say I want to access the data. And in order to set up proper syntax, I need to wrap it in the parentheses. So that's my property. I will grab my recipes by drilling down. So I'm going to say data. And then again, I need to use this guy, AllContentfulRecipe. That's the property. And then more specifically, I'm looking for the nodes. And I just need to pass in this recipes variable with its value into the recipes list. So as far as the return, again, I'm going to go with layout. And as I said, again, I forgot to import that one. So let's go here with a layout from, and we're looking for the components and then the layout one. I'll wrap my whole return in the layout. And then inside of this layout, let's go with a main tags again with a class of page. And then inside of the main, we're going to set up a heading 2. And for the time being, I'll just hard code that and I'll say tag name. And then right after this one, we're going to go with div with the class of tag recipes. And this is, of course, where we go with our recipes list and we provide those recipes. So in some cases, it's just going to be an array with 1 item. And in some cases, like in our example with the food, we're gonna have more recipes available. So we save here, we navigate back to our project, we refresh, and in this case, it is complaining that there's some kind of bug. So it tells me that a recipe is not defined. And yep, of course, I made a small typo. It's not a recipe, it is recipes. And then once we refresh, we have our tag name, something we'll work on in a second. And notice these are all the recipes that have that specific tag. So if I go back to all my recipes, I have beef, blah, blah, blah. And if I go with lunch, this is going to get me these two recipes. Now, how we can get this one dynamic? Well, if you remember, it was in one of our props, and more specifically, page context prop. And again, behind the scenes, Gatsby is using it to pass it into this query. But in our case, since I want to showcase that specific value, I can simply go with comma, then page context, and then where I have the heading 2, instead of the generic tag name, I'm going to go with page context. That's my object, and I'll just access the tag. And now, of course, this value will be dynamic. And that concludes another way how we can set up pages programmatically in Gatsby, and that is by using Gatsby-NODE.JS. Nice. At this point, we're familiar with two ways how we can set up pages programmatically in Gatsby. But before we continue, let me fix two possible bugs with our current setup. And in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to go back to Contentful, and I'll show you that I created a testing recipe. And as far as the values, they're very similar to our previous recipes. Now, the gotcha here is in the JSON object. If you take a look, of course, I have tags already, but as far as the value for my first tag, it's exactly the same as my recipe name. And then also for the second tag, I use 2 words instead of 1. And once I restart the server and I pull in the latest data, I get 2 following bugs. First, if I try to navigate to a testing recipe page, unfortunately, I'm not able to. I only navigate to a testing tags page. And second, if I take a look at my tag where I use 2 words, now if I go here, I can see that the URL is following. And that's definitely not what I want. And also, once we restart the server, we can actually see this bug, because notice Gatsby is warning us. It says attempting to create a page testing, but the page testing already exists. And finally, if you definitely want to see what is happening, simply navigate to the page that doesn't exist. And notice we have 1 page for the testing one, and this is in the tags. And then if I keep on scrolling, I have 1 for testing in the recipes as well. Now, as far as the fix, we simply need to go back to our Gatsby node. So let me close my terminal here. And then I want to change the URL, where instead of setting up as /tag, remember I said we are in charge here. So I can simply go with / and then tags and then the tag value. Now, since I have now a tag with 2 words, now, of course, I also need to implement that Slugify. Remember when we were setting up the recipes list, we implemented Slugify. Now we need to do the same thing in 3 places, or maybe more correctly in 4 places. We need to do that in Gatsby node. We need to do that in a tags list, tags page, and also for the single recipe, because there we also have the tags. Now, Gatsby node is in the node land. So in here, we need to go with Slugify, and we need to use a require syntax. So I go here with Slugify. Then I'm going to scroll down, and then instead of setting up the tag, I'm going to go with const, and I'll call this slug or tag slug, whatever. And this is going to be equal to a Slugify. I'll pass in the tag. I'll pass in the options object, and we'll say lower is equal to true. And now instead of this tag, I'm going to go with tag. And then, of course, we're going to call this slug. So tag slug. Okay. Let's save it. Now Gatsby is going to help me and restart the server, or at least the browser. Or no, it's actually restarting the server. So let's see whether that works. And now, of course, I'm going to close the terminal. And then, like I said, we need to do that in 3 places. First, I'm going to go to the tags list. Now, in this case, we're back in the React land. So we simply go with Slugify from, and of course, the package name is Slugify. Then scroll down. And this is going to be the case where I want to speed it up a little bit. And I'll just copy and paste. So in the tags list, I'm not going to call this tag slug anymore. I'm just going to go with slug simply. And then instead of going / and then the text, of course, now I want to pass in the text into the Slugify and then / tags and then the actual tag. And like I said, we need to do that in the tags page as well as the recipe page, the single recipe page, because that's where we also have those slugs, meaning tags set up as links. So let me save in the tags list. And again, in order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste. And I'll start with a tags one. So copy and paste. And notice again, I have the Slugify. I just need to import. So let's grab the Slugify here. And then let's keep on scrolling. Again, the URL is going to be the tags and then slug. And lastly, let me do the same thing in Contentful recipe page as well. So first, let's start by importing the slug. And up at the top, I'm going to get my slug. Then let's keep on scrolling. And then notice I have those tags. So now, of course, I just need to set them up first. So let me go back here. We might need to change something around because now, of course, I'm getting a string value with a parameter of tag. So instead of text, I'm going to go back to the tag. This will be my slug. And I'm going to go with my tags page. And then, of course, I'm looking for my slug. So once you save, we should fix both bugs. Now, let me go back to my home page. And of course, once I navigate to the testing one, I can clearly see that I have a recipes page for the testing, not a tags page. And now if I click on this nice rice, check out the URL, everything worked. I have a nice hyphen and rice. And of course, we can double check this by navigating to a page that doesn't exist. So let's say here, some kind of error page, and I'll see that all my tags are under the URL of tags / and then whatever is the tag value. And I nicely set up my own slug. And then if I take a look at the recipes ones, of course, I still have the one with the testing. So that's how we can fix the possible issue of the duplicating values when it comes to tags, as well as the recipe name. Nice. At this point, we're actually done with our project. But before we deploy our project to Netlify, so set up hosting, I want to add some small but necessary features to it. And let's start by preloading our fonts. You see, our current setup works great, especially in local development. But if our user has a slow network connection, he or she might experience some issues. Why? Simply because we fetch our fonts after our project loads. What's the solution? Of course, another plugin. And just to make my case, if I navigate to our local project and then inspect, more specifically network, and if I look for CSS, we can clearly see that we're getting our fonts once our project loads. And once we're done setting up our plugin, effectively, we will preload the fonts. And let me start by navigating back to our project. I'm looking in the assets. I'm looking for CSS. And then I'll scroll up all the way up. So let me see. It's not what I wanted. There it is. And I want to remove my import like so. Or you can comment it out. That is also an option. So let's save that one. Of course, now I won't have my fonts. And by the way, I'll probably need to restart here. So let me stop my server, npm start, and probably I should have cleaned the cache as well. So let me run Gatsby clean, and I'm going to go with Gatsby develop. And then while the project is loading, I'm going to navigate to Gatsby docs, and then we're looking for the plugins. And more specifically, we're looking for the plugin by the name of Web Fonts. Now, if you'll type fonts in search, you'll see that you have many, many plugins available, and you can pick any of these plugins. But let me just warn you that for some weird reason, font plugins constantly get depreciated. I have no idea why. Just be aware of it when you make your decision. And actually, the same goes for the plugin I'm about to show you. So the plugin we're about to install. Since you're going to be watching this video in the future, at that point, plugin might be out of date. Now, I'm not saying that it will, but I'm just saying it might be the case since, again, for some weird reason, font plugins constantly get depreciated. Now, if that is the case, just simply look for a different font plugin. The good news, setup for all of them is almost the same, so switching to a different plugin should not be a cause for too many headaches. So I'll remove my fonts and I'm going to go with Web Fonts instead. That's the plugin I'm going to use. As far as the setup, we just need to use this command. And as a side note, let's just check. Yep, notice we don't have the fonts anymore. So we need to prefetch them instead. And at this point, I'm going to stop my server. We'll install the plugin. So let me see, where's my terminal? There it is. Install the plugin, awesome. And then the setup for all of them is pretty much the same, where you'll have to set them up as objects. And then, of course, the value for the resolve property is going to be equal to the name of the plugin. And then whatever options you want to set up, meaning whatever fonts you want to use. Now, for this particular plugin, if you just want to use the Google Fonts, setup is actually easier, where again, you have resolve, and then within the options, we go with fonts, Google, and then, of course, we have the family as well as the variants. So in my case, I'm going to grab this object. I'm going to navigate back to my Gatsby config. And then I'm going to keep on scrolling right after the Contentful one. I'm going to copy and paste my plugin web font. And then I just need to change these values around. In the main CSS, you can see which ones I'm using. So I'll start with the first one and I'll just copy and paste. So instead of Roboto, I'm getting this one. And as far as the variants, I'm just going to go with 400 in this case. And then the second one, this is where I'll get more variants. So second font family. And then I'm going to go with 400, 500, 600, and 700. So let me do that. 400, 500, and 600. Okay, let's add a comma. And one more time, just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go with Gatsby-Cli, even though I already ran a second ago. I'm going to go with Gatsby-Cli and then Gatsby develop. Beautiful. And once the server is up and running, you can just go to localhost 8000. Once you refresh, notice we're not fetching the fonts when our project loads, but I can clearly see that I have my fonts. Because if I double check with my complete project, the fonts are exactly the same. Now, if you want to see where are we getting the fonts, if you take a look at the head element, you can see that we have some link elements with a rel attribute set to preload, which just ensures that our assets, in this case fonts, are available earlier, and as a result, improve our project's performance. Awesome, we're done with our fonts. Now let's work on our contact form. And when it comes to form submissions in Gatsby, since we ship our project as static assets, so there's no back and forth between the server and the user, effectively, we have two options. First, we build our own server, or second, we offload this task to a third-party service. And since building our own server is definitely not an option, since, of course, this is a Gatsby tutorial, I will show you my favorite service for handling forms in Gatsby. Keep in mind, you have plenty of options to choose from. Just utilize the search engine and you'll be in good shape. And the service I like the most is called FormSpree. And mainly I like it because it has generous free tier and the setup is extremely straightforward. So navigate to formspree.io. So again, the URL is formspree.io. And then I'm going to click on get started, even though I have the account. And I'm going to go with my dummy one. I believe it was, let me just double check, learncode@mail.com. Learncode@mail.com. As far as the password, let me pass in my uncrackable password here. And then, no, I don't want to get the news. Let's register. And once we do that, they are asking us to verify the email. Okay, good. Not a robot. That's awesome. And what's also really cool that you can actually use this service in local development. So you can test it right away. And once you verify the email address, then look for the new project. In my case, I'm going to call this Gatsby tutorial. I'm going to create the project. Then I want to set up the form. And notice here we have form name, and I'm going to call this recipes form. Recipes form. Okay, good. Let's create that form. And once we do that, notice the easy setup. So that's the URL we're going to use. And if we keep on scrolling, as far as the simple HTML setup, it's following, where we have the action attribute, and then we just pass in the URL. And that's the same URL. So you can simply just copy and paste. And of course, we need to add a method of post. So let's try this one out. I'm going to copy these two values. Then, of course, I want to navigate back to my contact form. So let me look for my pages. And then inside of the pages, of course, I have my form. Now, I'm not using the link, so I might as well remove it here. Okay, good. Let's keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling. That's the form. And now we just need to add these two attributes. And once we have the setup in place, you know what, just to stay on a safe side, I'm going to go with npm start one more time. And once the server is up and running, I'll try to submit the form. So I'm going to navigate to the contact page. Again, that's the local project that I'm working in. And I'm just going to go with my name with some kind of dummy email. And as far as the message, I'm just going to say hello there. Now let's see. The server is up and running. That's good news. So now let's try to submit the form. So I click here and check it out. Now, of course, I can see that the form was submitted. Awesome. And if I go back, of course, I'm directed back to my project. And effectively, two things just happened. First, I got the email from the service, from the form spree. And also I can check in submissions and I'll see that I have one submission where I have the message, name, as well as email. So basically, whatever you set up with that name attribute will show up in those submissions. So for example, for me, it was name, message, and email. And of course, I can see those values in the submissions. Now, if I navigate back to my email, I can also see that I just got a form submission. And of course, there are paid options. You can do more integrations. You can do tons and tons of things. I'm just sharing the basic one. But as far as get up and running with form submissions, in my opinion, FormSpree is a pretty solid option. Okay, and let's also see how we can change default favicon. And if you're not familiar with favicon, it's an icon in the browser tab. So this thing over here. Gatsby does provide a default icon, and it is located in the static folder. So we simply need to get our own icon and just replace it. And while there are tons of resources for the favicons, the one that I enjoy the most is this one. And the URL is favicon.io. Then I usually go with the text option. And I'll close the ad. Then let's keep on scrolling. And we can change the font color. We can change the background color, as well as we can set up the text. So in my case, I'm going to go with letter R. And I'll leave the font color white. And I'll just change it to my background. So again, in the main CSS, I'll have my primary color. This one over here. Then, of course, I just need to navigate back and then copy and paste. Hopefully it is going to work. And now I simply just need to download. And then once the download is complete, you can probably already guess that we'll simply just swap them out. And of course, this is my download now. I'll pop it open. And more specifically, I'm looking for that favicon icon. Notice they provide multiple options, but we just need this one. So now I need to go to my tutorial where I have the static folder. I simply can drag and drop and I'll say replace. And then you might need to restart the server or even clean out the cache. So let me just first try by refreshing, and actually it works even without doing those things. So of course now I have a new favicon. Again, the steps are following. Just get the favicon and replace the one that you currently have in a static directory. Beautiful. And now let's set up a search engine optimization component, or SEO for short, where basically we'll set up a metadata for our project. And it's very useful if we want to increase the visibility of our site for relevant searches. Keep in mind two things. First, since it's not a SEO course, we'll just scratch the surface. And second, we'll start nice and easy with just bare bones setup. And in a later course project, we're going to take a look how we can set up a more complicated component faster by utilizing the Gatsby docs. For starters, the main idea is following, where if I take a look at my source, of course, I'll see that I have HTML tags. That's what the Gatsby returns. And then, of course, we also have the head element. And then inside of the element, notice these meta tags. So that's a metadata about our project. So here we can control things like title, description, and that sort of thing. Now, the thing is, it's not like I can hack into it myself manually, because keep in mind, in our project, we're just working with components, correct? So this is my homepage, and effectively this is my component. Now, once Gatsby is done performing its magic, then of course I get back this HTML. And the way around it is by installing another plugin. And in this case, we're looking for Gatsby plugin React Helmet. So you can either search for SEO or just search for Helmet. And believe me, with 1.6 downloads, you'll definitely be able to find the plugin. And then as far as the dependencies, we need to install Gatsby plugin React Helmet as well as the React Helmet. So under the hood, this plugin uses React Helmet, which pretty much is a standard these days when it comes to React applications and setting up the metadata. And let's just grab those commands. And of course, I'll navigate back. I want to stop my server. And once I clear everything, copy and paste. Okay, that seems to work. Now, I also want to add this string, of course, in my Gatsby config. Okay, let's keep on scrolling. Let's keep on scrolling. And then somewhere all the way at the bottom, but still within the array, I want to install my helmet one. Then let's start up our server. And I want to go to my components and create a new one. And I'm going to go with the name of SEO. And then once we create this component, then I want to start by setting up the React component. And then I also want to right away set up my imports. And we'll be looking for the helmet from React Helmet. So that's the package. And also I want to right away get the UseStaticQuery and the GraphQL, because we will utilize the query here as well. So let's start with our helmet one. And this is a named import. So we go here with helmet. And then this is coming from, of course, the React Helmet package. And then once we have this import, like I said, we're going to go with UseStaticQuery. And I also want a GraphQL tag template from, and it's coming from the Gatsby. And as far as the component, instead of returning div, I want to return a helmet component. So we're going to go here with helmet component. And then this is where we set up the meta information. For example, if I want to change the title of my page, because at the moment I have localhost 8000, I just need to pass in a title prop and I need to set it equal to some kind of value. Now we will make this dynamic in the next video. For time being, I'm just going to go with title is equal to home. So that is going to be my title element in the head element, and then the value will be home. And like I said, we are returning a helmet component from our SEO component. Let's save it. And now, of course, I want to take it out for a test drive. So I'm just going to navigate to index.js. Then we go with import. We're looking for SEO component. It is coming from, of course, our components. And then at the very top, I'm just going to go with SEO component. For time being, we're not passing anything in. We just save it. And then the moment we do that, well, complains that it cannot get it from the components because, of course, I didn't specifically say which one I'm looking for. My apologies. Once we save, we should see the title with a name of home. And of course, once I do, notice now in my tab, you can clearly see that the title of my page is home. So that's the basic setup for this plugin, where effectively we need to import a helmet component that is coming from React Helmet. Then we'll need to set up props on that component and return from this component. And then, of course, whatever meta information will set it up will be added to our page. And if you're interested in even more info, just navigate to the bigger browser window and let me refresh just so everything is up to date. And then take a look at the elements. If I open up the head element, notice now here all the way in the bottom, I do have my title tags. So I have my title element, and of course the value is home. So everything works. Whatever I'll set up on that helmet component, it will be added to my head element. And in turn, I'm going to be setting up meta information about my project. All right, so this works pretty great. We can have the title, we can have it also in the browser tab. But of course, the issue is that if I want to reuse this component, at the moment, I'm hard coding this value. And we already know what we can do in order to solve this problem, because of course, at the end of the day, we have the component, we have the React component. So we can right away set up two props. And I'm going to go with title prop as well as the description prop. So these are the two things that will pass in: description. And then in order to test it out, of course, I'll have to set up a description meta tag as well. Now, this one is a bit more complex because we need to have a property, and in there, in most cases, they set it up as an array. So don't worry, we'll get there. Let's just start by testing out the title. So this is the first prop that I'm going to be looking for, title prop. And then instead of hard coding this home, I want to go with title. And what this allows me to do is to reuse this component. So I take my SEO component, and now, of course, since I'm looking for the title prop, I can render it in about page and then pass the about page value instead of hard coded home, correct? So first, let's go back to the index just so we can test it out. And of course, we have now title prop. And as far as the value, let's just write home and page. And of course, the moment I save it, check it out. Of course, now our title is different. All right, so let's try the same thing in the about page. So let me select this one. Again, in order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste. And then I'm looking for the return. And of course, like I said, we're going to go with SEO. And then as far as this title, let's just say about. And once I save, I do have a tiny bug because I do need to close it out. And then the moment I save, everything seems to be working fine. I just need to go to the bigger browser window. And then once I navigate to about page, again, everything is working. I have my title, and of course the value is about, because that's what I passed in the prop. And the same thing I can see in my source code. Awesome. So now let's see how we can pass in that description. And like I already previously mentioned, as far as description, it is a bit more complex because we are setting up meta tags, and usually you set up quite a few of them. So the syntax, what they're looking for here is following. So we go here with meta, and then we'll set it up, of course, with curlies. and then we'll be looking for array, and then it's going to be an array of objects. And now for this meta description tag, we simply need to say name. So this is going to be the name of our meta tag. Then we need to go with template strings, and then we just type description. So that's going to be the name of our meta tag. And as far as the content, let's just set it up equal to our description, to the prop that we're passing in. But in the next video, I'll show you how we can actually use our Gatsby config. And more specifically, remember when we were setting up the site metadata? Well, now I'll set up a query to pull in that data. And first I want to add the comma. Just keep in mind, we're still working in the same object, and we're going to go with content. Again, that's the property name that we're looking for. And then we pass in our description. Now I'll save, and I simply need to go back to my index.js, and I'm just going to write some gibberish. I'm going to say here description, and we're going to go with this is home page, because in the next video, we'll use our site's description. And then I'm going to go back to about.js. And in this case, I'm looking for SEO component, of course, and I just want to copy and paste. Now I do want to change the value around, and I'll say about page. And again, the reason why we're just hard coding this gibberish is because in the next video, I'll show you how we can pass in the site's description. So now I just want to navigate back. I want to refresh. And then if we take a look at the head element, and if we keep on scrolling, notice here, we have meta. So the name is description. And then as far as the content, of course, in the about page, I'm going to have this is about page. Now, if I'll take a look at the home page, of course, this value will be different. Now, of course, I will have this is a home page. All right. And lastly, in this video, I just want to showcase how we can set up a language for our project. Now, this one will be a bit different because this one we're adding on the HTML tag. And the way it works in the SEO component, on a helmet, we need to go with HTML attributes, and then we'll have to set up an object, and they're looking for the property of a language. So they have a language property, and you just want to set it equal to whatever language you want. So in my case, I'm going to go with English. I will save. And again, once I go back to my project, notice the HTML element. Now, of course, I have the language, and that is set equal to an English. So that's how we can add more tags to our head element by using our plugin. Beautiful. I think we're in good shape, but what's missing is our site's information. If you remember in the Gatsby config, more specifically in the site metadata, we already have info about our site. So why don't we try this? Why don't we pull in this data in the SEO component and then utilize it? And we'll have to start by setting up our query. And I simply want to go with my Explorer. I'm going to go with site. I'm looking for my site metadata. That's not a surprise. And I'm going to go with my title and description. Now I will run my query. And of course, I can see that I'm getting back my simply recipes as well as my description. I just want to grab everything, and I'm going to go with code exporter in this case. And now, of course, I just want to take everything apart from export. I'll navigate back to my SEO component, copy and paste, and then inside of the component, I want to access that data. And I know that I'm going to be getting back my object, and inside of it, I have the site. So right away, destructure it, and I'm going to go with UseStaticQuery, and I'll pass in the query. And once I save, there seems to be a cache bug. So let me try this. Let me try clearing out the cache. And once I run Gatsby clean and restart the server, everything is working as expected. So now, of course, we're pulling our site's information. And in here, I'll use it in two places. First, I'll set up a vertical bar for my title, for my page title. And what I'm trying to do here is having a title with home and then vertical bar and then whatever is the project name. And if you're interested how it's going to look like, take a look at the complete project. Notice here we have home and vertical bar. And then, of course, we have our site's title. That's the first thing that I want to do. And I simply need to change this value here where it's not going to be just title. I'm going to go with template string. Then I'll access the value and I'm going to go with title. Then, like I said, we're going to go with our vertical bar. And then right next to the vertical bar, we'll place our site title. Now, where's the site title sitting? Of course, it is sitting in site metadata, and title. Now, in my case, I'm not going to destructure it. I think I'm just going to drill down to the property. So let's go with site, meta, and then data. And of course, finally, I want to access the title property. And again, once we save, once we refresh, we should see these simple recipes. And finally, after struggling with it a bit, now, of course, I can see my homepage. And also I have the site title. Now, I think in the index.js, I will remove this homepage. I think that's better. And as far as description, I want to make it more flexible. Where if I pass in the value for the prop, then of course, I'll set it up as my value for my meta tag. However, if I don't pass it in, then I'll use our site description. And the way we do that, we go to the meta and then take a look at the content. Of course, at the moment, I'm looking for my description. However, above the return, I can just set up a new variable and I'll call this meta description. And this one will be equal to the description. And I'll use the or operator. So if the description is passed, then of course we'll use it. If not, then we'll default to site description. Again, we go with site metadata, and then description. Again, the only gotcha here is this or operator. I say, get me description if description is undefined. So if it's not passed, then use site description. And of course, I need to change it in my meta prop as well. So I'm going to go with meta description. And in order to test it out, I'm going to go back to index.js. I will remove it. And I'll do the same thing in about. So this is going to be my about page. I pass in a title, but I will remove my description. Let me save it. And in order to test it out, I'm going to go to my bigger browser. I can see that title is correct. And if I take a look at my head element, somewhere there should be meta tag with a name of description, and notice the value. Now, of course, I have nice and clean recipes. So if I were to go back and actually add this description for my page, so if I'll say this is about and then page, then of course, if we navigate back, and again, we just need to refresh and navigate to that about page, of course, we'll be able to see that the content is different. And hopefully you see how it works. If we pass in description, awesome. Then of course we'll use it. If not, then we'll always default back to site description. And now, of course, I just want to set it up in all our pages. Again, a little bit of copying, pasting, but I'm not going to pass in description. I'll always default back to a site's description. And we simply want to start by setting up our SEO component in 404. That's going to be our error. And again, we simply want to set it up in return. So we go with SEO. And as far as the title, I'm just going to say error. And then I'm not going to test it out right now. I want to add it to all the pages. And then we'll test all of them together. That was my 404. Then, of course, we also have the contact, copy and paste. We need to set up our SEO component. And we just need to set up our title. So this will be a contact. And then, of course, we're going to close the SEO component. Then I'm looking for the recipes. Again, we import SEO component. And then we go with SEO. Then title will be equal to recipes. Again, close out our component. And then lastly, we have the tags where, again, inside of the layout, I want to go with SEO component and then title. And of course, the value will be tags. Let's save this one. And now, of course, we have two dynamic pages. we have Contentful Recipe and also a tag template. So let's start with Contentful Recipe. We'll get our SEO component. Again, as far as the return, we just go inside of the layout. But as far as the values, now, of course, this is dynamic. So we're getting the title and description for every recipe that we have. Because remember, we are creating this page dynamically. So here we simply go with title is equal to our title property, whatever we're getting back from data.contentful recipe. And the same thing will be with description. So we're going to go with description and we'll just pass in that description. And of course, we want to do the same thing in our tag template. We navigate there, copy and paste the SEO component inside of the layout. We're going to go with our title. And as far as the value, remember, if we want to access that specific tag, we need to go with page context and then dot tag. So here we go with title, and that one will be equal to our page context, and then we're looking for the tag. Again, I'll close my component, and now, of course, let's go and test it out on a bigger browser window. I'm first going to go to About page. I can see that everything works. I have my About, and of course, I have simply recipes, then tags, then recipes, back to home, then contact, and then eventually I also want to test out my error page. So just type some gibberish and we'll take a look at the error page, and it looks like everything is working. Great. And then let's take a look at our programmatic pages. So in here, I have my banana pancakes, and I can clearly see that everything works as far as the title. Okay. And then if I take a look at my description, that also should return some value. And of course, I can clearly see that I have my meta with my value that is coming from the Contentful. And lastly, let's just take a look at the tags. So now in this case, I want to go to home and then take a look at one of the tags. And once we navigate there, I can clearly see that in the tab, I have the correct value. This is for the ribs, and we're successfully done setting up our SEO component. Beautiful. At this point, our recipes project is complete. And now we just want to host our project online so everyone can see our awesome work. When it comes to hosting, you have plenty of options to choose from, since at the end of the day, our project just contains a cluster of static files. And for the most part, we have two options. We can build a project locally with the help of Gatsby build, or use the continuous deployment where we utilize Git. And of course, in the following videos, I'll cover both options. I prefer a hosting provider called Netlify, and I like it because the setup is extremely straightforward and they do offer generous free tier. But of course, like I said, it's just one of the options out there. Now, in order to create an account, if you don't have one already, navigate to netlify.com. Again, the URL is netlify.com, and just follow the sign up link. And once you create the account, just log in. This is going to be your dashboard. And then at this point, we have two options. We can do the drag and drop, where basically we will build our project locally. And then the second option is the continuous deployment, where we'll push our project up to the GitHub. And then from there, Netlify will build our site for us. So let's start with the simpler option first, which is the drag and drop. And then next video, we will take a look at the continuous deployment. And in order to set up the drag and drop, you simply need to go to the sites here and then keep scrolling. And here all the way in the bottom, you have this window. So I'll make this smaller, and maybe not this small, but I'll set it here. And what I want right now is to go back to my project, stop everything, and then clear my terminal. Then first I want to run Gatsby clean. I just always prefer running this first. And then we want to run the Gatsby build. Now keep in mind something extremely important. Your local Gatsby build will fail if you don't have this ENV production, or if the values here are incorrect. That's just the way it is. That's why for development we have one, And then for the production, we have another one. So make sure that if you do get some errors, to first check what is happening with ENV production. And here we simply need to run Gatsby and then build. And now, of course, Gatsby will build the production ready site for us. And once the Gatsby is done, we can go to our folder. And then, of course, we have the public one. And this is where our production ready project is sitting. So at this point, we simply need to take this public folder and just drag and drop. Again, the setup is going to be pretty fast once you're done with Gatsby build because Netlify doesn't really need to do anything. Of course, now we are in good shape. And before we check out the site, let me just change the site name. So click on the site settings and then more specifically site name. Now, if the name is already taken, of course, you won't be able to use it. And therefore, I'm going to go temp Gatsby tutorial. Hopefully that name is not taken. So Gatsby tutorial. And notice how they will add this Netlify that app. So eventually, yes, of course, you can set up the custom domain. That is definitely an option. But for time being, of course, we're not going to do that. And once I'm done changing the name, I want to navigate to the URL. And this is my site. Notice how it is live because, of course, I have my Netlify.app. Good. So let's see. We have recipes. We have tags. Everything seems to be working. I can click on a recipe. This is going to get me the individual recipe. Beautiful. Contact page. Yep. Still, everything is in place. And now let's test out that error. Like I said, you always want to test out those error pages actually in production. And just like that, we're done with the drag and drop option and our site is live. All right. And up next, I want to showcase how we can use the other option, the continuous deployment, where basically we set up a GitHub repo and then Netlify does the building for us. So it is smart enough to check if there are any changes in our repo. And the moment we push up some changes, then Netlify restarts the build process. Since this is somewhat of an advanced course, I'm not going to go over the basic Git commands as well as how to set up a GitHub repo. If you need to brush up on that, please utilize the search engine. So I'm staring at my GitHub dashboard and I want to create a new repo. And since I'll remove it once I'm done with this video, I'm going to go with temp Gatsby and then tutorial. Okay, awesome. And I'm going to go with public one. I'll create the repo and I right away want to copy and paste these three commands because I want to point the URL to the repo. And I guess let's start by navigating back. I'll clear my terminal and I want to set this up as a GitHub repo. So just in case it is already a GitHub repo, I'm just going to go with RM and RF and Git. I remove the GitHub repo and then I'll create a new one, Git init. Then I'll add all the files. And again, just make sure that you have a git ignore and that you're ignoring the ENV variables. Otherwise, everyone will be able to see your secret API keys. And I'm just going to go with git commit. And I'll just say first commit. And then I'll copy and paste those three commands. So now I have the URL pointing to my repo. And then from there, I simply need to go back to my repo, refresh. And of course, this is my project. And once I have my repo in place, now, of course, I want to navigate back to the Netlify and I'll create a new site. However, notice the other option, new site from Git. And as a provider, I'll pick my GitHub. And then more specifically, I need to look for my temp one. So let's say I have temp, and then once I find my repo, so temp Gatsby tutorial, then we simply need to set everything up. And as you can see, I have the owner, I have the main branch, okay, that is correct. And then notice how right away Netlify sets up the command, the build command. So this is what I said. Netlify will build the site for us. And then as far as the published directory, it is public. So make sure that these match. Now, in most cases, Netlify is smart enough to get the correct commands, but if you do experience some bugs, make sure that the commands match exactly that, because this is where our Gatsby project will eventually sit. And also in our case, since our project is more complex, we want to add this ENV variable, because we need to keep in mind that since Netlify is doing the build process, of course, it also needs to know, well, what is the value here, correct? Otherwise, everywhere where we use that ENV variable, Netlify is going to be like, hey, listen, you want me to provide some kind of value here, but I have no access to it. And therefore, we're going to go with show advanced. And in a second, I'll show you where we can do that in the dashboard as well, just in case you ever forget. So in here, we go with new variable. And now you want to go back to your ENV file, take the contentful part, and then do the same thing with the value. So select everything and then copy and paste. And then, of course, we just need to go with deploy site. Now, I can tell you right away that the process takes longer. Therefore, I'm going to go back to my dashboard and I'll simply remove this site. So in the process, I can show you how you can do that. So go here to the site settings again, keep scrolling, and notice we have this option of delete the site. So I'm going to copy and paste. We delete the site. Then I'll add the same name for this guy. Notice we're still building. And again, we do that in the site settings, change site name, and then I'm going to go with the same one. So I'm going to go with temp Gatsby tutorial. We save it. That's awesome. And then as far as the build process, if you want to take a look what's happening, or if you want to check errors, if you do get some, then go with deploys. And then notice this is our current build. So in here, you'll be able to see what is happening as far as the build process. Now, if you ever want to change those ENV variables, if you want to add a new one or maybe change it, then again, you're looking for domain settings. And more specifically, you keep on scrolling, or no, sorry, you're looking for build and deploy. And then, of course, we have the build command, we have publish directory. So this is also a place where you can change that. Keep scrolling. Then we have hooks, which we're going to cover in a second. And then, of course, we also have the environment variables. So notice if you ever want to add a new one or edit the existing one, again, look for this window and then more specifically for the edit variables option. So let me navigate back and I'll take a look at deploys. Now, the Netlify is still building. Like I said, this will take longer because now Netlify is doing all of the work and it looks like everything is nice because my site is live. And again, if you ever need to check for the errors or what's happening, just navigate here and you'll be able to see what's happening with your project. So I'm going to go back to my project and again, everything works pretty nice. Now, why do you want to use this option? Why do you want to go with continuous deployment, even though it looks like there are more steps involved? Simply because the moment I'll push a new change up to my repo, Netlify will rebuild my site for me. So I'm not going to have to do this manually. And as always, the most basic and drastic probably way is simply adding some kind of background color. So let me scroll down and where it is, body. And then instead of the background of whatever I have as a CSS variable, I'm just going to go with red. Now, I don't think I'm going to run it locally, but I'll right away push it up and I'll say testing, background, and red. Let's see. Okay, I want to push this up. And as a side note, I'm using the Visual Studio GUI for this. Notice we just need to add a message. Then I click on commit. And then in order to push it, I go with a push option. And now, of course, I just need to double check that in my repo. So let's navigate here. Let's refresh. Notice I have testing background red. So that's good. And then what's even nicer, that if you navigate back to your project, you'll notice that there's another build process started by the Netlify. So again, Netlify is smart enough. It has hooks right now in the repo. So now every time we push some kind of change, Netlify will rebuild the site for us. And at this point, I'm not going to wait till the build process is complete, since that seems like a waste of your time. And once everything is done, I'm just going to showcase that, of course, the background color for our project is going to be red. And once Netlify is done building my latest project, of course, I can just double check and I can see that everything went fine. And we, of course, can check out our full project. As a very, very quick side note, if one of the build processes is going to fail, then of course it's just going to revert back to the old one. So for example, if this for some weird reason would have failed, then we would still be using the original one. Something to keep in mind. And let's just test this one out. And of course, now my background is red. So hopefully you can clearly see the benefits of using the continuous deployment. All right. And as a last thing in our first project, I just want to showcase how we can utilize the webhooks. Now, before we do anything webhook related, let me just remove this background color because it really annoys me. So let me go back to my background color. Again, I'll make another commit. In this case, I'll say back to default, and then we push this up. Like I said, I'm using the GUI, and I'm just going to go with push. And as far as the webhooks, the idea is following, where if I go to my Contentful right now, and if I log in and, for example, add a product with our current setup, either we need to go manually to Netlify and restart another build. Here, you can clear the cache and trigger another deploy, or we need to add some kind of change to our project and then push it up to the GitHub, because we know that the deploy process will be triggered that way as well. However, there is a better option. We can actually connect the two, where we set up something called webhooks. And the main idea behind the webhooks is that we send a post request. Now, in Netlify, you need to go to our site. Again, we're looking for domain settings, more specifically build and deploy. Keep on scrolling, and notice we have this build hooks. Now we add build hook here, and we just need to come up with a name. Here I could say Contentful Recipes. We save it, and then we want to copy and paste this value. So we copy this one. So this is going to be the URL where Netlify wants us to send a post request. And then if we go to Contentful, and more specifically settings, and then the webhooks, we can simply add that value. I want to add a webhook. Now, for the name here, of course, we're dealing with Contentful now, so names don't need to match. It's just something that makes sense to the Contentful. And then we copy and paste the URL. This is where we need to paste. And here I'll say Netlify recipes, just to showcase that those names do not need to match. So we save it here. And what's going to happen, every time I'll make some change to my project, again, Netlify will restart the build for me. And I think the easiest way for me to showcase that is by removing a item. So I think I'm going to go with this one. I'll say unpublish, and notice how we cannot directly delete it. We first need to unpublish, then click it one more time, and then delete it. And I can right away see that something is happening if I take a look at my webhooks, because I have right now the successful calls. And if you click on it, notice there were some HTTP requests. Okay, that's good. And then if I go back to my Netlify application, and more specifically, again, I'm looking for deploys, notice I have another deploy triggered by the hook. Now, of course, if you want to be more specific, when you will send those post requests, then you need to do that when you're setting up the webhook. Because notice by default, it is triggered for all events, but just keep in mind that in some cases, it might get annoying where you have data for multiple projects, and then every time you change one data, then you're rebuilding all your projects. So we're not going to cover that, but just keep in mind that you do have the option of only triggering that if there is a specific event. And now, of course, I want to go back. And once the build process is complete, let me just navigate to my project. I can clearly see that I have only 3 recipes. And that just means that we're successfully implementing the logic. This concludes our project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. And I hope to see you in the next one.